Championship Sunday's here, the two best words in Rocket League. Welcome to the Paradise Cup 3 Excellence Division Championship. This is day 2 of playoffs, and that means today we get to see who will win the whole thing at the end of Paradise Cup 3. Joining me here is Lepid and WaTesla once again. 6 teams remain. We were here last weekend when Hunter X Knight made the lower bracket run. Today, the action continues. How are you guys feeling? It's Championship Sunday. And today, we get to crown a champion once again.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Lepid.
My bad. I'm very excited to see what happens. WaTesla, what about you?
I'm actually most curious about how the Crazy Cats play. They got a big win yesterday to make it where they only needed 2 wins to get to win the whole thing. But I'm to understand that they have 2 subs stepping in today, so it'll be basically a totally different roster. So I'm really interested to see how they play in their first matchup.
Yeah, you definitely are. And you know, it's also interesting, that final bracket. 6 teams. Today is a lot easier than yesterday. It's single elimination. You lose, and your run's over. You win. And keep on playing. For the teams in the lower quarterfinals, who will be starting on our first couple matches today, they gotta win 3 times straight. The 2 teams that won in our upper quarterfinals yesterday, they will play in the semifinals. They'll only need to win twice. And as Tesla mentioned earlier, one of those teams is the Crazy Cats, who will be playing with some substitutes. The other being the Wyffoffs, who had probably one of the more interesting results yesterday in a 4-1 victory. That will be a huge, huge performance here, but there's still a lot of time to go, so a lot of matches left in today, and just like last week, we got to do this again. We got to mention who we think is going to make that grand finals, who we think is going to be in that championship match at the end of the evening, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, that late series to end everything. Tesla, you've already mentioned the Crazy Cats, and that they're playing with subs today. Do you think they're going to be in your grand finals?
Well, I made my prediction that they would be before I had the info on the subs yesterday. So after thinking that, and after what I saw from Phantom yesterday, I actually feel like Phantom's going to come out of that half of the bracket and go to the championship.
And on the other side of the brackets, who do you have winning and going to the grand finals on the other side to play against Phantom Gaming?
I'm going to stick with my original prediction of Wyffoffs, and mainly because I think the MVP of the tournament yesterday, based on all the games, is Waffle, and I see no reason why that won't continue to be the trend. So I'm expecting Waffle to carry the day for Wyffoffs and for them to get to the grand finals and take home first place.
Well, we'll see about that. He's already making his prediction on who will win this whole thing. We'll see if the Wyffoffs and Waffle can keep things going. Lepid, he's a scary bracket. Who do you have making the grand finals? I know that you had Crazy Cats winning this whole thing, but I heard before the stream started, your predictions have changed.
Indeed. I think Wyffindor QC takes it all the way, and we see a rematch of the upper quarterfinals for the grand finals between Wyffindor QC and Wyffoffs.
All of us seem to have the Wyffoffs going through. I also have the Wyffoffs making it through to this one, but I don't know who they're going to play up against. I feel like Phantom Gaming would be my choice, but I actually don't hate the Crazy Cats, even with subs. Their subs are pretty high rank, and if they can do well, I think they have a matchup they can win even with substitutes. I wouldn't doubt them too easily here, but what a crazy night it is. And not only are we going to crown a champion, we're also going to announce our Paradise Cup 3 Excellence Division MVPs. So a lot of players going to be MVP level. Lepid, by the end of the night, who do you think is going to be our MVP? Who do you think can fight for that MVP award? Who do you think is leading in the MVP race right now?
Honestly, Blue Skadoodle. He's been playing great all weekend long so far, including against Wyffoffs. I know that was a little bit of a dominant series from Wyffoffs, but I believe he bounces back and shows what he can really do on the pitch.
Of course, Tesla. You mentioned a lot about Waffle. Do you also have Waffle as your MVP race leader right now?
Absolutely.
Well, that's simple and easy to say. And you mentioned as well, Waffle being the aggressive player that she is, really heavy on the demos. She was a top-tier competitive when she last won in the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2 on 10X. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it, but for me, I think I have another player that I want to mention. I know, Tesla, you're also looking at this player. That's Silky of Phantom Gaming. You said if Phantom Gaming are going to play well, it has to be from Silky. Tell me why you think Silky has to be the one that plays well for Phantom.
Well, Shadow, we know what Shadow can do, and I was already expecting him to carry the day for Phantom coming into the tournament. Silky came out in game one yesterday, let everyone know that he was here to have his boys back 100% through the tournament, and the two of them played out of their mind in their series. And so we already know what Shadow can do. If Silky's able to raise to that level all day, Phantom's going to be tough to put out of this thing.
Well, we'll see about that. And speaking of Phantom, they're going to be in our first match of the evening here. It's Wyffindor QC and Phantom Gaming in our first match of the night here. Wyffindor QC have to play with a sub for the series. John KB not available, but Lepid, you are on the desk, and then you're going to be on the field for this one. You haven't had to play for Wyffindor QC all tournaments, obviously, but coming into this matchup, Wyffindor QC, even though I know you're pretty confident in your ability on this team, it's still always tough for a team, even a team as good as Wyffindor QC, to play this up. And now that the whole bracket's on the line, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty to really make sure that they get this job done.
Indeed, but I have faith in the boys, and they will have faith in me too, to do my part, and it will be an amazing series to watch.
Of course, on the other side, Phantom Gaming, Tesla. Yeah, Phantom Gaming making the grand finals here. What about this team makes you think that they're going to go all the way? They're not only going to beat Wyffindor QC, but take down the Crazy Cats later in this Spacadoo. As you saw yesterday, had an electrifying series in 7 games against Deep Zero Esports.
Yeah, Crazy Cats. Again, originally I had them making the grand final. I just think that having to sub out 2 of their players for 2 different players on Championship Sunday is a huge wild card. So I really feel like if Shadow and Silky step up, Wyffindor QC can't beat them. And since it's a complete question mark on Crazy Cat's roster, I really don't see why 3 guys that play as well as Phantom Gaming won't be able to overcome a team that may not have nearly as much time or gelling together.
And is anyone out here who loves the performance of subs? I know it's Tesla. We got to see it last weekend with a lot of teams that played so well. It was those subs that really stood tall, but you're not wrong. These teams aren't used to their subs. And on Championship Sunday, when you need to play at your best, it's so tough to get to that level when you have to play with substitutes. So it's going to be a tough series here with both of these teams. But with no QC, Phantom Gaming, it's a tough matchup. It's a close matchup. It's going to be a competitive matchup. But now we got to get our predictions here. So Tesla and Lepid, I know who you guys have winning, but by how much? Tesla, we'll start with you.
I'm going to say Phantom in 6.
Right then, Lepid, what do you have? I know you have Wyffindor QC winning this one. What prediction do you think is how long do you think the series is gonna take for Wyffindor QC go to the semifinals?
Honestly, I'm gonna say they take it in 6. First game will be slow because I'll be adjusting to them, but after that, we bounce and win the entire series against Phantom Gaming.
And I will agree here in that I like Wyffindor QC's chances in this matchup. They're a solid team. I mean, you can't deny the core that is Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty. But Lepid, I'm going to call you out here. You're going to have to play well, man. And you generally have not exactly had the best record in ATS playoffs, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm sure you want to turn that track record around, because I don't think you want to have this be another playoff bracket where you jump in for a team and you just can't seem to get that win. So I'm going to call you out here. You're going to have to play well, Lepid, or else this team's going to have some issues. I still have Phantom Gaming win this one. I think it's going to go in 5 games. I think it's going to be a 4-1 matchup here. So, Lepid, you're going to have to prove both of us wrong, not only just by what you say, but also by what you do on that field. So, we're about ready to get into our series here, as it's almost match time here for both these teams here, Tesla as well. We're closing in on that one, so it's going to be a big series for both these teams. You think for Wyffindor QC, again, playing with a sub, not easy to do, and you mentioned, well, Phantom Gaming, how mechanical this team is. They looked amazing yesterday, but it was against a Hausen team who clearly had their issues. Wyffindor QC, not a team that's going to overcommit nearly as easily as Hausen did.
Yeah, I agree. They'll be more disciplined, but Silky getting up to Shadow's level, and Soda wasn't bad himself either. I just think Phantom's going to be able to take this one. Not even sure where Wyffindor will find their wins, but I do expect this to go 6.
Yeah, well, we'll see about this one. I mean, this Wyffindor QC roster is definitely at that level where I think it's going to be competitive, but it's going to be interesting to see. And I think the big player I called out is Lepid. And that's not only because he's on the desk and I can literally call him out right next to me. I think it's also just by the fact that, again, Lepid does not have a good track record in playoff. Had a generally not great record in matches that he played in playoff. a lot to prove here. He's got a lot to get going here. He's got a lot to do. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be interesting.
So is Lepid Sporty going to play the entire series or just the first game or two
I think he's
until
gonna
the
play the
other
entire
players can
series.
make it?
Personally, I think. Well,
Oh,
if he plays the
okay.
first game, he has to play the entire series. So,
Well,
Lepid's playing that whole series. They're gonna need him to play well. And I will say this about Lepid: mechanical player. He's really good at facilitating the play. But again, just depends
it'll be
on.
tough if they let him play once. He'll definitely be a tough out as a ones player. Lepid's solid ones player.
Definitely, I'm excited to see how this will look. As again, hopefully we'll get things soon enough here, but again, I'm excited to see how this will go. I'm excited to see how these teams. I think I mean, you have 6 games. You have Wyffindor QC doing well. What game modes do you think it is that Wyffindor QC are going to be strong in?
Well, since now that I'm to understand that Lepid's playing in all of them, I'm going to say that Lepid takes the ones for sure, and that Phantom is able to get 2 of the 3s, and then whatever game 6 is.
Well, I know Lepid plays ones, but he's also a pretty good 2s player. I actually expect him to play in the 2v2 mode. That they have Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty, and both of them are pretty good at ones themselves. I think they're actually than Lepid is. Wouldn't be surprised if they play the ones, but yeah, I think ones is the mode that QC. They have so many options for ones. That's the nice thing about this team. That I think they can play any of those 3 players, and they'll be fine. Obviously, Shadow Ball is an issue, regardless of who they play, but I think they're in a good position for 1v1. I think they're in a good position for 2v2 too. My worry is in 3s for this roster. Because they're again, they have to have a sub in 3s. This is a roster that really relies on having the 3 players that they do have, on having good chemistry. I need to see Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty really bond well here, because they're not going to be able to work around Lepid easily. It's not going to. They don't have enough time to get that kind of chemistry down. It's really going to come down to, can they work together well? Can they make things happen together? Because if they can, I really think that if they can work together well, they can turn this whole series around. It's going to take a lot of work to do that. It's going to take a lot of effort to do that. But I think if there's any team that can do it, it would be them.
I agree. That if they peak, they definitely could win this. But again, like you said, with the chemistry thing really upsetting on the 3s, I feel like Phantom's definitely going to take this one. And I
Yeah,
really expect Silky to be at the level he was yesterday as well. I don't expect any fall off.
yeah. If Silking can play like he did yesterday, and you said it, if he can play like he did yesterday, like Shadow Ball did yesterday, this is a scary Phantom roster. Because those 2 players, if they're playing well, we saw what they did yesterday when they were playing well. I think we saw only the beginning of it as well. I think if they continue that, roster that you said can make the grand finals, I think they can make the grand finals as well. We gotta see it here. I gotta see it in this matchup for them. This is a good match for them. It's also a good match for the Crazy Cats, because they're gonna be playing against the winner of this matchup, and I'm sure that if they're watching, I'm sure they'll be paying attention to the fact that they gotta play whoever wins this matchup. They'll get a little bit of information from this series as well.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate for them having to bring in 2 subs on Championship Sunday. And who knows? Like the way subs showed last week, you get a Velo and a Happy, and that's your 2 subs. That definitely gives you a puncher's chance against anyone. Shout out to Velo and Happy and their performance as subs last weekend. But again, with it just being a wild card and we have to make a prediction, I got to go with the known quantity. So I got to really predict whoever wins this one winning the next one as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I think that's the way that it's gonna go. But again, I can't be certain. Who knows how well these teams play? There's so many teams that under this kind of pressure on Championship Sunday don't play. And even if you win this matchup, who knows? But I will say another thing that's going to be on the side of Phantom Gaming here. They're in that 100x Knight position. They're the fifth seed in this tournament. Coming in this final bracket. They got their first match done very quickly. They looked convincing in that as well. They still have a lot to work on. They didn't look perfect, but they're in the position that Knight's in, and that they've got their side of the bracket. They won their first match nicely, and everything is opening up for them. We know they're good enough to make the grand finals. We know they have what it takes. They got to show it to us here. And I got to see like Wyffindor QC. They got to prove it here and continue to prove it against the Crazy Cats after this, and then obviously in the grand finals after that. I think the one difference though is that this is a much tougher bracket for them than it is for them. Knight was a high-ranked team who had a not great first stage of the competition. And Gaming didn't have a great first stage of the competition, but they are not the high-ranked team in this bracket. That'll be a big question is if they can do it. I know they have a high ceiling though, which will at the very least though. I know we're gonna have a lot of fun with Phantom because they were probably one of the more entertaining teams to watch yesterday, which is with all the plays that they go for. And even if they do go out, you know they're gonna put on a show. And I think at the very least with Phantom Gaming, they'll be happy if they can just get on the board. Because I remember yesterday, I got 5 clips. I clipped 5 events from stream yesterday. 4 of them were from that Phantom Gaming series. So Phantom Gaming, they know how to make things good. They know how to light up the scoreboard, and they know how to do it in impressive fashion. I'm sure that tonight will be no different.
Agreed, Sporty. Also, I'll be interested to see how Ghosty and Blue Skadoodle bounce back. It just recrossed my mind that they had been previously more or less dominating Wyffoffs or winning all the scrims to come out and take a loss in a game that matters. Hopefully those two, their mental did not get shook up too bad from that, and they're able to play solid tonight.
Well, we'll see about that. Everybody's in the lobby now, so that means we can go into the top 6. Phantom Gaming, Wyffindor QC, Wyffindor playing with that sub in Lepid mode. An important, very important series with a lot of pressure on the line for everybody playing in it. And you know that these players are playing for it all. It's Wyffindor QC on the blue, Phantom Gaming on the orange, and as expected, it's going to be a tough run here, but you said it. There's a couple players to call out, a couple players that have looked good yesterday. Blue Skadoodle being one, Silky and Shadow Ball being others. Players like Lepid, who are coming in as that sub, are going to have a interesting time here. And he's replaced the position that John KB has had, and John KB was a relatively passive type player on that QC roster. He was never afraid to jump up in the offense, but he was always that kind of player who just kind of tried to make things happen, and more importantly, just tried to make sure the rotation didn't fall apart. For Lepid, that rotation is going to be something he has to worry about because he doesn't know the rotation of Wyffindor QC, he doesn't know how this team wants to play, and this Wyffindor QC roster we saw yesterday, that rotation means everything for them.
Yeah, but Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty, though, are both really solid players. So as long as Lepid is not overcommitting and, you know, playing fundamental Rocket League like he would if you had a solo queue teammate, like if it was just you and one buddy queuing threes, as long as he's able to, you know, not overcommit and play fundamental Rocket League, he should be able to fill in nicely as long as Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty are playing their game. And we got to talk to Lepid a little bit before we were even on air, and he seemed really confident. So hard to doubt how well he's going to do here.
Last time Lepid was in the Ascent Tournament Series, it was ATS Season 4 in the Phoenix Cup. And unfortunately couldn't even make the playoff bracket there, as they're going to play that they have to save. Ghosty's on the end of that block, as Silky will keep things going. Phantom Gaming stay on the ball here as Blue Skadoodle beat by Shadow Ball. Lepid gets that first touch. Soda jumps in. He was relatively quiet yesterday, Soda, but nonetheless very instrumental in the win for Phantom Gaming. And I think he's quiet just by the fact that Shadow Ball and Silky weren't quiet. That's gonna fall in front. Soda will get goal 1. Phantom Gaming on the board, and you know, for a player like Soda, you're not gonna see him make the crazy plays. You're not gonna see him do any of the mechanical stuff. He's just gonna make sure that this team sticks together. He's the glue for this Phantom Gaming roster.
Yeah, that was an uncharacteristic miss by Blue Skadoodle there on the goal line. Lepid takes an unfortunate 50 there that it leaks out for a shot. The shot was just wide, but when Blue Skadoodle went forward and got no touch at all, it bounces off the post and falls out easily for Soda to put it back. Going the other way now, I mean, you don't want to see a mistake like that lead to a goal, but since that isn't typical defense, you hope maybe that doesn't get into Blue Skadoodle's head and they're able to lock in here.
We'll see about that. Wyffindor QC, I don't think are a team that really ever fall too much under tilt, but they are a team that can panic, and that does. And we saw yesterday them panic a lot in that Wyffoffs series, and a lot of it. I mean, we heard Lepid mention it. A lot of it is because John KB is generally quite a nervous player when it comes to playing Rocket League. Lepid himself actually quite similar in many ways. He's also a bit of a nervous player when it comes to playing Rocket League. So the thing they gotta make sure is they gotta make sure that Lepid doesn't panic. He doesn't rush things, because even though things don't look good now, if they panic, it's only going to get worse here as a second goal falls in for Phantom Gaming. It is Shadow Ball who gets that final touch, and Phantom Gaming now 2 up on Wyffindor QC in Game 1.
Yeah, it looks like the demos are going to be part of their strategy, and they even seem to be kind of singling out Lepid there on the previous goal, too, as Lepid tried to get it out around the corner before it went across the field. He was demoed on the wall after his after he took a great 50 as he went up to touch it again. The next guy coming in didn't even play the ball. And then right there, Lepid trying to get it out of the corner gets demoed again by the first attacker. And if they're going to play that physical on the other end, there's going to have to be some kind of adjustment by Wyffindor QC, because obviously it's very hard to keep a ball out of net if the person clearing or trying to make the save is getting blown up by one of the attackers.
And we saw yesterday that it was demos that really were the winning factor for every team. Yesterday that was going to win their series. Demos were at least in a part a factor to win that matchup, and you can tell QC not afraid to go for the demos themselves as Lepid, that's an open net miss there, will be Ghosty to keep things close as Blue Skadoodle off the sidewall, and now will be Shadow Ball away. Phantom Gaming leading by 2, and for Wyffindor QC, they didn't even mention about that, possibly leading us up for this final bracket. They were that confident yesterday that they were going to win their series against the Wyffoffs. I really feel like that match against the Wyffoffs was a real slap to reality here for Wyffindor QC. They are not the de facto #1 team in this bracket as they were on the ratings, and they're really going to need to fight for every game they get, every goal they get, every play they get here, because as they learned from yesterday, there are no easy matches in the top 8.
Yeah, it tends to be this way. I noticed in the crew battles even last weekend, the matches, because you get all the game modes instead of just being able to build momentum in one, they tend to be a lot more up in the air regardless of the talent in the match. And we saw that last weekend, and we're seeing it here. As we come to the last seconds, Wyffindor QC gonna definitely need to find some answers here. Their offense has not been great here in this first go. As I say that, Blue Skadoodle does cut the lead in half with 15 seconds left on a great follow and dunk.
One mistake that Phantom Gaming has made this game is giving Wyffindor QC 15 seconds to score 1 goal. That's easily enough time for them if they can find Blue Skadoodle or Ghosty in the backfield to get a play going. And Ghosty, I think he's going to go to the back boost here and expect that kickoff to be lost to his side. No, he's going to win the play. In fact, and actually that's not what they wanted there. They really needed to lose that kickoff. Blue Skadoodle keeps it to the corner, but it is Phantom Gaming on the play. Silky, challenged by Blue Skadoodle. Ghosty off the back wall. They'll keep things close, but can't get the ball out. Phantom Gaming do take game 1, and now the call for Wyffindor QC. What mode do they go for? I would expect 1v1, but in any way, in all honesty, they're pretty good at 1s and 2s. This is not the start they want, though, and I think 3v3 is the mode that they're going to really need to get a grip in, because that's the mode they're going to have the toughest time with.
Yeah, and shout out to Silky in that game. Has the lowest score on the team, but got an assist on both goals. And that touch he got at the end killed like 4 seconds just kind of playing with it in front of the blue net. As Blue Skadoodle tried to come up and challenge him, he was able to poke it over. He just the whole last 15 seconds just died because they won kickoff. And then Silky was able to just waste all that time holding the ball in place.
It absolutely
so it looks like
here.
he is definitely at the level he was at yesterday.
As the call will be 2v2 from Wyffindor QC, so I don't think it really matters which mode they call. I think they're honestly in a pretty good position, but I think the reason they're going for 2s here, they're trying to take down Phantom Gaming in the mode that they know Phantom Gaming are good at. Most teams usually go the other way around. They want to choose the mode that they think they're going to have the best chance of winning. They're choosing, I think, the tougher mode here. I think it's so that they can, if they can get a win over Phantom Gaming in the 2s mode, that's where Phantom Gaming are pretty strong, particularly strong. If they can beat them in this mode. You talk about the huge momentum shift early in the series, you don't let them build up momentum. And who knows, it might really make Phantom Gaming second guess themselves. So the 2v2 call here is an aggressive choice from Wyffindor QC, but if it pays off, it will pay off in dividends here as we go to the 2v2 mode. Silky and Soda taking on Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty. So Lepid's going to play the 1v1 mode later tonight against Shadow Ball. That will be quite a difficult match for him, but I think for Wyffindor QC, they want to get a win here. Put that pressure on Phantom Gaming, make them second guess themselves in a mode that they were pretty good in yesterday. And if they can get a game here, you're talking about a complete turnaround in this series, just because this is a mode that Phantom Gaming are typically really, really solid in.
I actually think this choice here is more about Ghosty and Blue Skadoodle seeing a ball, getting a little space and seeing the ball find the back of the net, because they're in with a sub, and other than the little tap in with 15 seconds left, their offense was almost non-existent in game 1. So right here we see Ghosty get a goal early in this one. I think this is more for their mental than it is challenging the other team at their best. They just need to see some solid Rocket League, so when Lepid gets back on the pitch, they have that confidence, even with a sub, to be a little more aggressive and try to force the issue so they're not on defense.
Blue Skadoodle keeps the play close here. Wyffindor QC looking to continue to press that net, but it will be a 2v1 the other way. Soda's just going to take this one, not even using Silky. It will be blocked out. Blue Skadoodle cuts across. Now demoed away is Blue. Silky, one-on-one again. Flip reset, could use it. Will get right under Ghosty. It wasn't pretty, but it gets the job done. And Silky, who was a mechanical genius last night, continuing that tonight here in the top 6.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice shot coming out. And that's what makes the flip reset shot so great, especially in 1s and 2s, is even if you kind of flub the touch with the flip, when you're close to net, even if you wanted to hit it forward and it glances off the side of your car as it did there, the defender can only be in one spot. So even if you miss your touch, if it touches it away from where the defender is, it still looks really nice and you get a goal out of it, which is what makes that shot so dangerous whenever you don't have multiple people to attack the same attempt.
Soda, bit of a heavy first touch there, will be challenged by Ghosty, who now gets bumped away. Wyffindor QC just trying to keep that control. They don't want to give Phantom Gaming the ball here. They know how scared this Phantom Gaming team is when they have room to work. As out goes Silky again. Ghosty, Blue Skadoodle both jumped in on this one. They're not letting him have any room. They're basically telling the Phantom Gaming team, anybody but Silky's going up, and they'll be happy with it. So they're making sure that Silky doesn't get that space as Soda, the flip reset. They'll go a little wide of the net here as Silky goes again. Bit of a heavy first touch though, can't get much on it. Gaming will keep the ball, but Wyffindor QC staying relatively measured here on defense, not pushing up too high, not taking any major chances, but that's a bad touch, and Blue Skadoodle's out of position. Soda will put in the goal. It's Phantom Gaming in the lead.
Yeah, Soda heads up. He just sees Blue is kind of backwards and on the wrong post, and he's far away from the post, and so he just shoots it as far across the net as he can from that angle, and there's just, from a dead standstill, no chance for Blue to get over there and really put anything in front of it. It'll easily find the back of the net, and with just under 3 minutes remaining now, Ghosty and Blue find themselves down a goal, looking for more answers.
We'll be down by 2 now because they've overcommit on that chance up the field, and Wyffindor QC taking a gamble in the mode that Phantom Gaming are quite strong, and Phantom Gaming proving why 2v2 is generally not a choice you want to take against this side. They just know how to work the 2v2 game mode. In Game 2, with half the game still to go, Wyffindor QC are going to need to turn things around quite quickly as up the kickoff. Ghosty will take that one, so a goal back for Wyffindor. Thing that will allow Wyffindor to do well here. Both these players are good 1v1 players. They're both very good 1v1 players. And for QC, they really need to rely on those 1v1 chances, because if they can rely on 1v1s, you have to think QC have the huge advantage.
Yeah, it's just, again, I feel like they're just not quite being aggressive enough. And then, like, on the last goal, they gave up where the... Oh, that's a really nice touch by Blue, as I say that.
Oh my goodness, that's incredible as well. Just the presence of mind to know that Phantom Gaming are chasing after him here. They don't have the net covered. That's a great shot.
It's really hard to get that redirect perfect because the ball's coming at you so fast, and you're probably in ball cam because it's too quick to try to play the shadow. But heads up touch coming out, and that'll tie it up here just as we pass the halfway mark. So we got a game, Sporty, for sure.
Soda. Corner. Bit awkward there in front. Will stay on the ball here as a flip reset play. Here back by Blue Skadoodle. Silky got demoed. Will make things a bit more tense here for Phantom as Soda. He'll wait back, and I think another thing to mention about this is actually a rematch as well. I didn't even mention this is a rematch from earlier in the tournament. Last time these two teams played, it was Wyffindor QC who won in a sweep, and I bet that was also included in the 2v2 mode. But if they have won the 2v2 mode before, that might be another reason why they, are hedging the bets on this game mode itself. But Gaming chasing them down here. Soda will win that play. Now looking for the net here is will be straight back to Blue Skadoodle. Silky keeps things high. That is right in front of his goal, though. He's got to get another touch. Won't be able to do so as Ghosty, back wall, can't get another. Soda will clear it away. And QC, they are nowhere to be found right now. It's an open backfield. As Soda, he missed his chance there. Couldn't get a shot on. QC will clear it back. Time winding down here in Game 2 as Phantom Gaming keep the ball again. Love how this control that Phantom Gaming have there. Not hitting the ball so heavily, they're doing really well at letting their mechanics really just allow them to keep the ball on their front bumper. They're not trying to go for goals every single time. They're just trying to keep the ball, keep control, and keep Wyffindor QC guessing.
Yeah, with Wyffindor QC having lost the first one, maybe feeling a little urgency here, the more they're able to control the ball, the more likely they are to get QC to make a bad challenge, or like they did on the 1-goal overcommit and give up an easy open net. Because the longer that they don't have the ball, the antsier they're going to get a turn. And as we see this ball fall, oh, that's a really nice flick from Soda. He's going to try to shoot this. It's off the post and out. Ghosty will get a piece, but he has no boost. His corner was taken. Now he has to dive out. Blue will have both the attackers looking at him, but he's able to get a good clear. Soda going to collect. Final 20 seconds. See who's going to be able to get the last shot here before overtime. Blue going to try to... Oh, he elects not to go for this. Might have been a smart choice there when we're so close to overtime, not wanting to give up a goal late that you can't follow. It was a nice touch middle. Blue electing not to go for it, so Soda going to get the last crack at it as we expire in regulation, and we're headed to OT.
And Soda, he missed that open net at the end of that game as well, so that's going to be... For Soda, at least, he really is going to be unhappy with that open net miss in that regulation here, as now off the back wall. Soda will clear it away. That is straight back to Blue Skadoodle, though. He'll actually choose not to chase him down, and instead will wait by the back corner. Silky, up in the air, gets by Blue Skadoodle. It is Soda who will let Ghosty have this one. He better be careful here. This is right in front of his net. That's a great final touch, though. Forces Blue Skadoodle to jump in an awkward challenge, makes Wyffindor QC, waits back, and will buy his team a little bit of time to work with. The Silky won't have to worry too much here, as now it's Soda. Another flip reset. Musty flick. He actually had the flick on that play, too. The shot goes off of Blue Skadoodle, and now he's tripped up. Soda, no boost. He'll have to go back, doesn't get the control. Silky's gonna have to play for time. The corner. It's Silky. Beat by Blue Skadoodle. Soda will take it away. Maybe a 2v1 here. Ghosty is on low boost. Blue Skadoodle racing back. The flick is high and wide. And Phantom Gaming with some great opportunities here in overtime, but no goals just yet.
Yeah, they've definitely had more opportunities here in overtime than have QC. QC, though, doing their best to mount a pretty decent defense. Here's a nice opportunity here. Ghosty elected not to go back and try to force this in. Oh, we get a blue-on-blue bump here. Could be bad for QC. Silky and Soda elected to slow play it here. Blue now going to try to get this in the corner. Grabs the boost and goes up. He's bumped as he tries to control. So he ends up going back towards Ghosty with this, who's going to half flip into it with no boost. This could be trouble.
Silky trying to get under Blue Skadoodle. It will go wide here. And Tesla, we're seeing a lot of this back and forth again and again. What do you think is going to win this thing? Do you think this is a game where a mistake ends it? We haven't seen that many mistakes this game. Do you think it's a mistake that ends it, or do you think it's going to be one of those random solo plays we've seen already that will end out this game? As that's going to go off the back wall, Blue Skadoodle will clear it away.
Right now, the way it's looking is I really feel like someone's going to get a misplay in front of net that's going to lead to the goal. Silky gets that over. Unfortunately, his Soda was still in the air, so he's nowhere close to be able to try to make a play on that. But the way the defenses are flying so fast back to the net to try to get in front of these shots, I really feel like someone's going to make a miscalculation and fake in front of their own net that's going to lead to the game winner here.
Well, that might have been it right there. It's a double commit! And you know what? I think you've got to call you a prophet here, Tesla, because you absolutely predicted here a double commit with Soda and Silky panic in front of the nets, and that is a gimme goal for QC. They've had very few chances in overtime, but that one was unforced out of Phantom Gaming. The series is tied as QC win the 2v2 mode, and for Phantom Gaming, man, they're so good at 2s as well, but man, they've had a tough run with 2v2s. I think they lost 2v2 yesterday as well, so Phantom Gaming, they're gonna have to really think about that 2v2 mode, because they're supposed to be pretty good at 2s, and clearly tonight, and in this final bracket, they have had their issues as we go back to VV3, and now the door's wide open for QC to take over.
I just want to point out an observation here as I'm seeing the scoreboard. So Wyffindor only managed to get one demo in that 2v2, but I did notice in a couple of the set plays where they were coming down to score, there was a really interesting defensive setup Phantom had. Instead of someone staying right at the line, the guy on the ground was going all the way into net to avoid the first man demo swing, and the other guy was staying high on the backboard so that if someone drove to demo him, he had to go so far away from the net that he's out of the play. And it looks like, I was curious what the stats would read out on that, but shout out to them. Even though they lost this, that is a heads up rotation as a team, realizing that you're way safer in net if you get defenders that are there to engage the ball but are so far out of the way that it makes demos and bumps inefficient.
Absolutely it could here, as we're gonna get ourselves up for Game 3 here in this best of 7 tied series. 3v3 again. We saw Wyffindor QC in Game 1 though struggle to score in 3v3. They're gonna have this is gonna be one where I think if you are either of these, if you're QC, you need to get shots.
Yeah, we'll see if bringing Lepid back on the field after they worked so well. And to be fair, they did really look good in the 2v2 in blue. But if they can add Lepid back and keep it up like that on offense, they'll have a lot better shot here. Their offense just looked really, really flat in the first threes.
Be tough to keep things moving here, as we're going to try to get ourselves in for Game 3. I wonder if we did get kicked out of our lobby, so I wonder what. There we go, everybody's back in. So there we go. Now we're going to get into Game 3 after that short technical issue. 1-1. Offense is going to be a big question now for Wyffindor QC, but some gaming have a lot to say now as Game 3, 3v3 again, and you really think if you're QC, you gotta find ways to win at least one of these 3v3 games. You can win, you can play well in 2s and 1s, but 3v3 is going to be quite a troubling time because Phantom Gaming proved in Game 1. I mean, they're a solid team, and clearly they can shut down QC's shooting opportunities when there's more of them on the field.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be important. If they're going to get a threes game for QC, it's got to be this one. They need to ride the momentum from the overtime win in 2s. If they come right back on the pitch here and their offense is flat, and they basically get shut out or get one goal like in the last 20 seconds, that's kind of gimme because the other team's just kind of going through the motions to let the clock die. I don't know if they shake back from that. I think this is a really important game. Even though it'll only give them 2, I think this is a really important game in the series for QC.
I think if you're also QC, you don't want to take your chances on that 1v1 with Lepid and Shadow Ball. I mean, Shadow Ball, we saw Shadow Ball yesterday. He is the real deal in 1s. He knows how to play 1v1. He's a solid 1v1 player. I don't think you want to take that chances and put all the pressure on Lepid to play in the 1v1 mode here. So, for Phantom Gaming, and really for QC, even more reason to play well in this series as Shadow Ball stopped by Lepid on the offense already, but nothing really made so far here as Lepid won't be able to win that challenge. Soda takes it away, will chase down Ghosty. Silky in the air to the back wall. It's Silky still. Lepid clears it back. Soda, we won't actually have an easy touch on this play. It's going to be Shadow Ball who jumps in. Now the shot. That's off the crossbar. Phantom Gaming did not jump forward as Lepid's going to have a chance. And it's going to find its way in. Suki had the nut covered, but he couldn't get the save. And QC making Phantom Gaming wait on the goal line. That demo had a lot to do with why that ball goes in the nets.
Yeah, shout out to Lepid. That's a nice shot there, and he puts his team ahead by 1. But thus far in the 2 3v3s, other than getting demoed in some unopportune spots, Lepid's held his own here. I've been impressed with his performance. He's definitely not made a bunch of mistakes or throwing for his team. That's for sure.
No, and I think that's really all that QC need from him, is just to make sure that he finds a way to just kind of play the way he knows he to play. And that's going to be, you're going to see him play very far back, go for a lot of these air dribble type plays, and a team like QC, that might fit them to really try to counter exactly what Phantom Gaming try to do a lot of the time. And I think you're going to see Lepid and Soda really play very similar positions. Both of them are mechanical. Both of them know how to go down the field, and both of them love to take on their solo plays, but they both also play quite far back, so expect a lot of that as Lepid. That's a beautiful play to Blue Skadoodle. That is a beautiful pass, and QC now have a second goal in this third game.
And Lepid looks like pounded a Red Bull during that 2v2. He's just out here everywhere on the pitch in the second 3v3 game. Gets the first goal on a nice shot, and sets up Blue with a nice pass off the back wall. And QC here, like I said, needing to ride the momentum, find themselves up 2 with just under 3 remaining in Game 3.
Lepid off the corner. It's going to be a bit awkward here as it'll be Silky waiting. Soda leaves it for Shadow Ball. Silky. So Shadow Ball cleared ahead as Ghosty will be up in the air. Now Lepid. You see, just trying to continue on that attack. That's a play right in front of the net there. Soda will get it out, but we'll need another touch. Ghosty. Silky. With time. Phantom Gaming. Not have the offense that they had in Game 1. Lepid is really doing a fantastic job at shutting them down, not letting them have chances, and creating his own opportunities as Soda now off the back wall. Ghosty dunked by a Shadow Ball, but still no play in front. Now goes the pass, but another demo from QC. In Game 1, they went for a good number of demos. They were never really all that effective, but in this third game, they have been the difference makers so far. Those demos have just completely crippled the rotation from Phantom Gaming.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, is they're getting the demos whenever it's not a set piece. Because Phantom obviously has a strategy to not get demoed in a set piece, but just like on Lepid's shot, they were quickly in transition, lost sight of where the attackers were, and somebody left themselves open for a demo. Lepid gonna go for it again here. Oh, just off the post. Blue follows. Lepid and Blue working it in front of the net, and they're up 3.
Yeah, Blue Skadoodle got 2 goals, and he said I think Lepid's got 2 assists. He might have 3 assists at this point. Wyffindor QC have 3 goals. That's all they really care about. Phantom Gaming, this is, you said it, after losing that second game, they have not recovered well, that they have not been able to do the offense that we know that they want to do in this series. And QC, who are 3 mechanical, really mechanical players, off of, again, the incredibly strong performance from Lepid.
Committing, being where he needs to be. He's had several really good saves and clears. I guess after their confidence they built up at the 2v2, it's allowing Ghosty and Blue to be really forward and really aggressive with their touches. You just, again, it's like when you play with your buddy and you're stuck in solo Q3s, Lepid being like the best solo Q teammate ever right now, looking great for his squad.
As Blue Skadoodle, Soda, Ghosty waiting as Loki's gonna have the ball. Phantom Gaming just looking for anything in this game. They have not scored yet. It's in game 3. Blue will take this one back. A bit awkward here, but leaves it for Ghosty, and Wyffindor QC looking to shut out Phantom Gaming here. Statement it would be to not only win the 2v2 game, but to shut out your opponents who beat you in game 1 by a pretty strong margin here, as Blue Skadoodle going to set up a play, but Lepid's not taking chances anymore. Wyffindor QC just looking for that control as Ghosty leaves it for Blue Skadoodle. This could be number 4. Will be saved away. Lepid. Look at this from Lepid, just taking time. He'll force out Shadow Ball here, and Wyffindor QC wasting opportunities, wasting seconds, just making sure that game 3 will be theirs here as Phantom Gaming will eventually run out of time in this game. Wyffindor QC, a strong performance. They didn't look good in game 1, but in game 3, Lepid really showed up here, and Wyffindor QC, I mean, it looks like as if they've known each other for a very long time, because, I mean, they've never played with Lepid before. And they really are playing like a well-oiled machine, like they've known each other for months, because that chemistry was incredible. Lepid really did lead the way.
Yeah, he expressed confidence with us leading into the show about what his performance was going to be. Even joking he was going to be the MVP of the whole thing. And Lepid has, he looked a little cautious in the first one, and it did lead to him getting demoed a few times in inopportune spots. But here in game 2, he was everywhere on the pitch, getting the assist. He had a nice challenge off the ceiling to stop an offensive play. Had the shot to open it up. So Lepid probably has a lot of confidence going into this ones. Now, Shadow Ball is going to be a tall obstacle to overcome, but I like Lepid's chances here.
I think it's going to be close. Regardless, it's going to be close. I think Shadow Ball might be the better player in this one, but the benefit is Lepid's not under the pressure that he needs to win this match. His team's not down with match point against them. It's game 4, and again, it will definitely help them out here a little bit here, as that is going to be... We'll see how things go, but for Lepid at least, he isn't under too much pressure. Even after game 4, they'd go to 3v3, and hey, you know, they've already given themselves confidence that they can win one 3v3. I'm sure they could win another. And as you said, it's going to be close. I think it's still going to be competitive. Shadow Ball looked dominant yesterday, but Lepid's a good one-room player. I've seen him play a good amount. He's a decent rank. I don't know if he's higher rank than Shadow Ball, but again, he at least has a fighting chance here, and the benefit is, even if he loses, the series is tied, and his teams, I don't think they're going to be too concerned about that.
Yeah, and he actually may get 2 cracks at this. If Shadow's able to win this one, but QC wins the next 3v3, then you expect game 6 for them to come back at ones. And we saw Jared really make a statement in a comeback game 6 set of ones last weekend. So Lepid may very well get 2 cracks at this if he's unable to win this one, but they hold on in the next round.
They only need 1. If he can win this game, he sets up QC in a great position to win the series, but he's not going to get the first goal, as he ran out of boost on the back wall. When you're on the back wall like that and you don't have boost, you really don't have many options. Shadow Ball just sent one at the net. I don't think he was expecting Lepid to miss this one, but when you recognize that Lepid had no boost, it kind of makes sense.
Sometimes, and you know this from playing, you get a little disoriented when you try to make a quick turn while you're going into that elbow, because the ball cam is changing angle based on the orientation of your car so often. Here's Shadow able to get control and just flick it at Lep, who has no boost. Lepid only has 1 penny, so Shadow gets that up high. Lepid just has no chance to go up and get a touch. But like I said on that previous one, that camera will get a little squirrely when the orientation of your car changes. You're trying to get back for that. And so I believe it may have been some camera shenanigans that led to the misplay by Lepid on that.
Even so, it doesn't help him anyways that he didn't have the boost in the goal line, but he'll go for a chance here. That's a great shot from Lepid to the bottom left corner. Powerful and well placed. Shadow Ball, he went for boost and couldn't get back to net nearly fast enough. I mean, that shot from Lepid, that's perfect. That's exactly what you want from him.
Yeah, 64 miles an hour, and it hit the ground once, so it came off the bumper smoking for sure.
2-1 the lead for Shadow Ball here as Lepid. He'll try for another up the kickoff play. Shadow Ball will actually challenge this one though. Lepid took a bit too much time, and we'll go back to net as Shadow Ball will challenge again. Lepid still with control. He'll have boost as well. Shadow Ball's actually going to go right behind him here. He's going to force Lepid to play around the net, not get a chance to shoot there. And always weird when the defender does decide to go behind you for that challenge, but force Lepid to essentially play the way he didn't want to. He wanted to have Shadow Ball taking a heads-on challenge. Instead, Shadow Ball forced him to play fast, forced him to play with a little bit less control. Means that Shadow Ball will continue to win this play. Yes, he won't get the boost, but he won't even get a chance to shoot either. And Lepid, who again is playing for that Wyffindor QC roster, trying to get them a spot in that semifinals against the Crazy Cats later tonight. He'll take the dribble. High flick for Lepid. Shadow Ball. Corner. It will stay on this one as he doesn't get the flip reset. Shadow Ball will take it away, but he doesn't have a lot of boost here. Shadow Ball, and he's got to make sure that he plays this one well. So he'll dribble it around Lepid. No goals here in like past minute basically. And Shadow Ball will try again. Lepid's got to be careful. He's going to get back quickly and will clear it away. Shadow Ball again on low boost here. Lepid taking away his resources, siphoning the boost control out of Shadow Ball, and you can tell Shadow Ball when he doesn't have boost, he is a fraction of what he was yesterday.
Yeah, Lepid now on the demo, at least he spawned in on the right side coming in. Lepid also being really disciplined with his boost as well, so he's not having to force himself to play without any. On that last trip down in the blue, Shadow did manage to get it around him with the dribble, but Lepid basically used no boost. When he tracked that up the wall to go the other way, he probably had over 80 still in the tank. You could see his little circle there by his name was almost all the way lit up. And so here he'll take a 50 and send it down. But Lepid doing a really good job on defense outside of the first goal, where again, I think it was camera shenanigans, the flick with no boost. You do what you can against that. That's just a standard once play. He's holding his own here. Shadow's got to be, second guessing whether how confident he is about this after the first 2.5 minutes as Lepid avoids the air dribble bump.
It keeps the play going. Now he'll get a chance to tie this game up. Shadow Ball's not in net there, but he will get the block. It's right in front of net. Shadow Ball can't save it! Lepid, after minutes upon minutes of nothing, another goal this game, and Lepid turning the tides in favor of QC in the 1v1. Imagine it was going to be close, it was going to be competitive. I had Shadow Ball, who is the slight favorite here, but Lepid proving his defense and his boost control is the perfect counter to what Shadow Ball wants him to do. As now Lepid will have to win again. He won't get the ball there, and Tesla, I'm shocked by how well Lepid is playing this game.
I knew he was a good ones player going into Shadow, but you can tell he's playing with a ton of confidence because, as you just said, I believe one of the main 2 stats in this game has been Lepid's boost control. Oh, he takes an unfortunate demo there. But the only way you're controlling boost like that is if you're extremely confident because you're not holding the circle down too long. So even though he gives up a goal here, he's got plenty of time to tie this thing back up. He's just playing with a lot of confidence, and he's going to have to keep that up if Wyffindor QC is going to have a chance to take the series.
QC definitely under some real pressure at this point. As a fake from Shadow Ball. He'll even get the boost as well. Lepid's got to be careful. He's got to go back quick. Shadow Ball's got time. And with boost and room, but that's a great challenge from Lepid. He's got an open net in front. Oh my goodness, that's a perfect play from Lepid. Shadow Ball was expecting all this room. Lepid gave him none of it. And his game is tied 3-3. That is a gutsy goal from Lepid, but it pays off perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't actually even think that Shadow was awkward with that. Lepid just full ego challenge there. Saw something that I didn't for sure. Goes right at that, gets a great challenge. And he's able to stay with the play rather than just crashing into the corner and taking forever to recover. And so he'll tie it up immediately. And so with just over a minute remaining, we have a tie ball game, and this has been an exciting ones matchup.
Yeah, rarely do the 1v1 games ever get this exciting, but when they do, you know that you can just feel that pressure. You know what these players are thinking. You know that they are nervous. You know that they're jittery. My time winding down here. Shadow Ball gonna give himself one last good opportunity to take out Lepid. He'll get it here. Lepid was out of position, and Shadow Ball will dribble it down the field. One goal up for Phantom Gaming with 46 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play from Shadow there. Seeing how close Lepid is, decides to just control it because he thinks he has more boost, which he does. Take it up in the air. Lepid has to challenge because he's not really in a path where the pennies are going to allow him to catch up. Shadow Ball taking advantage of maybe the first big mistake Lepid has made in this match so far to give himself a one-goal lead.
I think it's big just by the fact that there's so little time to go here as Lepid to the corner. Has the ball again. This is one though that Shadow Ball will challenge, and it will just clear it away. He doesn't want to give Shadow Ball any chances to score. Now he'll jump in. Shadow Ball takes it. Lepid doesn't have a very good recovery here. Shadow Ball's got a lot of time to work with, and he will take a 2-goal advantage. 18 seconds to go, and for Lepid, you hope that he hasn't ran out of steam here, because if he has, he's right by the finish line, but he needs to push even harder now just to give himself a chance to win this game.
I think that's right read, poor execution there. Shadow let that ball just keep bouncing, kind of like when they inbound in the NBA just to let time tick. And I think Lep picked up on the fact that he was going to have to go with that ball, or Shadow was just going to continue to tap it around and not really do anything with it to let the clock expire. Now, unfortunately, his challenge was not successful, but I think Lep made the right play simply because there was only 22 seconds left at that point. And just like right now, Shadow not interested in even attempting an offensive play, just keeping the ball away from Lepid.
This game will end here. It's Phantom Gaming who even the series again, so the 1v1 mode does go to Shadow Ball. That means we go back to freeze, and boy, what an important 3v3 game we have up next. We're guaranteed at least 6 games in the series, and who knows, we might go all 7 again here, like we saw yesterday with Crazy Cats and Deep Zevo. What I do know about this 3v3 mode, though, is that whoever wins this, they don't get the choice in the next game mode. But you have to think, the person's on Phantom Gaming, they didn't win the 2v2, and if it is 1v1 again, I would expect that Wyffindor QC would have no problems playing Blue Skadoodle or Ghosty, and if Shadow Ball's playing that close to Lepid, Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty, they might be able to take him down. Shadow Ball, he looked quite winded at the end of that game. I think really the pressure's on Phantom Gaming here. If they don't win this 3v3, I think the series is over.
I agree with that completely. Shadow can in no way feel as confident about his once performance as he thought it would be coming into this. So it'll be interesting to see if Wyffindor takes the win here, what Phantom picks for Game 6. But I agree with your assessment there. Shadow's got to be not feeling as confident here. And if he plays like he did here against Blue or Ghosty, QC definitely can take a ones game off of him.
Yeah, and that ones game, if they win Game 5, would win the series as well. But for Phantom Gaming, I think they're thinking they've got to win this match because a lot of this whole series really seems to rest on the 3v3 games. And Phantom Gaming, this is a big moment for them to get themselves at lead in the series, especially this late in the series. We're guaranteed at least 6 games in this matchup. Phantom Gaming, so it will be them who will get the advantage going into Game 6. And it's weird because I think so oftentimes you see teams in Game 5, they don't have a problem with losing Game 5 because they know they get to choose the next game mode. But Phantom Gaming, I don't think they want to choose that next game mode because I think either game mode, they're going to have their problems, they're going to have their issues. And Wyffindor QC, I think, are favored, but Phantom Gaming, they get that first goal. As they were hoping, Silky gets on the end of it. His Shadow Ball never gave up on the play, somehow beats Blue Skadoodle this one. And in front of that is Silky, and Phantom Gaming will happily go up in the lead. Now they just need to hold it.
Yeah, well, he was one of the players that I said to watch for coming in, but I feel like that's the first time I've said Silky's name since Game 1. So being a little quieter here in the series than he was last night for sure. But his team is still in it, so we have it tied 2-2, so we're at a best of 3 at this point. Still plenty of time for him to pop off, be remembered for what he does here in the series.
Silky, Shadow Ball, off the sidewall. Phantom Gaming trying to walk on into the play here, but it will be Lepid to clear. Soda, he'll take that challenge, but it is UC who are waiting back. Phantom Gaming win that play. It is right at the net. Ghosty won't be able to make a play on this easily, but he will get up in the air, and now it's cleared away by Lepid. UC very defensive early on. Phantom Gaming have just put a lot more shots on that net than QC were expecting. A lot more than what we saw in Game 3 from Phantom Gaming. Because of putting so many shots on, QC are forced to respect that out of Phantom Gaming. And it means that they've got to sit back. They can't push up as high as they want to. And they can't take those chances that they want as well.
Yeah, it also keeps Blue and Ghosty on the blue half of the pitch, so they aren't breaking out for free with the ball, because they definitely worked it well in the last threes match. With Lepid playing the solid third man, if you keep the ball on the blue half, you keep all of the QC players on the blue half, it's really hard to generate any offense. The higher rank you are, the way harder it is to just get a medium speed bang the length of the field to find the back of the net.
Phantom will keep the play going. Lepid will a little bit of boost just to get that upfield. Blueskadoodle. Bit of an awkward challenge. We'll go back for Ghosty. QC waiting. It's a bump in front, but Silky jumps in to save Phantom Gaming. Now he's won that challenge. Is that on target? It's off the back wall. Phantom Gaming watched as a chance right before their very eyes almost fell right into them. As Lepid will run away with this play. It's still Silky. Shadow Ball plays that 50-50 against Blueskadoodle. Now it's Soda. Phantom Gaming trying to play that one after the other type challenges, but it's so tough when QC is playing this fast, and now QC have a little bit of offense to work with. Corner, Soda, I won't read it. Shadow Ball Whale, but that is only as far as Ghosty. Soda again. Lepid leaves it. Blueskadoodle demoed, but will keep the play upfield. Ghosty now taken out. Blueskadoodle off the respawn. Will go for the play to the back wall. Soda's there, and Phantom Gaming, with a couple touches, will relieve that pressure. And with a 1-goal lead, only 1 goal scored this game, it almost looks like as if Phantom Gaming is just playing to keep this lead. They're not even playing it looks like to score again.
Yeah, right now, Wyffindor with 1 shot in the whole match to 5 from Phantom Gaming. Just like in Game 1, the offense just looks flat. I don't know if it's the pressure that Phantom is putting on or the caution to not go down 3-2 here, making them play a little more conservatively, but they find it there. But that's only the 2nd shot on net in the game thus far for Wyffindor. So going forward, it's only tied. They're going to have to find a way to generate more opportunities.
Yeah, that net was wide open too. Soda was just completely pulled out of position. He range the corner there, and I'm sure looking back at that play, he'll realize that there's a reason why you don't do that. But unfortunately, you can't really recover from. You can't really, turn back time here if you're Phantom Gaming. You just gotta find another play, and that's gonna be cleared by Silky. Blueskadoodle. Look on the end of this one. Shadow Ball keeps to the back wall. Phantom. Soda. Still Soda. Got room. Flip reset. It's Soda.
Wow, this is a brilliant shot coming out from Soda. The ball's coming soft. Has the presence of mind, instead of just trying to control it, like I'll just get the reset, pass it to myself off the wall for the double, uses the flip to poke it just inside the top right corner. Probably the best shot we've actually seen in the series thus far. That is a really nice play coming out from Soda. More clips. They had 4 or 5 clip shots last night. That's a brilliant one coming out for Soda here for the side of Phantom.
They've definitely been playing a much more consistent level of Rocket League. It's not as high flying, but man, Soda. We didn't say his name much yesterday. He was very quiet for this Phantom Gaming side. Tonight, though, he has had some clutch goals when his team needs it, and they needed that goal desperately. Silky. They're back by Ghosty. QC not done. Blueskadoodle. He'll shoot this one to the corner, trying to get that offense going. It will be Shadow Ball who will send it all the way back. Lepid. Oh, he's gotten dunked there. Soda could shoot this one. Will not have the chance, though. That ball too close to the nets. And I'm Gaming. Oh, a bit of a misplay. That's on target, but Shadow Ball will be there for it. Phantom Gaming still not in rotation. It's a play in front. Shadow Ball will be there. As Lepid to the back wall. He'll try to hit that dunk on Silky. He'll not find the touch, though, and Wyffindor QC will wait back as Blueskadoodle doesn't get contact. Ghosty will. Phantom Gaming on offense again, and with time running out, QC needs something! Well, that won't be it. It's another one from Soda, and that might be the nail in the coffin in Game 5. Phantom Gaming lead by 2 with less than 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Soda again coming up big for his squad. He's been clutch here in the last 90 seconds for his team. They find themselves up 2, so they'll be facing a pick here, whether it's 1s or 2s, but they are on match point for the rest of the series, so they got to be feeling good about that.
This was a Game 5 that we said they needed to win, and boy did they. That's a great performance from Phantom. Clutch, under pressure, and no surprise, the call's 2v2 here for Wyffindor QC. I don't think it really matters what game they call, but taking their chances in the 2v2 mode. And my question is, will Shadow Ball play in it? Because I know Shadow Ball's pretty good at 2s. I wouldn't be surprised if we might see him in the 2v2 mode later as well. But the nice thing is, these players can play anyone. So this game 6, boys, is going to be important for both these teams for QC. Their final bracket life on the line here for Phantom Gaming. I mean, I think they know just as well as anyone else. They don't want to go to Game 7. They don't want to take that chance. They know that they could lose that 3v2 game to QC. And I don't think they're really asking for any of that.
Yeah, it's weird. Just the results based on what we thought would happen has been so vastly different in the non-3 modes that this is a complete wild card with who they're gonna either side's gonna march. We know it's gonna be Ghosty and Blue for Wyffindor, but it's gonna be interesting to see if Phantom change their lineup. Because again, Shadow maybe not feeling as confident about his abilities as he was prior to the 1v1, where the sub really took him to the limit. I mean, Lepid was really in that till the last 30 seconds. So it will be interesting to see who Phantom trots out there to take on Blue and Ghosty in Game 6.
Yeah, this is a big decision for Phantom Gaming here. It's going to be Shadow Ball and Soda, so I'm not too surprised by that. These two are 2v2 teammates, and I've seen them play before. They're solid, they're good, but we saw Ghosty and Blue Skadoodle. Those two, they know how to play the 2v2 mode, and as mentioned again, Phantom Gaming, they're very good at 2s, but this final bracket has not been favorable for them in the 2v2 mode, and I'm sure QC knows that. I mean, they pay attention to the stats. I'm sure they know that Phantom Gaming have struggled in 2v2. A lot more than maybe they should be, and well, this would be a good chance for QC to take the series to 7 and, you know, give Phantom Gaming that beatdown. But Phantom scores first. Shadow Ball was very far away from the play there, but a very slow play. Blue Skadoodle didn't have boost, missed that corner as well, and I mean, that just left him dead to rights. Shadow Ball just needs to find that left side of the goal and take the lead.
Yeah, well, I actually expect what QC's going for here is just like in the previous in Game 2 in the other 2s matchup. They had a pretty flat offensive performance in the 3s, and so Ghosty and Blue give themselves a little space, a little more opportunity, and start finding the back of the net, get a little confidence going. And so maybe that's what they're looking for here, because if they can get the same result, then they'll win this one in overtime, and then they'll have a dominant performance in Game 7 in the 3s again to move on in the tournament.
Ball unclear, Blue Skadoodle won't read it. Ghosty beats back Soda. Gonna take him down, and it was after this 2v2 mode where we saw currently the only 3v2 game that QC have won so far. I would agree with you on that. If they can win this 2v2 game, maybe they set themselves up for yet another game like they did back in Game 3, where because they were shooting so well in this game, they can shoot well in that one. Because, I mean, we've talked a lot about Blue Skadoodle and Ghosty. They're going to need to play well in that 3v3 mode if we even get to it. Soda will clear it away. Some gaming. An offense again, that's a big clear, but it's right back to Shadow Ball, and he'll just send the one to the back wall. Blue Skadoodle's there, Shadow Ball takes away the boost. Soda, we didn't read that bounce correctly, we'll still get round one. The 50 on the other. Blue Skadoodle doesn't have boost, and it's 2v1. He's pushed out the way, it's an open net, and Shadow Ball scores! Like sharks, they smelled blood in the water, and they took down Blue Skadoodle, and for Shadow Ball, it was nothing but open air.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play for Soda, realizing that they got Blue on an island and that he probably has no boost because of the way the play is transitioning. He doesn't really have any boost either, not even supersonic, but knows he just needs to keep the defender away from the net. Gets a solid bump, demo not necessary. Shadow able to put that one in again. I give Shadow both goals for the Phantom side here, so maybe putting him in, a good call, and maybe the closer than expected ones game not really affecting his mental any going into this.
Oh, but he did get demoed here. It's an open play in front. That's going to be a goal for Ghosty. QC have gone back to the demos. We didn't see any in the first half of this game, but that is big from Ghosty, and he turns around and takes that goal. You think for QC, they didn't go for a lot of demos, but they really need to rely on that, because those demos really did hurt Phantom Gaming in the 2v2 mode, and I think it could really work again here against Shadow Ball and Soda.
Yeah, giving them a taste of their own medicine. But the really impressive thing about that whole demo play was after Ghosty got the demo in the corner, he drove right at Soda, causing him to pause. So Soda just dove at the ball as it went across the net, nowhere near getting a touch on it, and it just leaves it for an easy tap in. So shout out to Ghosty for going for the double demo there, having the presence of mind to get the first one, and instead of just circling out for boost, looking for the other player.
Ghosty stays right on the ball here. Shadow Ball will keep it out, and now goes Blue Skadoodle. Soda Doesn't make contact, but that's the plan there. He doesn't want QC to challenge him here as he'll get the pinch. Ghosty has boost, demoed away. Blue Skadoodle chasing to the nets. He's got to be careful here. Will get the block on Shadow Ball. As a second shot will not be much better here. Ghosty will be on the end of that one. Blue Skadoodle has boost. Soda will win that challenge. 2 minutes to go. Phantom Gaming lead by only one solitary goal. Soda. Flip reset. Keeps it to the ground. Phantom Gaming usually so happy to play up in the air. They're worried. They don't want to let Ghosty and Blue Skadoodle play in the air. They know how good these players are in the air. They're keeping as much as they can grounded and close to the bottom of the field because they know on the floor they have a much better chance at beating this team.
Yeah, and as you see, just like in the previous games, most of the previous games, Phantoms with the shot advantage here, not nearly as bad as it was in the threes, but they're making more opportunities for themselves, and that's just obviously allowing them to help maintain this lead. And as we get closer to 0, we see this time and time again in Rocket League. Players start getting antsy. Shadow, you know, we just saw it in the ones, tried to waste time, made Lepid get antsy and make a poor challenge that made that score look not as even close as the match actually was. And it looks like we have more of the same here out of the Phantom side, as we see they're just kind of tapping the ball around, content to not give it away with a bad offensive possession, but just make them overcommit by chasing and getting antsy. Soda with brilliant control, and he puts them up 2.
Yeah, and you said it as well, they're getting antsy. I think normally Blue Skadoodle doesn't challenge this play so early, but with only a minute to go, knowing his team needs chances and needs offense, which they haven't had a lot of this game, he took his chances, and it did not pay off, and now things are looking even more bleak for QC as Soda will go back to the solo efforts. Shadow Ball is nowhere to be found. He's going to wait all the way back here, taking no risks at this point as a bit of an awkward touch will make it. Blue Skadoodle up next. Soda pinches it this one out, and QC are running low on time, running low on opportunities. They really don't have that much left in them here as Soda, Shadow Ball, he lost that challenge. It goes off the post in front of the nets. And Phantom Gaming, you think if that goes in, maybe things change.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why they didn't follow that to the post. It looked like the defender was waiting for a straight out bounce. I believe if you're the offensive player there, you gotta drive right at the post, especially when you see the defender tap the brakes. That puts you closer to the ball than him. And just us say that now, we just get a poor rotation, and Shadow's gonna put him up 3 with 11 seconds. That might be it for the series, Sporty.
Phantom Gaming taking their chances, and I think really this game, very much as I said, like the 1v1, he got away from Wyffindor QC at the ends, but more so, it was really close. It was a close game. I think the only reason they got away from them was because they took a lot of chances, and they took a lot of risks, and it didn't pay off, and Phantom Gaming just did so well to score them as they're going to score another one here and make it 5-1. Again, this game got away from QC, but I think it was very close in the 6th game. It just happened to be that QC was down by the end of the game. They took chances, they took risks, and it didn't pay off for them.
Yes, unfortunately, Ghosty and Blue not able to find it like they did in the first one. Have struggled to get offense here. Down 4 as time expires, and that's going to do it for them on the evening and for the season in the Paradise Cup. Big win for Phantom here.
I think that series shows you just how important Shadow Ball is to this Phantom Gaming roster. Not only is it him who wins 2v2 mode, but it's also him who took the 1v1 mode, who was able to really find a standout performance in 3v3. I think if you had to talk about anybody to really be that leader for Phantom Gaming, this series, it was Shadow Ball.
Absolutely. Shadow, more shots than the whole QC side here in the 2s. They doubled the shots for the whole thing. Shadow really showed up and let everyone know why he's the captain of this team and why he's the expected to carry the banner for him, and presented himself well here in the first series. He'll be looking to use that momentum going forward the rest of the night. And I'm really, really glad to see that, like, a great showing from Lepid in ones did not wreck his mental, because he was dominant in that 2s game to close this thing out.
Yeah, he looked pretty good. We're going to go to break here. When we come back, the other lower quarterfinals here, Deep Series Esports, Mafia, Vendetta. We'll see you guys very soon. Welcome back to the Sun Tournament Series Paradise Cup 3 Excellence Division Championship. Unfortunately, Lepid couldn't get the win here, but he is back with us here, along with WaTesla once again. A valiant effort from Wyffindor QC playing with a substitute, but their run is over and knocked out by Phantom Gaming here in a 4-2 matchup. Pretty good start to our day here, a pretty nice series as well, but Phantom Gaming proving what you said, Tesla. This team very well could make the grand finals.
Yeah, they looked really well. We both of the non-threes modes were not what we predicted would happen. They lost the twos and then the first twos, and then Shadow was a little shakier than we thought in the ones, but it didn't rattle anyone's mental, and they came back in games 5 and 6 and played dominant Rocket League in the threes and the twos. And so they'll be looking to carry that momentum against two subs in the Crazy Cats rosters in the next round.
Yeah, it will be a pretty fun matchup here, but up next, Deep Zero Esports versus Mafia Vendetta. We saw the Deep Zero yesterday lose in 7 games, and coming into this tournament, they were definitely an unknown. No one ever really knew anything about them. No one ever mentioned much about this team. They've definitely surprised people, and considering this is their last tournament under Deep Zero, how they get to go up against a pretty solid roster in Mafia Vendetta. I think one of the teams that really impressed us yesterday from that lower side, and a team Lepid you're quite happy about, and you've definitely mentioned you think could make a pretty impressive run, could be maybe our new 100x Knight type roster.
Indeed. I know Mafia Vendetta myself. I've lost to them. And like they have a solid chemistry all around, but if Deep Zero Esports can start off strong against Mafia Vendetta, then it could go the complete other direction.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday. I think for Deep Zero, their last game to the Crazy Cats, and again, it was an exciting series. You saw them yesterday here, Tesla. What about this Deep Zero roster do they need to be worried about? Because they didn't look bad yesterday, but they didn't look good either.
Well, I mean, basically they came up against a Crazy Cat squad that was just getting everything they wanted. It's the only orgless team, so you imagine it's just some dudes that are buddies that play Rocket League, so they probably have unusual chemistry. And Deep Zero, this being their last tournament under that flag, had a rough time with it. But R9, Kist, and Blue, they all comported themselves pretty well, so they were able to force a game 7. They just couldn't pull it out in that last 3. Crazy Cats was just a tick ahead. And so I'm looking for R9 or Blue to really step up and go a little harder than they did yesterday, and that maybe will carry the day for them.
Well, we'll get into our predictions now. Both these teams are about ready to join on in and get this series going. Mafia Vendetta, Deep Zero Esports, Lepid. I know you already have Mafia Vendetta as a team that's going to win this one, so tell me by how much do you think they're winning this?
I think they're winning it 4-2.
Another 6-game series predicted here by Lepid Mode, and WaTesla. We haven't heard. You haven't talked about either of these teams all that much. Personally, what team do you think's winning this one, and who do you think's going to be the difference maker?
I definitely think Mafia takes this in 5, and I think Jupiter. Last night I thought he was the best player for him every time he was on the pitch, and and I expect him to do the same thing here tonight. If I remember correctly, he actually came back in for the 2s and 6 rather than the 1s, which he dominated, and he carried himself there. I'm pretty sure he's the MVP of that matchup as well. So Jupiter showing that he is very fluent in all 3 game modes. I expect Mafia to win and for him to be the MVP of this series for Mafia.
I have Mafia Vendetta winning this one as well. I think it's going to be a sweep. I think they look so good. And I wasn't convinced by Deep Zero Esports yesterday. And I know that's a pretty heavy prediction here, but Mafia Vendetta already swept some different pandas yesterday. I think they can do it again tonight. So we're going to go right into this next series here, as it will be myself and Lepid. Lepid, a pretty important matchup. I think for Mafia Vendetta, you said it. They're a team that can go the whole way here, that can go to that grand finals. Talk to me about what makes you so confident in what this team can do.
Honestly, Mafia Vendetta have a strong threes roster. Like they will use each other. They also have the talent in Inertia who will slot things that you do not expect him to slot. And then there's just the ones player in Jupiter. Jupiter has performed before. It's just a pretty well-rounded roster.
We'll see how things go here, but I don't think we waste any more time, and we just get right into this matchup. Another best of 7 here. Reminder that, again, it is all best of 7s here and all single elimination. So the pressure's on. These players will need to perform well. Mafia Vendetta on the orange once again as Deep Zero take to the blue like they did yesterday for Deep Zero. Again, yesterday ended in a in Game 7 tonight, they're hoping will go a lot better for them here, as they now play for the first time in the lower bracket. Inertia and Mafia Vendetta getting the offense started here, but for Deep Zero, you mentioned as well, I mean, we've talked about this Deep Zero team, how we continue to underestimate this roster. They proved yesterday they are definitely a team that can make an impressive run. They just need to fix a couple of the inconsistencies they had yesterday, and I mean, they'll probably be a top tier team. If they can take down Mafia Vendetta, I think they're a top tier team that can win this whole thing.
Indeed, Sporty, they can. And one of the biggest issues that I saw yesterday that they were doing, it was mainly just hesitation. Like, they were scared. They just backed off of certain challenges that they could have just easily did great plays just to get the other team off. And as I say that, Jupiter starts off the lead for Mafia Vendetta off of a great pass from Snake.
Yeah, it's a great pass too. Just a great play overall here. It's exactly what you would want if you're Mafia Vendetta. And I mean, this team is so used to that kind of chemistry, so used to that teamwork. And Deep Zero, yesterday against the Crazy Cats team, who is generally quite aggressive, Mafia Vendetta, and I don't think they're as aggressive as the Crazy Cats are, but they definitely have some pretty impressive passing, maybe some of the best chemistry of any teams playing tonight here. That is under question, though, considering that Phantom Gaming's still in this thing. But Mafia Vendetta, they have chemistry, they've got teamwork. These three have been teammates for quite a good amount of time, and you would expect that a team as good as Mafia Vendetta will find ways to score, will find ways to really use that chemistry and make things awkward. And not even are they just good at chemistry, I expect some demos too, because with how far back Deep Zero wants to play this and how far back their defense pushes back, I expect Mafia Vendetta to definitely want to demo them out of the way.
And we continue to see Mafia Vendetta. That's another great pass from Snake. Inertia wasn't able to get a strong enough shot there, and R9 with a great save. And now the ball's on the other side of the field. Jupiter over to Snake. Snake bangs the ball down the field in blue with a clear off the backboard. Kissed over to R9. R9 takes control, starts to dribble. Inertia awkward in net. Snake cuts it off there smartly, and the offense continues for Deep Zero Esports.
Deep Zero really having a tough time getting through that midfield. Mafia Vendetta reacting well, and I think for Deep Zero, a lot of the reason why is because they're going for a lot of heavy clears right now. You can tell this is a team that's really feeling nervous because they're going for a lot of clears. They're not really keeping control. They don't really feel like they can keep control to begin with. And if they're winning a lot of these clears, they need to find strong clears that go to that back corner, because right now they're sending it to Mafia Vendetta players and they're reacting well off the back wall. Snake will drive this one in. I think he got a bit of help from a Deep Zero Esports defender there, and it is now more than just one in favor of Vendetta. It's two.
Indeed, and that was Blue that let the ball in by carrying it in himself, and now we start to question if Deep Zero Esports can come back, but there's still plenty of time on the clock. R9, what's a shot on target? That's a great pass from R9. Snake wasn't able to do anything about it, and Kiss was able just to do a double touch.
That's a little touch there, and I mean, for Kiss, he almost missed. I think he'll be happy that that goes in anyways. But yeah, it's a great pass. It's for Deep Zero. If they're going to rely heavily on these really strong clears, they're really going to need to make sure that those touches are in good positions, make things awkward for Mafia Vendetta. Now, though, the Mafia Vendetta side still in the lead, but Deep Zero's giving themselves a chance here in the 3v3 mode as R9. Jupiter. Sidewall will be R9 again as Mafia Vendetta waits back. Inertia. Again, waiting. Mafia Vendetta almost feels like they're trying to play on the floor here, but it's a bad touch. R9 has it to the back goal again. Vendetta will be there, but Deep Zero finding something of interest here. They've gone for the back goal in their last couple of plays. It worked for their last goal. I think they might have a idea here that they're just going to wait to see if Vendetta does make a mistake, doesn't read the touch correctly. And, I mean, they're a team that definitely has shown that they haven't defended the back wall all that well. If that back wall's left open, you know chances are there. That one almost went in as it dinged off the post, and Deep Zero have found a way to counter Mafia Vendetta's backline.
Indeed, and we start to the great offensive showing from Deep Zero Esports. R9 dusts someone on the side of Mafia Vendetta. It was Jupiter, and that net was wide open. No one was back, and we see this game is tied up late in game number 1.
Tied up as well. Deep Zero have bounced back from a weak start here, and 3v3. I think if you can compete with Mafia Vendetta in 3v3, you can compete with just about anyone in this bracket here, as Jupiter can't jump in. A demo for Mafia Vendetta will open things up. Now they bumped out R9. Inertia around blue. Snake will move upfield. A minute to go here. I feel like that next goal could be the one to win it, but for Mafia Vendetta, they've definitely been met by play after play. That's a great pass, though! And Inertia is waiting, and it hasn't changed. The same story as before. Those passes from Mafia Vendetta are going to be strong.
That's just an overcommit in the corner from the side of Deep Zero Esports. We saw 2 players in the corner, and the last man back was just having to challenge that, and he just couldn't get the low contact, and that's why that goal went in. Snake continuing on, trying to kill more time off the clock. He goes for another goal, and that's another double commit from Deep Zero Esports. We start to see a little bit of miscommunication. Blue with a great demo on Jupiter. That's an open shot for Kiss. And that's still, oh my god, they were able to get that out. And now the ball is continuing on the Mafia Vendetta side off of what you would have thought would have been a goal. And Kiss with a shot, and finally they tie it up.
I mean, that first save was incredible. That was, like, that ball, that looked like it was over the line, but the problem is, even if you make a save like that, it's so tough to recover when your rotation is completely falling apart. It's a tie game again. Deep Zero doing a really good job at, once they do win control of the ball, not giving it up very quickly here. And Mafia Vendetta will go for another pass. This one will connect! Snake scores! 2 goals for Snake, 4 for Vendetta, but all they care about is that they're 1 goal up.
Indeed, 11 seconds left on the clock, but that is enough time to tie it up for Deep Zero Esports. All Mafia Vendetta have to do is kill the clock, because when that ball hits the ground, this game 1 will go towards them. R9 with a great shot there, but Snake was able to clear it out. 4 seconds remaining. Blue goes for a double touch. That's a double commit for Mafia Vendetta. The ball has dropped, and Mafia Vendetta wins game number 1.
I said if you can beat this team in 3v3, you can beat just about anyone here, and Deep Zero almost did it as well, but that ends game 1, and now we're going to game 2. The question is, what does Deep Zero choose here? So, an interesting choice, I'm sure, for Deep Zero. I mean, I know they chose a mode last series. Didn't they choose like 1s or 2s last? What did they choose last time around? Lepid. I know they chose.
I think they chose 1s.
They chose 1s. We'll see if they choose it again. It is 1s. So you know what? You remember better than I do. Coming in this one. So 1v1 is the choice of Deep Zero going into that second game, and I think 1s is going to be a tough mode for them as well. I mean, this is a Mafia Vendetta team that has some very good 1s player. We heard before, we went to this match about Jupiter, how good he is. He's a 1s player, and he's a very good one. Inertia, another really good 1s player. My question would be, do you play Jupiter for 1s or do you play him for 2s? Because so far he's played most of the 2v2 mode for Mafia Vendetta, and they've had Inertia play 1s. I wouldn't be surprised if they really want to get a second game, if they put in Jupiter and see if he can take it, but likely the choice here is it's going to be Inertia. Although again, they have Jupiter in the back pocket. If they go to 1s again, I wouldn't be surprised if Jupiter plays that game mode.
Indeed. And it's Kist first Inertia for the 1s match here. And you want to see Kist perform against Inertia to boost their confidence going into the 3s game. And that will help them a lot going against a squad like Mafia Vendetta.
Yes, but Inertia, I mean, he's had a pretty good track record in 1v1. Kist himself has had a pretty good record himself, and that's a good way to get things started. Will be goal 1 for Kist here. So Deep Zero do take that first goal, do find the nets, and I think this is a very even matchup between both these players. And I think the goal like this, an early lead for Kist, who knows, might turn this game around. But Mafia Vendetta, I mean, you can't doubt Inertia, you can't doubt Kist. Both these players have had a very good tournament in the 1v1 game mode. Who knows what we might see here, because I think really this is anyone's to take.
Indeed, this is anyone's to take, but if Kist makes errors like he did in the last 1v1, and as I say that, Inertia scores a wonderful shot there. That ball bounced up high enough. Inertia places it top left, and Kist was nowhere close to that. And we see a tied game.
I don't know how on earth Inertia somehow not only gets the angle on that to go across his body to the other side of the net, but not even to do that, but also just somehow win that place. Oh my goodness, Kiss is 1-2 50-50s. He's gonna score here. That's gonna be annoying for Inertia. 2 straight challenges, and he couldn't win either of them. Kist just took those 50-50s, and you see what he does there? He delays his challenges. He waits for Inertia to go first, and then he pushes the ball up and over him. That's some smart plays from Kist. And Inertia, you gotta think a little annoyed from that, because he had 2 chances to get that ball away from Kist. Couldn't win either of them. Now he's lost the boost as well. Kist a little bit faster right now than Inertia. He'll take that chance. A shot will go wide. Inertia push out the way. Low boost here will be forcing that. He doesn't have a lot to work with here. As Kist, goes straight for the demo, right through Inertia, and it's 3-1.
This is exactly what you want to see from Kist in the 1v1 section. Starting to dominate the ones player in Inertia with the 50s, with the ground play, with the physicality, because Inertia, if he gets into his head going into the 3s, it could be detrimental.
Well, Kist, and we said it, if he can get an early lead, you think this might turn this entire game around for him here, but he's done just that, and now he's looking for more. Air dribble, the bump, he gets it as well. I thought this match was going to be relatively competitive, but Kist is proving he might just be a level ahead of Inertia in this game mode, because it is 4 goals, and I mean, Kist, he has looked consistent, he's looked confident, he's looked clean, and Inertia really hasn't had much to put against him here.
Indeed, this is the best Kist we've seen in 1v1s. Against Crazy Cats, he got absolutely dominated by Nyrome, and now he's the one dominating Inertia. As we see Inertia start out his attack, Kist was able to block that one away. Inertia starting to steal the boost, has an open net opportunity. Now he takes the deficit back down to 2.
Maybe a chance here for Inertia. He does well to take that boost. He's been generally slower to the boost here, but he wins this one, and he knows that Kist, he doesn't have anything to work with here, so able to take it away, able to take the ball into his control. See what he can do of this if Inertia can keep things moving. It's a good kickoff for him as well. Might even just be a chance to just shoot this, but that touch not strong enough, and he went for that second play too. He's out of position here. Inertia took a risk, and that will not work well for him. If he hadn't gone for the ball, I think he has easily enough time to go back, receive that clear that Kist was going for, and take another chance. Instead, he takes his risk, and I'm sure he now realizes that those kind of risks in 1v1s, they oftentimes don't work, and when they don't work, that's a goal for the other player.
Indeed, that's why overaggression sometimes does not work. You see Kist just punish that. He sees Inertia early challenging it and just bangs it past him. As we see Inertia have no momentum there, Kist will score another goal there and take the lead up to 4.
Most players usually have a tough time with that first touch, and Kist was no different, and that first touch bounced very far ahead of him here. I'm impressed he got that flick, because I mean, that's not an easy play to get it. That first touch went away from him. That's why Inertia thought he could challenge that one. And in many ways, you think in a normal position, he's probably going to challenge that and win that play, but Kist has recovered well, and he's going to get another goal here, almost get another one. Inertia gets that save, will keep with the ball, but without boost, Kist is going to win this play. Inertia knows this as he doesn't get the flick. Now he's bumped out of position. Kist, another 50-50 taken as Inertia does not have the boost to work with. Deep Zero will wait back here as Kist. That dribble will be Inertia to play. Still Kist, who will move into this one as to the back corner. Deep Zero, a team and an org that have definitely defied expectations in this tournament. And came into this one, nobody knew really who they were. They knew how good this team was going to be, but they've definitely surprised everyone, making it this far in the brackets. But you have Vendetta. Gonna find any reason to take them down. Inertia will take a third goal here as Kist couldn't get the challenge. Slowly but surely, Inertia is clawing back into this one.
Indeed, that was an early challenge from Kist. He thought he had Inertia beat, but Inertia played that smartly with dropping the ball into the ground, and that's why he had that open net opportunity. And as I say that, Inertia wins the kickoff there. Kist gets a good save, and he gets another one right there. Inertia should have had the shot in the back of the net. Kist has no boost here. Inertia with an early challenge. and he has boost advantage. And Kiss is able to grab that corner boost away from Inertia. Inertia has to rush back, grab that middle boost, and Kiss will now waste time off the clock once again. Inertia trying to keep up the pressure, but he has no boost left in the tank. Kiss takes it up into the air and makes out Inertia. Kiss up by 4.
And he is just continuing to show us what makes him such a talented player here as Inertia misread that bounce. Just was worried more about that about being demoed there than making that save in its own right. So awkward for sure. Definitely a tough position to be in. As another goal. This time it's for Inertia. He's got to go back in this one. But it is... I mean, you got to think he is facing that pressure. And we'll see if he can continue this Inertia. He's got to work faster, though. He's been a bit too slow at getting these goals. He's running out of time. If he doesn't pick up the pace, he's going to lose all the opportunities that he has to win this game. As another kickoff, another goal. 2 away now with 93 seconds. Inertia looking to pick up that pace and accelerate.
Is this what you want to see from Inertia? If you're a fan of Mafia Vendetta, Inertia has those strong kickoffs, and they have finally started to show up for Inertia, and Kist slowly starting to decrease his kickoffs, and Inertia winning another one there, but Kist will have boosted and ball. Inertia goes for the fake challenge here, and Kist continues on slowing down the play. Kist has another wide open net off of the overaggression from Inertia, and Kist is up by 3.
I mean, Inertia's on such good pace too, but that challenge, he's had a couple challenges where, I mean, you just can't go for plays like that. And Inertia has had a couple challenges this game where he's gone for the play when really he shouldn't be. And I mean, he had such good pace as well. You think if he goes back to defense, maybe he gets a better chance at that. Likely to get the save as well. He had a lot of boost to work with. Instead, he'll go for the 50-50. He's won the play. It's a goal for Inertia. He's still giving it his fighting chance, that's for certain. And Kist, I'm sure, is nervous. He knows if he doesn't play as well as he has this game, Inertia will come back.
Indeed, and Inertia still has plenty of time to get goals off of kickoffs or even just plays in general. Kist has to be careful and not make sure he does not make any mistakes. He wants to try to score even more goals, and that's an own goal from Kist. Inertia gets a heavy touch, which Kist was not expecting off of the sidewall, and that ball just went in the back of the net off of Kist's car.
Yeah, Kist wasn't ready for it. You said it. He had no time to react to that play. It's a heavy touch from Inertia, but hey, the fortune favors the bold there. Inertia took his chance. Albeit, I don't think he was expecting that, and now he's won the kickoff. Inertia will tie this game! 8-8, Inertia was down by 4, and now he's evened up the scoreline. Kist, he was, nervous before. He is now in full panic mode.
You want to see Kist start to fix his kickoffs, or else Inertia will take this game away. Kist started off this game amazing. There's a kickoff goal for Kist, and he takes the momentum back for himself. And you see Inertia not even flip into that ball on kickoff. He didn't see Kist next to the ball, and that's why that ball went in the direction it did. And now Inertia back on his back foot.
Inertia will need another now. This game is, no one ever said it was going to be easy for him, but man, he is giving himself an amazing opportunity here. Kist, waiting. It's Inertia still. Inertia plays with a 50-50. Kist never left the floor. And Inertia, I'm sure he'll regret that play. Went for the 50-50 on Kist, who had so much boost. In this position, all Inertia should be thinking about is making Kist use boost. Instead, he goes to the ground game. Maybe was expecting Kist to jump for it early, but it was the wrong call. And now in 34 seconds, once again, Inertia needs to make a comeback.
Indeed, Inertia has done great to come back before, but now Kist has the momentum, has the boost, has the ball, and he will shoot another shot, but this time it's weak. Kist will get back in time because Inertia had no boost in the tank. Kist up, gets it over Inertia, who jumped there. Inertia keeping the ball on the side of Kist. Kist making sure he's killing more time off the clock. Inertia back on the ball, Kiss is awkward. Inertia wins the 150, but it's not in the direction he wants. Inertia has an opportunity here, but he can't score. This game will go on the side of Kiss and Deep Zero Esports. And this series is now tied, Sporty.
It is. What a long 1v1 game that was. 18 goals combined for both these players, but he headed to Kiss, got that lead, and you know, he didn't lose hope in himself. Even as the game closed in on him, he still had the hope, and he was able to get the goals when they mattered here, but that was close, that was intense. I bet neither of these players will want to see the 1v1 mode later this series at all. But it is Deep Zero who will win this one, even up the series, so maybe now a little bit more hope in themselves, a little bit more time to work with, and I'm sure for them a little bit more confident in themselves going back into 3v3 mode. There's a lot of pressure on this Deep Zero Esports side, but considering how they're playing here, they've given themselves some great momentum, they've given themselves some great confidence in that 3v3 mode. Kist himself, he's got to be over the moon, and that is only going to benefit you later in the series.
Indeed it is, and Inertia will have that mental decrease a little bit there, and he will have a little bit of a hard time bouncing back in this threes game, but we will see if that impacted his gameplay at all in this threes game here. And Deep Zero Esports, you must think they have more confidence in themselves to score even more goals in this threes game.
I think they have more confidence than they had before. I still think they're going to be a little bit more worried because they know that Miss Mafia Vendetta team, they're good at threes. And they beat them earlier in threes, and I think Vendetta, you give them some time, this team will find ways to pick you apart as Inertia trying to get things started. I mean, Mafia Vendetta have proven that they're good at threes. Deep Zero's going to keep things close, I'm certain, but this is a bit of an uphill battle still for Deep Zero. I mean, 3v3 is definitely a mode that I think Vendetta is favored in, even with them having lost the 1v1 game. But it is going to be competitive, it's going to be the difference maker, I'm almost certain, if Vendetta wins or if Deep Zero wins this one. So far for Vendetta, they won game 1, but I won't exactly tell the whole story here for the rest of the series. They need to win, continue to win, and Inertia, right from his 1v1 loss, not wasting any time, not hesitating. That's a great shot to get his team on the board.
Like I was talking about, you see Inertia slot those so often, which you do not expect most of the time, and that's why now Mafia Vendetta is up by 1, R9, losing the kickoff early. Jupiter doesn't get the double there because Kist is able to clear that one away for the time being. He misses there. R9 up, able to clear it out to the corner. Kist has control, gets it past Snake. Last man back is Jupiter. He's already up, beats out Kist, who had no boost in the tank. Inertia up, wins the 50 against Blue, and Jupiter is able to clear it out. R9 back on the ball, beats out one. Kiss puts a shot on. Snake dodges a bump, able to save that one away, and we see Deep Zero Esports continue on the offensive pressure for this threes game.
And once they win that control on offense as well, it's very tough for them to lose it here. Inertia, Vendetta will have to really fight for it because, again, Deep Zero, they don't give up that offense very easily here as they've shown so far. Their midfield getting into the offensive side is weak, but once they're there, it is a rock-solid team waiting as Vendetta will have some room. It will be a double commit, though, to get some offense here, so Inertia cannot go. Kist finds R9. Jupiter wants R9 again. It's Snake who's got to make that block. Will do just that. Now he's hiding on the back wall. Jupiter down the field will be Kist to keep it away. Vendetta. Demo from Inertia. Snake can't go. Jupiter will call, but he's missed the play. Blue, infield, has R9 waiting in the back post. That's gone wide of the net. And Deep Zero missing a great opportunity. The net was there for them. Vendetta were out of position. And Deep Zero will want a better shot than what they had.
And now we start to see Deep Zero start to panic a little bit more on defense. We saw this against Crazy Cats. And Mafia Vendetta will take control of the game if they continue to do that. Deep Zero has little boost in the tank. Jupiter off the backboard. Kiss is already up, and Blue only one who has boost, and he whiffs that ball completely. Jupiter passes it over to Inertia. Inertia back on the ball, fakes out R9, but R9 continues on the ball there, and that's a good 50 coming out from Snake. Blue up, trying to get past Inertia, doesn't get contact, which is why he gets it past Inertia, and Jupiter decides to take it back. Kist back on the ball. He tries to put it on, but Inertia again stopping that offensive pressure from Deep Zero Esports.
I'm surprised we've only had one goal this game. These teams have definitely done their job in getting themselves to offense, but the defenses have been strong. They have not made that many mistakes. There's not been too many errors either from either team. There's been overcommits and double commits, but nothing egregious, and you kind of need those kind of egregious errors if you're ever going to score on your play. As here goes Jupiter R9. Waits, gets bumped here. It's a play on, but great save from Kist, who's in the middle of it all right now. Snake again. Kist gets up in the play, and I've seen Kist go for almost every single play on that net. Kist has gone for it, and he has generally not missed, and Mafia Vendetta having to deal with Kist. They had to deal with him in the 1v1 mode. He is still making it known that he is still the player that's trying to lead this roster, even in 3v3. So, for Deep Zero Esports, the reason that this game is still in there, is still so close that they still have a chance, is because Kist has played a great defensive showing.
Indeed, and we saw it in the ones game too. He showed up that defensive play style against Inertia, and is exactly what you want to see out of Kist. And that's a good pass out from Snake and to Jupiter. Jupiter tries to put a shot on, but that's another block from R9. Inertia again puts the ball in the back of the net off of a pass from Jupiter.
It was a little awkward play there. Jupiter actually didn't get that touch, but he did force the issue. Deep Zero. Eventually, when you're playing that much defense, your time's gonna run out on you here. And, gotta be impressed with Mafia Vendetta. Gotta be impressed with Inertia after losing the 1v1 game, which was so close, having, I'm sure, the rush of emotions that he had at the end of that game. It is so tough to recover from that, but he really doesn't look like he's let it get to him here. And Mafia Vendetta in the 3v3 mode, a mode I think that they have made a name for themselves in ATS here, have continued to prove that that mode is gonna be the mode to beat against them here. As Jupiter, Inertia to clear it away. Mafia Vendetta will take game 3 here, just a few more seconds to go. That means we're going into the 2v2 mode, and with Snake and with Jupiter on that field taking on Blue and R9. Another mode for Deep Zero. They've looked good in 2v2 before, but right now the issue for them is not going to be 2v2, it's going to be 3v3. They just don't have any answers to Mafia Vendetta right now.
That's a great passing play from Snake and Jupiter. That was a nice 1-2-3, and we might see that coming up in the 2v2. We already see the chemistry coming out from those two, and it's been on point for Snake and Jupiter all of this series so far. The only one who has to step up from Mafia Vendetta would be Inertia. As we just saw in that threes game, he got the MVP in that game, and you start to wonder, will R9 and Blue able to beat out the chemistry from Snake and Jupiter?
That's a real question I think that a lot of people are going to be asking here, and I think it's a question that we have yet to see an answer from in Deep Zero. I mean, they rely so heavily on Kist to get the plays done. I mean, he had to make a ton of blocks there. Any play that was on that net, it was Kist who made it. He's the reason this game isn't 7-0, and it's just 3-0, because Mafia Vendetta won out that game. Clearly they did, and Kist is the reason, again, that they kept it close. They won't have Kist now in the 2v2. For Deep Zero, they're under a lot more pressure now than in 2v2, knowing that this Mafia Vendetta team can take match point against them here. The pressure's on, the play is in front of them, and as you said, Blue and R9 need to perform, need to show up, because if they don't, this could be a very quick end to their night, because that 3v3 mode, so far, they still have not been able to figure it out.
Indeed, and if Mafia Vendetta win this twos game, they will be on match point against Deep Zero Esports. This is a must-win if you're on the side of Deep Zero Esports. It puts a lot of pressure on your players in Blue and R9, who we haven't seen much from today, besides Blue's own goal, unfortunately, in game number 1, and that might come back and bite them.
Zero, where started their run in the upper brackets. Again, a 7-game series against the Crazy Cats. Today, though, they have definitely had a much tougher going at it here as the 2v2 mode begins. Jupiter and Snake, who have been playing, I think, every single 2v2 game for Mafia Vendetta, basically. Playing every single 2v2 game for Mafia Vendetta since the end of the first stage of the tournament. Just looking to put all the pressure on their 3v3 mode, and I don't think there's going to be any pressure on their 3v3 mode for the rest of the series, but you win 2v2, you make things awkward, you put Deep Zero in a mode that so far they have not been able to win outright in against Mafia Vendetta. And who knows what can happen there. You said it for Deep Zero, this feels like a must-win position, because even if they lose that next game, they at least have the choice in Game 6. Maybe they give themselves a chance in Game 7. Again, 3v3 has not been their strong suit so far as Mafia Vendetta waiting. It's a flick attempt from Jupiter, won't go very far. Snake does get bumped, and it's room for R9. As Snake jumps on the ball, Blue will clear it back. Deep Zero. In that play will be Mafia Vendetta as Snake and Jupiter get the play going. It's in front of the nets, but it's Jupiter who will stay on the play here, and Mafia Vendetta continue the challenges, but no goals yet. I think both these teams are waiting on that kind of feel-out process, and R9 and Blue playing very positionally right now. They're playing quite far away from each other. They're playing more so in positions on the field rather than maybe playing for those challenges, and it's a different way of playing 2v2, but so far it has allowed them to stay within the play no matter what happens.
Indeed, and we see this ball just going back and forth. As you said, they're doing a feel-out process, but we see a 1v2 start out for Deep Zero Esports. Snake was able to get back to that, trying to get over to Jupiter. Jupiter gets bumped from his own teammate. Blue makes it down the field. Snake, last man back, has just got the boost, and Blue doesn't get the flick he wants. Jupiter pops it up for Snake. Snake trying to stay on the ball. R9 was just waiting there, and Jupiter will continue on the offensive pressure for Mafia Vendetta. Blue back on the ball, takes the ball up into there, waits for Snake to challenge, and wins that 50. And Deep Zero Esports takes the first goal of the 2v2.
Why does Blue have so much room here? I mean, this is... Yeah, the complete orange side of the field to work with there. That is way too much space to give to one player in this game mode, and it doesn't help with the defender for Mafia Vendetta not pushing out of that net. That is the first real rotational break here, and now, off the kickoff, Blue gets a second goal for Deep Zero Esports, and everything's unraveling now for Mafia Vendetta.
Indeed, and this is exactly what you want to see out of Deep Zero Esports. They're starting to play well together in this too, starting to build that confidence for themselves to bring that into the 3v3 once again, but they have not won a single threes game, especially the last one. The last one was quite dominant for Mafia Vendetta. Maybe if you shut down the duo of Snake and Jupiter, maybe they can win the 3v3 game mode finally and take the lead in the series in the next 3v3 game. But first we gotta finish out this 2's game, and we start to see a little bit more passing plays come out from Mafia Vendetta.
Mafia still not able to get down the field here, as that's actually going to be left for R9, and this is just in front of the net there. They got to be very careful because Deep Zero will not have a problem. If that ball's in front of the net, they're going to go for it. Mafia will stay. It's a play for Snake that gets a bit away from him here, as Blue does have boost. That's a play to the back wall. R9 has it. Jupiter, a touch that goes straight to R9. Mafia Vendetta really pushing themselves in here just to get some offense, and low on boost, using a lot on of those resources and using a lot of aggression, but they gotta be careful they don't overcommit here, because I mean, they've got chances, they've got time, but they do not want to give a goal to Deep Zero here, as they've now pushed up again. Snake pushed back, didn't keep the ball though, and Blue just wait for his opportunity. Past one now, off the back wall. Blue, no boost, but still able to make a play happen. It's still Mafia Vendetta. See this one out as Snake does go down the field again. It's straight to Blue though, and Mafia Vendetta, and they have really pushed themselves in. Now they're in a very awkward place on defense. Demo on one. It's in front of the net. Jupiter will save, and Deep Zero winning the boost control right now. Mafia Vendetta will win that challenge though. Blue never went for it, and it's Mafia Vendetta who are back in it.
We saw Blue not expect Jupiter to just go for that. Jupiter and Snake was in the same corner, and Jupiter just ego challenged Blue, and Blue just didn't even jump. That net was wide open for Jupiter, and now Mafia Vendetta are back in this game and could tie it up, which could be costly for Deep Zero Esports. But as I say that, R9 cuts out the double commit from Mafia Vendetta, and Blue will take the lead back up to 2 goals.
I wonder if Mafia Vendetta was going for a team pinch there. It's the Such an odd choice when they had a 2v1 player potentially ahead of them. Mafia Vendetta, a terrible mistake late in this game, and a mistake that you really can't afford this late in Game 4 when you need a goal, when you need those chances. And it doesn't get any better for them here, now losing the kickoff. Jupiter will find Snake, but 2v1 here, they gotta get the bump as Jupiter doesn't find it. Oh, and Snake's missed the net there. And things can only seem to get worse for Mafia Vendetta. This 2v2 game will not be in their favor. A couple mistakes, a couple misplays, but really more importantly, Deep Zero Esports winning the boost. And this series tied again as we go into Game 5, and once again, we're guaranteed at least a 6-game series.
This is exactly what you want to see out of Deep Zero Esports. They played an amazing 2s game. They stole all the boost to let Mafia Vendetta double commit and go for the passing plays in the air, which wasted even more boost for them, which allowed Deep Zero Esports to continue on scoring on those open net opportunities and the 2v1 opportunities on the side of Mafia Vendetta.
Yeah, Deep Zero winning that boost control, but the 3v3 mode has not been favorable for them. You think, though, they've given themselves a chance here. They've won 1s, they've won 2s, they've been solid on those modes all tournament. It's been 3v3 that's always been the biggest issue for them. It was the issue for them yesterday against Crazy Cats. That had them lose in Game 7 in the 3v3 mode, but you think all they need is one. All they need is one mode, and if they can take that one mode, Mafia Vendetta are in real trouble. So, for Deep Zero Esports, it feels like everything here is on them. If they can win this mode, they have less pressure. They've got a bit of an advantage here, in that if they can win this mode, I think that for Mafia Vendetta, no matter what mode they choose, they're not going to be favored to win it.
Indeed, but this is the expected game mode for Mafia Vendetta to win, which will put more pressure on Mafia Vendetta trying to take the series lead back for themselves after losing in both 1s and 2s. You might start to wonder, that's a great air dribble bump from Snake. That ball goes in the back of the net, and we see Mafia Vendetta start this game in the lead.
That's a big bump and a big play for both these players, as that's going to be huge as well. And huge. The big word here, that's going to be open for Blue right off the kickoff. Deep Zero back at it again, 1-1.
We see Jupiter, after grabbing the corner boost, he moved upfield, which allowed Blue to have that wide open net. We also saw the kickoff mess up on the side of Mafia Vendetta, and Blue just scored on that wide open net. Jupiter now winning this kickoff, and Snake will put a shot on. Blue will save that one. Jupiter goes off the sidewall. Kist up, blocks it, and Kist will be back on the field this game, which might put Mafia Vendetta in danger in this 3v3 game with how much momentum Blue and R9 has off of that 2v2 game. But Mafia Vendetta will still keep up the pressure, use those pass plays, have that third man back, and that could kill out Deep Zero Esports.
Yeah, but right now, Deep Zero, I think they have a bigger issue, and that's those demos starting to be inflicted against them here. But in goes Kist, he doesn't get the touch here. Inertia, it's across the goal. Snake can't put it in, though. He's not in the right position as Jupiter gets bumped out the way. Deep Zero. I mean, credit to this Deep Zero team. Even with them playing defense, they didn't look great on defense earlier in the series, but that last game proved their defense is definitely something you have to consider if you're Mafia Vendetta. As Blue will take it back again. As Room's got R9 in support's got Kist. Everybody on Deep Zero on full boost here, and they'll get that ball out of their half relatively easily here. Mafia Vendetta do jump in, but it's Kist again. Offense for Deep Zero, controlling the field a little bit more now is Vendetta to go. A lot of boost to work with. Jupiter is up too high. In goes R9. And Deep Zero 2-1 up by 1. And Mafia Vendetta panicking. Deep Zero finding the control, finding more clear, transitioning the field a lot better. And every single game they've gotten closer and closer to winning a 3v3 game. It feels like now is their time to do it.
Indeed. That was a double commit on the side of Mafia Vendetta once again. We saw that a lot in 2s with Jupiter and Snake, and that might be costly for them in this series. Jupiter with a shot on target, and it's in. He ties it up, says, I don't want you to talk about my mistake. somehow just score it.
A great shot from Jupiter. Mafia and Vendetta have definitely not... The one thing that they have not done badly in the series is their shot accuracy has been pretty impressive. All three of these players just seem to know where to hit that net and how to hit that net, and you gotta give credit to this team, finding goals, finding ways to score, no matter what the situation is. And against any team, it's gonna be a tough thing to do to keep Mafia and Vendetta out when they can just hit the net, it seems, from anywhere on the field. But Deep Zero, again, that defense has done so well to prevent chances. Now they'll prevent another as R9 and Blue combined for that clear. Vendetta sitting a lot further back now. They're not nearly as in control of the midfield as they had before. They realize just the kind of pressure they're facing as that shot goes wide in front of the net. 2 go from Vendetta. And Deep Zero, well, they don't have a lot of boost. They'll get out of this one and will keep the ball in their corner. And from there, Vendetta really cannot make anything happen as a Mr. R9. Kiss with a lot to work with. That's a great first touch. Snake stopped by Blue. Inertia. Oh, he's won that challenge. It's an open backfield. Snake. Oh, he missed it. It was wide open for Snake. And Deep Zero will be thanking their lucky stars somehow. They are not down in this game.
Indeed, and you must think for Snake that might be a mental killer. Jupiter misses the ball there. Inertia back on the ball, trying to put it back center for Snake. R9 is able to clear that one out past Snake. Jupiter doesn't get the touch he wants. Kiss has an open backboard. That ball bounces down for Blue. That's a double commit once again for Mafia Vendetta, but the ball doesn't go in. Jupiter with a shot opportunity doesn't get past R9. Snake continues on the offensive pressure, but R9 clears it out over to Kist. Kist off the sidewall. Inertia tries to take control there. Blue able to beat out 2 people from the side of Mafia Vendetta, and Kist once again on the ball. R9 continuing on the side of Mafia Vendetta. Inertia continuing on the pressure, beats out 1. Inertia up for Jupiter. Jupiter brings the ball over to the other side of the wall, and we see this ball start to go back and forth with 1 minute remaining.
1 goal could do it here. It's been an inspired effort so far in Game 5 for Deep Zero Esports. And you think if you're Deep Zero, they're 1 goal away from really giving themselves the best possible chance to win this match. But that's a bit of a weird play at the front. Blue couldn't make touch. R9 will get a little bit of it here. And Deep Zero still on defense. Mafia Vendetta doing well to get control, but they just can't find opportunities to shoot. And if they can't find shooting, that accuracy may as well not matter. Snake to Jupiter. It's there! Up by 1 with 20 to go!
That was a great shot from Jupiter. And great pass from Snake, spotting Jupiter in the midfield. And you must think, if you're Snake, that's a bounce back from the open net opportunity from earlier that they had to take the lead from there. But now, Snake, off of kickoff, gets it under R9. Kissed. Gets it past, but Inertia takes control over to Jupiter. Jupiter shot on, and R9 was able to save that there. Jupiter with another goal in this game, and Mafia Vendetta up by 2 with under 10 seconds remaining.
And you think this might be the game here unless Deep Zero can do something incredible off the kickoff. But for Mafia Vendetta, man, this was the closest 3v2 game we've had so far. Again, Deep Zero really made them work for those goals, made them work for the chances. For Mafia Vendetta, they'll take match point, but as we know already, 1v1 and 2v2, that's been where Deep Zero has been at their strongest. And you really think no matter what Deep Zero chooses, they're going to be favored by a pretty strong margin to take this series into 7 games once again.
Indeed. And Deep Zero chooses 2s. We might see a rematch of Jupiter and Snake versus R9 and Blue, or Kiss can play now, or Inertia can play as well in this 2v2. Both rosters can make a change now to see who plays in this 2v2 game. Who do you think will play?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same players again for Mafia Vendetta. Jupiter and Snake, very, very good 2s, or a 2s duo, that's for certain. But I wouldn't be surprised if Kiss is playing for Deep Zero Esport. I mean, Kiss is a very good 1v1 player. He's proven he's very adept with the ball. And for Deep Zero, that last 2v2 was relatively closely. Actually wasn't even that close, and I think for them, if they play Kiss, they might be able to just run away with the chances. So, we'll see what they do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they put in Kist here to play instead, because Kist has proven he is leading this roster. He's been a solid player, he's been consistent, and it just feels like whenever Kist is on the play, you can't really go wrong if you're Deep Zero Esports. As we go into Game 6, a 2v2, it's going to be Blue, and it's going to be R9, so no Kist not showing up. It's the same players again, the same matchup, Snake and Jupiter didn't fare well in the last 2v2. You think for Deep Zero, it's a huge advantage for them to take this series into 7 games. They had to go to Game 7 yesterday just to give themselves a chance against the Crazy Cats. Now against Mafia Vendetta to stay alive in this tournament, they've got to go do it all over again.
Indeed, and we saw how much double commits came out from Mafia Vendetta as Deep Zero Esports continues what was happening in the last 2v2 game that they played against Snake and Jupiter. Blue puts a shot over to target, and R9 goes for the bump on the last defender for Mafia Vendetta, and that goal just goes in the back of the net. Blue with an early pre-jump against Jupiter, and Snake will be last man back. Jupiter goes for a bump on R9, but that shot from Snake is off target, and now we see Mafia Vendetta again on the back foot in the 2v2 game. R9 has to save it there. Snake fakes out Blue. Jupiter with a shot a little bit wide, and R9 has to clear it out. And Snake taking control, doesn't get the boost there. R9 has boost control. Snake wins that challenge. Jupiter, that's off the backboard. And you must think, if you're Mafia Vendetta, you must think you want to get that goal. But Blue will take control, gets it past Snake, tries to get past Jupiter, and that ball is up. R9 up, that's off the backboard. Blue got demoed. Snake gets a pass from Jupiter, and Snake gets a goal and ties up this 2v2 game.
One side of the field to the other, it was R9 who missed his chance, and Snake, he will not do the same. That is not exactly the shot he was looking for. I think he wanted a little bit of height on that, but it's the placement he wants, that's for sure. He goes right behind Blue. Blue can't do anything to turn around and get there, so for Mafia Vendetta, one of the big issues they had in their 2v2 was getting offense and getting shooting opportunities. One there that they will take, but Deep Zero, I mean, they've had multiple chances already to get another goal. You think for Deep Zero, if they can just continue doing what they're doing, they're on track to score a couple more goals before Vendetta gets there next.
Indeed, and this is match point for Mafia Vendetta. They might be a little bit nervous, but as well as Deep Zero Esports, they must win this game to even bring it into the 3v3, which they have not won a single 3v3 game so far. Jupiter with a demo onto R9. Blue will take control of this ball, won't get back to it, just have that shot opportunity. Jupiter takes control of the ball off the wall. He's still up, gets it over 2 players, and that ball will not go in. R9 gets a pass off the backboard. Jupiter up, leaves it for Snake. Snake commits, and Blue is able to clear it down the other side of the field. Jupiter gets a touch. Blue is on the ball, makes Jupiter awkward. Snake is able to clear it back over to the sidewall. R9 back on the ball, tries to continue on the offensive pressure. Fakes out Jupiter. Snake last man back is able to clear that one out for the time being. And this ball is staying on the side of Mafia Vendetta. As I say that, Blue with a great shot, but that's a little bit wide. R9 fakes out Snake there, has a chance here to score. Jupiter, it will clear it out, over to Snake, and Jupiter gets a demo onto Blue. That shot's wide. Jupiter, another shot wide. That shot should have gone in, and Mafia Vendetta must be wanting that one back.
Yeah, that was a great play. Some amazing team coordination from Vendetta on the demo and the shot at the exact same time. And without Deep Zero recognizing, now another bump. It's wide open, and goes Snake the fake in front, and Vendetta lead.
That was a great play from Jupiter. Snake sees R9 not have enough boost in the tank, and he goes for the fake. R9 has to go, and that's a goal lead for Mafia Vendetta. And now Deep Zero Esports are on the back foot. Jupiter has an opening because Blue missed the ball. Jupiter for the double. R9 with the save. Snake on the up, goes for the double of his own. Blue's able to clear it out, and Snake has to rush back. Blue will try to beat him to it, but Snake is able to clear it out to the corner. And now the time is wasting, and Snake gets a pass one. Blue, last man back, has control of the ball. R9 demos Jupiter. Snake has to stall out time so Jupiter can't spawn in. He does. Jupiter clearing out to the corner. Blue able to keep up the pressure. Snake beats out 2 people from Deep Zero Esports, and this has been a trouble of a game for Deep Zero Esports so far.
They have not been as successful as they were before, and you think for Deep Zero, a team that coming in this final bracket, a lot of people didn't have beliefs in. fighting for their tournament life, fighting for a chance to go to the semifinals. Blue, Snake will win the play. Jupiter keeps that ball in front. Mafia Vendetta winning out the plays, but time still left. It's in for the net. It's off the post. Snake again. Saved in the line by R9. 45 seconds to go. It's Jupiter. Maybe thought he had the game winner on that play, but he'll go again. It's Snake. This one's no doubt. 37 seconds and an insurance lead for Midwest Mafia.
Indeed, that was a great pass down to Snake. R9 was not ready for that, and Snake just banged the ball into the upper part of the net, and Deep Zero Esports are now down by 2 goals. R9 and Blue have to score at some point soon, but Jupiter will up the lead by 3, and Deep Zero Esports starting to panic a little bit, and this game has turned the tides for Mafia Vendetta.
They slowed down Deep Zero. Somehow they found a way to keep Deep Zero away from the nets, away from the back of the nets in the start of this game. And now in the last part, as you said, the Deep Zero is panicking. They're rushing. They don't have time, but they'll have a chance here. Off the back wall, it is Blue in the open net. Deep Zero Esports give themselves a chance.
That's off of an overcommit from Mafia Vendetta. They both went up for the ball, leaving the net wide open for Blue. Blue just waited for that ball to bounce off the backboard just to make sure he scored that goal. 20 seconds remaining. R9 is AFK. Blue has another shot on, but that is off the crossbar. Blue doesn't score there, and this will be game. Both players from Deep Zero Esports are stopping their cars, and Mafia Vendetta win this series 4-2.
4-2 in the series, a game 6 that they're able to win. The 2v2 mode was not kind to them earlier, but it will be what wins this series for Mafia Vendetta. 6 games straight Lepid, a top performance, and for Deep Zero Esports, credit to this team. I didn't have much faith in them coming into this final bracket, but they have definitely turned my head here, and they've definitely made me consider just how good they are, because they're a lot better than I think people give them credit for. Deservedly, it's a big win. They get to play against the Wyffoffs later this night in the semifinals, but I think for Mafia Vendetta, they're making that run through the lower brackets, and it feels like it's going to be very tough to stop this team, especially in the 3v3 mode. Mafia Vendetta just don't look like they can be beat in that mode.
Indeed, but the next match for Mafia Vendetta is against the Wyffoffs, which, as we saw yesterday, they looked very scary, but looking how they are today, they could possibly win against Wyffoffs, as Wyffoffs haven't played today yet. Deep Zero Esports was a test for 2s and 1s, but now we will go to a break here. The next match we will have is Crazy Cats against Phantom Gaming.
The semifinals are here, our first of which will be Crazy Cats versus Phantom Gaming. We're in the top 4. We're in the thick of it now here. Lepid and WaTesla. And this is it. 2 matches, more wins for all teams playing from here on out to make it to that grand finals. And boy, what a match we have here again. As mentioned, Crazy Cats versus Phantom Gaming. We saw Phantom Gaming earlier, taking down Wyffindor QC. Lepid, you got to play against them because you're as a part of Wyffindor QC. Phantom Gaming are scary, and I think for the Crazy Cats coming into this match, they have a very tough battle ahead of them. This is not an easy semifinals for them.
Indeed, it's not an easy series for the Crazy Cats or Phantom Gaming. You must think for both squads, they are coming in prepared. They probably did a lot of VOD watching to make sure they perform properly against either of the squads, but Crazy Cats are coming in with 2 subs tonight. So Phantom Gaming do have the upper hand with playing with a roster that has already played tonight.
Definitely a tough match for them here as well. Tesla, you talked about this Crazy Cats team as well tonight. I mean, they're playing with some substitutes this evening, and you mentioned it. They got Zach Kirk and Yamo. They didn't have to play with them yesterday, but tonight they have to. That's only going to make things tougher for the Crazy Cats. These subs coming in, they're good, but as you've mentioned before, playing with a sub is a lot worse than playing with your normal roster.
Yeah, because chemistry and momentum is key with the change up in modes between games. But Zach Kirk and Yama were both really good players. So individually, their talent should be able to keep up. It's just, will they be in the right place for the rotations? Do they know whether they're more cut heavy or rotation heavy, more pass plays or bumps in individual plays? So it'll be interesting to see if the 3 players can gel together. Curious, this threesome, how much time, if any, they have as a threesome scrimming or just even playing any competitive threes, or even if a pair of them play twos. Like, it's a complete wild card. And of course, since no one played yesterday, they may not have any momentum coming from yesterday other than just some hype. So it'll be interesting to see how they hold up against the onslaught of the Phantom offense.
Yeah, you've been harping about Phantom Gaming all day and how good they've been. Like, moves against Wyffindor QC in a 6-game series. Do you have Phantom Gaming winning this match here? As we go into our predictions, do you have Phantom Gaming win this match? And by how much do you think the team's going to win by?
I think Phantom rides the momentum against some subs that can't quite find their footing together and wins this one in 5.
Lepid, do you think the super subs of Crazy Cats can make things happen, or do you see Phantom Gaming being our first team in the grand finals?
I see Phantom Gaming as the first team in the grand finals. I do think this might be a dominant showing from Phantom Gaming as they have already played, so I'm going to go 4-0. First sweep of the night.
Well, we might see. We had one yesterday, but sweeps are hard to come by here. I don't think it's going to be a sweep. I do have Phantom Gaming win this, but I think it's going to be in 6 games. I've been proven wrong so far about how one-sided some of these matches have been. And Crazy Cats, I mean, I think this is going to be I mentioned before I thought this was going to be a crazy match before the stream started, but seeing how close these matches are, I'm not so sure. But no matter what, one of these 2 teams will get a spot in the grand finals, take on either the Wyffoffs or Mafia Vendetta. So let's get in that series.
And
Oh,
we
go ahead, Lepid. I'm sorry.
will be seeing Crazy Cats versus Phantom Gaming. And what do you think, Tesla, that Crazy Cats have to do with 2 subs to even take the ones game against a strong-looking Shadow Ball 14?
They've got to do something to make one of the other 2 players beat them. They're going to have to play close enough to hug him. They give him no space, no time. Maybe they can even frustrate him, get him to overcommit on defense, opening up some easy 3v2 goals, or get him to, get too aggressive on the goal line, get a bad touch that leads to a goal. So I think they're going to have to just take all the space they can from Shadow and make Silky or Soda beat him.
And we will see if that happens as the first threes game starts here. Blaze was the first kickoff. Yamo continuing on the offense, but Soda from Phantom Gaming, as he proved in the Wyffindor QC matchup, that he will be a menace to be reckoned with, but Shadow Ball will be that strong offensive starter and will be that strong 3rd player for Phantom Gaming. And we continue to see that in the first part of game number 1 so far.
Yeah, so yesterday when I was doing my research of what their trackers were currently looking like headed into this, I actually think Zach Kirk may have been the highest rated threes players of all the players currently. I don't know what they normally have on average or who is generally regarded the best. Just based on ranker, if my notes are correct, he had the highest threes rating. So again, I expect them to be really strong individually, the Crazy Cats. I'm just curious if they'll be able to gel here because as you see, oh, that's an unfortunate second touch there by Soda. The familiarity Silky comes in to clean it up that they have is really going to give them an edge, especially when you get a slow, confusing play on offense right in front of your net.
We saw all the players from Crazy Cats jump up there. A little bit of miscommunication, but Soda unluckily got that touch, not able to leave it for Shadow Ball in time. But we see a kickoff goal come out from Phantom Gaming. They're up by 2 now in this game.
Yeah, that's a heads-up cheat coming out from Silky. The cheater for Crazy Cats gets too close to the play where he doesn't have confidence to jump. Silky trailing just a little bit behind him, has time to react to the ball popping up, save some of his boost from approaching it, and is able to get up and put a shot on net that no one can get in front of. As I say that, Soda here trying to work something to see if they can get a 3-goal lead quickly. Just like in the last game, Phantom is just swarming on offense. They managed to get almost double the shots of QC in every game in the last round, and it looks like coming into this one, they're looking to maintain the same amount of pressure, which will probably help. Can't stress enough how much of a wild card it is with the 2 subs. And through the first 90 seconds, it looks like they're having a rough time figuring out how to rotate and communicate with one another.
And we will see if that continues to happen. Yemo with a weak shot on target. Zach Kirk wasn't able to get back to that ball, and Shadow Ball slows the ball down there. Soda back on the ball, does a wall dash, tries to get past Zach, and Silky will leave it for Shadow Ball 14. He doesn't get the wave dash there. Yemo will early challenge that off. You're seeing Shadow Ball. Silky takes the ball away. That's a trade demo from both sides. And Silky will get past 1, gets it past 2. Yemo should have had contact there. Blaze doesn't get the touch he wants. Yemo tries to jump up, but Soda will jump up in time and take the lead up to 3.
Yeah, Yemo misses his challenge on the sidewall, leaves Blaze's last back. The 50 he takes with Silky is not ideal if you're a Crazy Cats player, and it leads to a chain of events that opens up an easy goal for Soda. Soda with his first goal of the game, but he's been involved in all of them. He has 2 saves, but assisted on, gets credit for the assist on both of Silky's goals. I know technically one of them was a kickoff goal. Soda and Silky here doing what I called. Their Shadow gets his first goal of the game, but score-wise, Soda and Silky definitely doing more of the work for Phantom here halfway through game 1, and they find themselves up 4. A dominating performance thus far, Lep.
Shadow Ball, as I said earlier, will be that strong third man role, allowing Soda and Silky to use each other down the field, and that's just a punish from Phantom Gaming onto Crazy Cats. The Crazy Cats haven't been able to figure out how to score against a strong-looking Phantom Gaming so far, and they need to change this really soon. 2 minutes left on the clock. They're down by 4. Silky will decide to kill the clock a little there. That's a good demo from Soda. Silky won't be able to get back to the ball in time. Soda with a great shot. Yamo with a better save. And the ball continues to be on the half of Crazy Cats. But Zach able to pass it over to Blaze. But good block from Soda. And we still see the clock ticking. And this will be a momentum for Phantom Gaming going into game number 2. And that's another great shot from Soda. This will be a mental killer for Crazy Cats if they do not score a single goal in this game.
Yeah, so yesterday it was Silky stepping up to get beside Shadow. Soda really played out in the first series, and right here, 2 goals, 3 assists, so he's had an assist on every other goal. He has all the saves for his team. A Phantom again, 5 shots to 13. It is just an insane display of swarming offense. Phantom feeling it. Every time they go for the ball, they feel like they're going to get the touch they want, and the defense can't stop it. And they're playing with that swagger right now. It is leading to a dominating performance here as they go up 6-0. Just no answers for the Crazy Cats on defense.
And this is exactly what you were worrying about of Phantom Gaming against 2 subs of Crazy Cats. And this will slow down the Crazy Cats quite a lot, kill their confidence into this series, but it will only boost the confidence for Phantom Gaming. And as we saw in the Wyffindor QC matchup, they gained even more confidence throughout that 2v2 game. And finally, Yamo able to score the first goal for Crazy Cats.
Yeah. Soda not expecting to get it dunked back. He's trying to go across to get that other corner, sees the touch that's gotten Yamo coming back at him, decides to peel off, but with no boost unless Yamo shoots it right at him, he has almost no chance to save that. And so, at least with a minute left here, Crazy Cats will get a goal, give themselves a little bit of confidence going in to the rest of the series. You don't want to get 6, 7, 8, nothing in the first game. That just can't be a good feeling for the rest of the series.
And
oh, that's a nice
dunk from Silky Soda with another shot on there. Zach able to clear it out for the time being. 35 seconds left on the clock. If you are Crazy Cats, you will want to slow down the time. Make sure no more goals go in. Make sure you do not get Brazil. Soda will have the boost advantage against Blaze. And that's a great shot opportunity for Yamo, but Shadow Ball with a good defensive effort. Zach on the ball, and another great save from Shadow Ball, and Silky continuing on the effort from before, able to take that ball down the field. Blaze, the only original roster for Crazy Cats, cannot do anything with the ball there, and the time will go down. Maybe a last effort for Phantom Gaming, and they will Brazil last second, and they will take game number 1 in fashionable fashion, and we will see game number 2 go to ones for the choice of Crazy Cats.
Yeah, shout out to all 3 players from Phantom. They all showed out in that one. Silky with 4 goals in the matchup. Absolutely incredible. Soda with the 2-3-4 scoreline, carrying the day as MVP in the first one. Crazy Cats did, I guess, in a sense, do what I called. You got to make somebody besides Shadow beat you, but Soda, at least in the first game, proved that he was more than up to the task to carry the day if needed.
And we will see ones. I am pretty sure Phantom Gaming will put Shadow Ball 14 back on the field. And for Crazy Cats, who do you think will play for them?
Hard to say. Probably, if I had to pick just based on what I saw from the tracker, I'd probably get Zach to do it. But surely at least these dudes know each other and have played some twos together, so they know who would be stronger in the twos. And since they're going to be looking for wins here any way they can get them, I just imagine you figure out who you want to play the twos, and whoever the odd man out is who plays this one's match.
Well, we will find out in the second game. Phantom Gaming has all the momentum riding, and Crazy Cats will want to win this game in the 1v1. As you said, Zach Kirk will be playing against Shadow Ball 14 to maybe tie it up, or Shadow Ball 14 might show his one's dominance once again. We will see right now, off the kickoff, who will take the first goal, as it could prove to be important. Shadow Ball wins the first kickoff, has almost the first goal. Zach was able to save that one out, and Zach with the panic, and Shadow Ball 14 will get the goal.
Yeah, that's a great first play by Shadow here. Just textbook one. Just lets the defender do too much. He had no boost, got a very soft touch. Shadow just waits on it to roll out to him. He also has no boost, but he lets the defense do too much, and he's able to capitalize and take a 1-goal lead here.
And Shadow Ball 14 continuing on the kickoff dominance. He lets Zach panic on the back line, and Shadow Ball 14 will take the second goal there.
Yeah, so Shadow Ball with a quick 2-goal lead here. Just looking at it here, it looks like Shadow Ball is a GC ones player. Zach is only a champ ones player, at least currently. So Zach definitely going to have his work cut out for him here if he wants to try to get a dub here against Shadow Ball. But maybe that's what Crazy Cats were considering when they picked this matchup, knowing that they had just lost the first one. So they just picked this. They know who their twos duo is going to be. They go ahead and get it out of the way. And so, you know, they'll got to be feeling a little better about their twos chances. Shadow just doing everything he wants right now on the pitch. Zach going to have to find a way to maybe play extremely fundamental, almost like Flakes. Rather than trying to force the issue, just let Shadow play into him, try to have solid defense and score on counterattacks.
Shadow Ball, oh my god, with a reset, he has control off the ball. With the boost amount, he just air dribbles, gets the reset. Zach jumped way too late, and Shadow Ball was able to get around him. Now he's up by 4 in this once game. Zach still has plenty of time to come back in this game, but so far, it is not looking likely with how Shadow Ball is playing so far. Zach has to figure out something to even get a goal in this game.
Yeah, Shadow now on defense for probably really the first time in the match. He's able to get that out. Maybe not the best touch you wanted, but shout out to Phantom Gaming as a whole. Had a lot of highlight reel clips, like an and one mixtape game yesterday in their matchup. And the first game, they had a couple of really mechanical shots, and that flip reset from Shadow Ball there. Phantom showing all 3 players very, very mechanical, spend a lot of time in free play working on their craft.
Shadow Ball is a very grounded player. He will keep it in the ground for a large majority of the game, but if he feels lucky, he will take the ball into the air. Shadow Ball puts it up off the backboard. Zach has no boost, and Shadow Ball continuing on the offensive pressure, steals the boost once again. Zach will get contact with the ball, and Shadow Ball still on the ball, not allowing Zach to go get boost. That's a good flick from Shadow Ball, and he's up by 5 in this game.
Yeah, Shadow Ball is just putting on a clinic right there. He knows that Zach has no boost. He manages to just do enough to keep it where Zach can't ever rotate out to get any boost. Takes control of the ball when he has him flat-footed in the net and just picks his spot and flicks it around him. A Shadow Ball doing it in the air, doing it on the ground, giving you TikTok clips, giving you textbook plays. He's just doing it all right now. You got to be feeling bad for Zach at the moment, but it's still a lot of time left. Even though he's down 5, it's a ones game. Finds himself unable to score in the first 2 minutes, but he gets an open net here, gets his first one on the board, and that may be what he needs to get his foot back in the game.
Indeed, that was a little bit of an aggressive challenge from Shadow Ball. He didn't let the ball roll. If he just waited even a tiny bit, he could have gotten in contact with the ball, not allowing Zach Kirk to get the first goal of the game for himself. And Shadow Ball continuing his efforts to shut down Zach Kirk. Zach Kirk will be waiting on the wall here, but Shadow Ball will take his time waiting for Zach Kirk to challenge, and he finally does, but Shadow Ball still has ball possession here, takes it up into the air, fakes out Zach Kirk, tries to take it low, but Zach Kirk will be able to save that one away. But Shadow off the wall, has a reset, gets a 50, and now Shadow Ball has to get back. He goes for the demo on Zach, and now he's killing even more time off the clock. Zach is able to get boost here. Shadow Ball with a bounce dribble, and Zach with a panic challenge there, and we see this ball continuing to slow down the clock from either side. That's a great shot from Zach. Shadow Ball tried to play a little bit high, not knowing the boost amount from Zach, and that ball went into the back of the net.
Yeah, that's a heads-up follow there by Zach. He just sees a tiny little window as the ball's being passed around at a high rate of speed, manages to get a little touch on it, force it into the net. Shadow trying to come down off the wall, can't get it. So Zach now, after going down 5 early, in the next minute has scored 2. So if he can manage to score 2 a minute going forward here, my math says he wins by 1, but early challenge there. Shadow punishes, flicks it right over him. Teardrop flick. Looks like a deep 3 from Steph Curry. Yeah, this is perfect. Just nice, up and high. Manages to make contact with Zach as he's following through the flip that he uses for the flick, which will make him stay on the ground just a tick longer, and he'll go up 4. It's 6-2 now for Shadow Ball.
Shadow Ball just continuing on what we saw from that game number 1 in that 3v3. He almost has another goal there. Zach Kirk tries to block that attempt, and that's a good block from Zach. Xiaobao has to rush back to see if he can even save this attempt from Zach, and he does. Zach continuing, trying to come back in this game to gain momentum for himself or even get the momentum with the goal scored, but Xiaobao is not having it. He's back into the air. Zach will jump up, finally wins that 50, but Xiaobao will get back in time, and that shot's off target for Zach. And we see Xiaobao continuing, killing the clock, killing the time that Zach Kirk can't possibly even come back.
Yeah, we've seen this time and time again. Phantom, as a team, approach Rocket League like NBA coaches. So they're just, once they get a lead, even though they are very talented players, they're content to just control the ball and run the clock out to limit the chances they have of giving up a lead by making careless mistakes or getting too confident and overcommitting a bunch. So shout out to them for that. Again, we see the Shadow, not really sure. We've seen him make a lot of different shots here. He's shown more than enough one's prowess to push the limit here on the score. Seems more than content to just keep boost and keep ball and keep Zach chasing.
Zach still hasn't gotten a third goal, and Xiaobao is doing a great job on defense, and he finally overcommits there with trying to do a must-see. Zach will get his third goal finally with 14 seconds left on the clock, and this game is starting to look like in Xiaobao's favor, but Zach still has plenty of time since it's once he has to win every single kickoff now against a strong-looking Xiaobao off kickoffs. And that's not very likely. And that's another kickoff when Xiaobao will waste more time off the clock. 8 seconds left. He takes the ball up into the air, goes off the ceiling. Zach will clear that out. 2 seconds left remaining. Zach will try to get a goal here, and he will. And this game will go on the side of Phantom Gaming. In dominant fashion, Xiaobao will just try to do a little bit more mechanical plays, trying to be a little bit more risky because he does have the solid lead, and Phantom Gaming will go 2-0 up in this series.
And shout out to Zach there. That was a nifty little goal to send us out on. Love to see the little control with the ball there. Little single jump pop, gets right to it. Little air dribble in. Add a little flair on the goal. Makes it seem like he's not too tilted by this. Like maybe he expected this outcome. I'm sure these players are somewhat familiar with each other rather.
And this next game will be 3v3. And Phantom Gaming had a dominant game 1 in 3s, and now they had a pretty much dominant game in 1s. If Phantom Gaming win this next 3s game against Crazy Cats, then they will be on match point, and it will go into 2v2s against a strong-looking Silky and Starter who did a dominant performance against Wyffindor QC in the last 2v2 game, which could prove to be fatal against a Crazy Cats roster who hasn't played much Rocket League together.
Yeah, that's going to be the fact they haven't played much Rocket League together is going to be their biggest Achilles heels in these 3s, and not wanting to be looking at match point going the rest of the way, because that would mean they would have to win the next 3s and allow them to force a 1 for game 6. So really, really want to be able to take this one here if you're Crazy Cats, not go down 3-0.
Indeed, and Blaze will score the first goal for Crazy Cats to start it out. In game number 3, Silky gets a heavy touch off the wall, allowing Blaze to just rush towards the ball with the open net. No one was back for Phantom Gaming, and now Crazy Cats are in the lead early in game number 3. Shadow Ball back on the ball, bangs the ball up. Blaze will put it over to the corner. Zach waiting. Blaze back to Zach. Zach up, has an open net opportunity, but Soda gets back in time. Silky and Shadow Ball goes for that ball. Shadow bangs the ball down the field. Silky back on the ball. He tries to put it middle. Zach and Nemo double commit there. Soda with a shot opportunity scores, and this game is now even.
Yeah, Soda picking up where he left off in the first 3s game. Phantoms seem a little bit more aggressive in this. They've only given up 1 goal, but they twice have gotten kind of caught out being too far forward on offense. Almost led to a second one there as Zach controlled that up the field, that little air dribble. But nonetheless, the ball doesn't find the back of the net, coming the other way. Soda, like I said, picking up where he left off from the first one, able to get one in, and it's tied. Now Soda going for a nasty double. Can't quite find it. Shadow there going to try to keep the pressure. But again, that's a great effort from Soda. Soda quietly shows some flair mechanics every now and then. I haven't seen many people in chat or heard either of you mention him being known as a particularly mechanical player, but he has definitely shown flashes of it, as if it's a trick that he keeps in his bag and just doesn't use it as often.
Every player on this side of Phantom Gaming are mechanical, and that's just not the play you want to see from the side of Crazy Cats. They try to dribble it there, and Silky will ego challenge that, and that ball will go in the back of the net, and now Phantom Gaming have the lead in the third game.
Yeah, that was actually a really heads-up decision to ego challenge there, because your car behaves funny when you try to jump in that curve at the bottom. So sometimes, depending on your angle, it'll eat your jump, and sometimes it'll like eat you at a funny angle. You won't be flat to the ground when you leave. And so, recognizing that, he challenges immediately, knowing Yamo has to wait before he can try to do anything, and he knocks it away. And here's Soda with another goal, his second one of the match. That's a nice pass up to Silky, who gets a touch and leaves it for Soda to finish. 3-1. This team picking up right where they left off in game one. Just total dominance in the 3v3 mode for Phantom Gaming.
And we start to see the getaway that we saw in game number one originally, but Crazy Cats did have a great start, and they finally get one more goal on the tallies, trying to come back. The ball bounced out for Blaze. Blaze gets a great shot back corner of the net, and Shadow Ball was able to get back in time to save that. And now this is only a 1-goal deficit with still most of the game remaining, but we still see Shadow Ball continuing on the offensive pressure that we saw earlier. Zach with a shot opportunity. That shot's wide. Soda will take control of the ball, take it up, and that's a reset from him. Tries to bump out one of the players from Crazy Cats there. Shadow Ball back on the ball, trying to be out Zach, and that's a shot opportunity for Yamo. That shot's a little bit wide. Soda up to Silky. Silky tries to get back over to Soda. Shadow Ball doesn't get contact with the ball there because he got bumped. And now the ball is going the other direction, but Soda is able to cut off that play from happening for the Crazy Cats.
Yeah, Phantom here having a little bit of hard time cracking the defense here since the first 90 seconds. So the following minute, they haven't been able to do much, and they gave up a couple of goals. Blaze forcing the own goal earlier. I wonder if they lose by one, if Shadow will think about that touch. Because it almost looked like it was going to hit the post and do something to give him a better chance at getting the touch than trying to beat it to the net. So I wonder if he'll think about that. But they still have a 1-goal lead, so it's not too bad yet. We've approached the halfway mark here. Shadow now working it down the field. There's an open net, overcommit from the Crazy Cat side, and that will allow Phantom to go up 2 here. It's 4-2 Phantom with 2:16 left in this one. They got to do something. Going down 3-0 is going to be a rough climb back.
Indeed it will. And Crazy Cats, we saw them go down by 6 goals in game number 1. And this is looking highly familiar for Phantom Gaming. They start out the game weak in game number 3, but they bounce back, and now they're back in the lead. They have ball possession, taking it down the field. Yamo will challenge that. Shadow Ball will bring the ball down the field, and that's off the crossbar, but Blaze up, and Shadow Ball goes for another shot on because he sees Blaze not able to get contact with that ball there, and that will be a 3-goal lead for Phantom Gaming.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play again. He sees that he can beat the first man and sees the guy in net is backwards, so shoots it while Zach has his back turned, and he can't use the square button and power slide around in time to really get a piece of that. And so they'll go up 3 here, much like the first game. They just don't have an answer for the offensive swarming. They're getting physical. Even on that last goal, there was a bump on the way down. We just see a demo there while they're on offense. Phantom is just playing with so much confidence. Like, they're not even, I don't want to say they're disrespecting their opponent, but they're playing like they think that even if they make some errors that lead to goals, they have enough offense to overcome all of that. And as long as they're converting like this, it seems like they'll be successful. And having that kind of momentum and confidence is going to be a great thing for them if they're able to hold on in this series and then take first place in the money game.
We will see what happens as we see a lot of physicality coming out from Phantom Gaming once again, as we saw in the Wyffindor QC matchup. And that's an open net opportunity for Zach Kirk. Both of the players leave the ball for Phantom Gaming. They didn't see this play coming. Shadow Ball jumps over, trying to get contact, doesn't see the ball because of the demo that Soda does. And now the game could be possible for Crazy Cats to come back, but in their way is a Phantom Gaming who continues to show as aggressive as they have been.
Yeah, that's another great effort there. I thought Shadow Ball had just gotten a takeaway and was going to put one back in the net, put the lead back to 6. The Crazy Cats have had a little better offense in this one. Definitely didn't go down 6 early, but still just not enough answers on defense. The just continuous swarm of Phantom Gaming makes it seem like no one's going to be able to get in front of them. It's just impressive the way, even if they're not getting a touch that finds the back of the net, the touches they are getting maintain pressure. And now we got all 3 blue players right there in the same midfield on the same side of the wall. May still get a goal out of it. They do, but look, unless they get a really magical kickoff goal here, it may be too little too late. That's a nice touch by Yamo. Zach managed, I think Zach actually did get a piece of that to put it over Shadow, but nonetheless, they do score and get it a 1-goal game, but there's only 2 seconds left.
2 seconds left. There must be a kickoff strap, but there's none. Phantom Gaming will take game number 3. They are on match point, and we will go to 2v2s. It will be Soda and Silky versus Yamo and Blaze for the 2v2 match.
Well, man, Crazy Cats, if they can manage to take this 2v2, they had a lot better effort in that one, and they actually managed to outshoot Phantom. I think this is the first game Phantom has gotten outshot in all night. So shout out to Crazy Cats for finding a way to at least return some of the offensive pressure, and they're nearly able to pull it out. But Soda, again, taking the MVP for his team, doing as much as he can for him, looking really solid here for Phantom in the semifinals.
And we will start to see that show up even more in the 2v2 and the next 3v3 game if Phantom Gaming do lose the 2v2, which they are against the Goliath of this side of the bracket in Phantom Gaming. They have the mechanical demons in Soda and in Silky, but will Blaze and Yemo be able to beat them, or will Phantom Gaming win in a sweep fashion? We will see here in this game number 4, and we will see who takes the first strike.
Yeah, so right here immediately off kickoff, Blaze and Silky battling for it. Blaze is going to get control. Nice touch forward now. Tries to follow. Soda tries to get there to cut off. Unsuccessful in the first try. Gets it on the second. Gets a demo as he hits it into a man. Yemo trying to track it back. Able to get it around. Going to try to follow this. Silky waiting on him on the other wall. Oh, this is trouble. Blaze may have touched it into his own goal. Soda there to make sure he can't correct himself. And immediately off the rip, Silky and Soda adding a high degree of pressure to this thing. Force Blaze into a bad touch, and they'll go up 1-0 here in game 4.
And this is looking very scary for this side of Crazy Cats. They must score a goal now, and that's a great opportunity of a bump, but they do not get it, so now the ball's going the other direction. Soda with another demo. Now it's a 1v2 for the side of Crazy Cats. Silky will have ball possession here. He takes it off of his own backboard. Soda with another demo. This is an open net for Phantom Gaming. They take the lead up to 2.
Yeah, this is great control by Silky here, and he holds it in the air for a while. That's when the ball is the most dangerous for the defense, when it's high in the air and they don't have it. Probably both players on ball cam, and that allows Soda to get out and get a demo on one. when you get a demo like that, especially in twos, the other guy's trying to figure out what gap you're leaving. Silky puts another one in off kickoff. It's just total domination here for Phantom. But when you get that demo, then the other player starts, instead of making sure he's confident in his position, he starts wondering what gap is left open by the demo. No one can fill it in time. And so through the first 50 seconds of this one, Phantom totally dominating in the threes, looking like they want to call the curtain on this one and get into the money match for the championship.
Indeed. That third goal was because of a kickoff mess up from Yamo. Soda will continue on the efforts here, trying to get another ball centered for Silky to score. Yamo with no boost on the backboard. Silky tried to go fancy there, and Soda with another shot on target. He fakes out Blaze this time, and Blaze and Yamo have very low boost. This boost game from Phantom Gaming has been immaculate so far. Soda doesn't get the double off of his own backboard. Silky continues, wins that 50, but Yamo will be back first to the ball here. And Yamo with a flick, but that's a good save from Soda. Silky, no boost left in the tank. Blaze doesn't get contact with the ball there. Soda back on the ball, takes control, gets a solid flick. That's off the post, and Blaze puts it to the side. Silky continuing on the offensive press. That's a whiff from the defense of Crazy Cats, and Crazy Cats have to stop messing up and stop losing their boost to map control. And that's what is so far killing them in this 2v2 game, WaTesla.
Yeah, Soda here gets a shot on. They're just, it's like they're panicking. And when you panic, you play faster because you feel like you're slower as part of the skill set. Yamo gets on the board first here as we approach the halfway mark. But they seem to be pressing. You're right, their boost management's not as good. So a lot of times they're either having to rely on pennies, low boost, or drive out of the way and leave their teammate on an island as they grab the corner. But shout out to Soda real quick for that flick. I mean, man, that thing had to have been close to 70. No one's getting a piece of that if it isn't high. And Soda here with the shot, and he'll get the lead back to 3 right at the halfway mark. 2:35 remaining. Nice kickoff here. Soda able to save enough boost to get behind this, go up, take a shot. Blaze can't get to it. Yamo has no boost. He's trailing. And it's 4-1 now for Phantom's twosome as they try to close this series out.
And Crazy Cats have to start figuring something out now. That's a good boost deal for Blaze to start it out. He has an opportunity here, but Soda with a good pre-jump. Yamo has no shot opportunity there. He also gets demoed from Soda, and last man back will be Blaze, and the clock is ticking for Crazy Cats. Blaze will try to early challenge there. Soda back on the ball, trying to get past Yamo, and he does. Soda continues on the ball, has control of the ball, dodges the bomb. Silky will pre-flip there. And Blaze, again, losing another 50. Yamo back on the ball, puts it up for Blaze. Blaze up already. Has a shot opportunity. That shot's weak. Soda over to Silky. Silky gets a heavy touch there, so he races back to the ball. Silky continues on the ball, but gets demoed there. Blaze, shot opportunity. That's wide. Soda will get back there. Blaze bumped off. Soda continues on the ball, goes for the pinch, and Yamo will have to control his ball on his side of the field.
Man, right there following that pinch, that little sequence, Soda was absolutely moving, using wave dashes, using wall dashes, conserving his boost, stayed supersonic almost the whole time while maintaining over 70 boost. Brilliant display of recovery and control there from Soda. And again, I said this in the ones game. Phantom seem content when they get the lead late to just play ball control. And they do it so well, and we've seen it so often through this now third series they've played in the tournament, that it's obviously a conscious decision that they've discussed and they feel confident about. And it takes good mental to be able to just turn the gas off and just say, look, I'm just going to control this, soft touches, keep the ball on my bumper, not taking a shot, not looking for a demo, not going to double commit, not going to overcommit. Look at this. No one's even really turning to make a good shadow. Both players drive all the way to the wall, let Blaze use boost and see what they're doing, comes all the way with nothing, and both of them are just here ready. That's a great pinch. I mean, the clock management is an aspect of the game you don't see a lot of teams really take into account, but it's a hidden gem here for the Phantom squad, and Unless there's a miracle left, it looks like they might be calling the curtain on this one. It's 15 seconds left, and they find themselves up 4 with pressure. I mean, up
Indeed,
3 with
yeah.
pressure.
Yamo will try, but Silky will and Soda will continue to kill off the clock. This is the series done. Silky will get one last effort and score once again to get the lead up to 4. Crazy Cats get swept by Phantom Gaming to end this series in a dominant style. We will see Phantom Gaming as the first team in the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Phantom. They'll make it to the grand finals. They're definitely guaranteed to leave with some of the prize money this evening. And special shout out to Soda for that series. Not only was he the anchor and the do everything player for his squad, had double-digit saves through the 4 games. So really showed up on the defensive end for Phantom. And they're going to need that against whoever they face coming out of the other side of the bracket in the championship.
And that will have it for the semifinals matchup of Phantom Gaming versus Crazy Cats. Phantom Gaming will be in the grand finals, and we will go to a break here. The next matchup will be the Wyffoffs versus Mafia Vendetta when we get back. I'll see you guys then.
That was a very quick semifinals and a very dominant performance from Phantom Gaming. 4-0 to take down the Crazy Cats, only our second sweep in this final bracket. Well, they have a spot in the grand finals here in our Excellence Division playoffs here. Joining me again is Lepid and WaTesla. We've got another semifinals to go. We're nearing closer and closer to grand finals. We've already guaranteed one team, and Tesla, getting to see Phantom Gaming today. Tesla, you mentioned how confident they are, how good they look. That was perfect from Phantom Gaming. They never looked like losing.
Yeah, they just look like they knew where their teammates are going to be at every time. They felt like they were faster than the other teams in both series. They've gone for everything they've wanted, done what you got to do when you have the long day to come all the way back to the grand final. And so I'm sure they'll be taking the much needed break since their last series was over so quickly and spying on these two teams to see what they may be up against to try to take the grand prize.
That's a great transition into our next series here, our next of two semi-finals. It is the Wyffoffs on one side, the number 1 seed, taking on Mafia Vendetta here, the number 6 seed coming to this event. I think a lot of people expected Mafia Vendetta to have a good performance, but they have a very good chance to make it to the grand finals now. But I will say, that 3v3 game, which has been their strong suit so far, it's going to be tested here. Wyffoffs, another solid 3v3 team, and Lepid, I think you and I both know this very well. 3v3 is almost certainly going to be the game mode that determines this series.
It will indeed. 3v3 is going to be very dangerous for either one of the two rosters. Wyffoffs are known for their high physicality gameplay, which will shut down most of the passing plays from Mafia Vendetta if they do not dodge those demos. But Mafia Vendetta, again, have those team chemistry that can do those passing plays from out of nowhere, so this could go either way for threes.
Really could be, and that's the scary thing about this thing, I think, for threes, because I think in 2s and 1s, you get to see a lot of action from a lot of different teams, but in 3s, it's going to be close. Wyffoffs have proven well. We talked a lot about Waffle in the pre-show here. Tesla, you've been talking about Waffle being an MVP caliber player. What about Waffle? Should people be watching for tonight? Because if they didn't see Waffle yesterday, they don't know why we're talking about her so much, and why she's going to be that player that the Wyffoffs are going to really rely on. Tell to people out there who haven't seen her yesterday what makes Waffle such a scary player for anyone to compete against, and eventually for Mafia Vendetta to compete against.
Well, most people think the hardest thing to do in Rocket League is play like Drawley or Zen, but the hardest thing to do in Rocket League is to play like Monkey Moon or Atomic, and that's what you get out of Waffle. She's there where she needs to be for the shot. If her first man is able to open it up for her, she's there to get the demo if one of her teammates has a control. She has not yet shown any weaknesses in net on defense, not overcommitting, able to get the touches when she's on the line, and also a great passer, finding teammates open in the middle of the field when she has control on either side. And so Zenith, being a really outstanding player on his own right, and Zink, the 15-year-old phenom surrounding her, that allows her to be that anchor. And to me, that's really the hardest thing to be really good at Rocket League. And she's proven to me in this tournament to be the best anchor. And I believe that's going to be just a little too much to overcome.
Definitely a way to look at this. I'm excited to see how things will go as well with this matchup. But either way, I mean, what a bracket this has been so far. We'll take a look again at this bracket. And so far, for a lot of us, there's been some pretty interesting predictions. Some of us have actually made some pretty good predictions in this one. I know one of you said that the Phantom Gaming team's gonna win this one. What, Tesla, was it you that said Phantom was gonna go to the grand finals?
Yes, I did change mine from Crazy Cats earlier with the sub issue, and they totally were able to answer the bell here for me.
Definitely have done exactly strong performance so far from Phantom Gaming, and again, getting to wait now. Do you think there's an advantage with waiting in the position that Phantom Gaming is? Do you think they have an advantage now? They get to wait a little bit more, whereas opposed to whoever wins this match will have to immediately play in the grand finals.
Well, one of our semifinal teams last week got beat. It seemed like the wait may have been too much for them. So we'll have to see here. But Wyffoffs being the solid team that they are, if there is a team that is not going to worry about having not already been warmed up, it's going to be them. But they have a tall order. Mafia has already swept in this tournament, so they've shown that they get momentum and they can really let it ride. And if they win this, Phantom also has a sweep in this tournament, and it's from earlier tonight. So Wyffoffs going against the two teams that have had the most outstanding performance outside of the Wyffoffs themselves. So I'm sure they'll be looking for a strong performance here so they can carry the momentum because I, of course, had them going to the grand finals as well.
Yeah, we'll definitely see about that. I think all of us had the Wyffoffs making it to the grand finals, but even then, it doesn't mean it's easy. It just means that we think that they are the ones to do it, that we think they are slightly favored here. So far, I think for most of our matches we've had, the desk has all completely predicted correctly so far on who's going to win their matches as well. Well, let's see if we can do that again here. WaTesla, who do you have winning this matchup? I think we all have Wyffoffs here, but the question is, in how many games?
I'm actually expecting this one to go 7.
Well, we haven't had a 7-game series yet. We've had one 7-game series yet in this bracket, but none today. Today we've had some shorter. We had 2 game 6s and a 4-game series. Lepid, what's your prediction here?
You know, just to be change up things on the desk, I'm gonna say Mafia Vendetta in 7.
Oh, Lepid's going to turn his predictions around. Somebody's going to be wrong now. I'm still going to stick with the Wyffoffs. I have them make the grand finals. I have them winning this whole thing with how they looked yesterday, but I think this is going to be a tough matchup for them because this Mafia Vendetta team really matches up very well with them. These are 2 teams that are very good at threes, 2 teams that definitely aren't afraid to go for demos as well. I think if you're the Wyffoffs, it's a bit of an awkward position. If they don't do well in threes, they're really going to suffer in this series. And so far, no one has been able to beat either of these teams in the 3v3 game mode. So, of course, them being paired together just means we're going to have excellence tonight. Tesla, the semifinals, the second of the 2 semifinals is right around the corner. The pressure is on these teams, and it's on these players. For Wyffoffs, I think, even though I have Wyffoffs winning this matchup, I think for Wyffoffs, they have a bit of a disadvantage in that 2s and 1s. They're good, but I mean, Mafia Vendetta, they have been stellar in 2s and 1s.
I'm looking forward to see if they put Zinc out there again for the ones. Young phenom. He did take the L yesterday in it, but he looked good in the entire match. And so I'll be interested to see if they put him back out there against ones and how he's able to do. Because I imagine whoever Mafia, we've seen Inertia and Jupiter play the ones for Vendetta. So I imagine that I would like to see Zeke play against either of those players. I don't believe it'll disappoint.
No, but I mean, for Zink, he has not exactly had a great record in the 1v1 so far. Had to play the 1v1 game against Wyffindor QC. That was the one game I think they lost as well.
Yes,
so Zink's, I think that's the game mode that they really want to avoid at all costs if you're Wyffoffs. I think they have a good chance in 2s. I don't think they have a chance in 1s against the Mafia Vendetta team. Against Inertia, against Snake, against Jupiter. And my worry is Snake and Jupiter have proven they're very good at 2s. For the Wyffoffs, if they can't win if they can't be competitive in 2s, and if they can't win and if they can't really again dominate 3s, I mean this is a great place for Mafia Vendetta. I think they're more well-rounded, and that could really benefit them here if the Wyffoffs don't come out swinging.
Yeah, Wyffoffs will definitely have to be on their game, and if they're not, then we'll have both teams in the championship that played the long match, like played the long game today, had to started from the bottom. Now they're here. So looking forward to this one, and it's our last semifinal. Winner of this one will definitely be in the money game. So a lot riding on it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. $100 prize pool. We haven't mentioned much about it here. $100 prize pool, sponsored by Team Evo, Sport FC, and Kyle G. It's 70 for first, 30 for second. So if you don't make top 2, too bad, you don't get any of it. And that is, for how long these teams have been playing in this final bracket, boy, what a disappointment it would be to not be able to take at least something from this tournament. Both these teams are one match away from top 2 placement, but under a lot of pressure to do things well here. So, oh boy, this is going to be a high-pressure scenario as, again, these teams playing well. And we did get a message from Wyffoffs. Apparently, they're still in their warm-up match, so they'll be joining in any minute here, but Wyffoffs getting themselves warmed up. Mafia Vendetta, I don't know if they've been warming up, but I'm sure they've been doing something while the other series has been going on, although obviously didn't have to do it for very long. I mean, Wyffoffs, you mentioned Mint Mango Waffle, or Waffle as she goes by, and how good she's been. I think we should also mention about the demos from Wyffoffs. They're probably the best team in demos. Waffle does a lot of them, but really everybody on this team gets involved in demos. And Mafia Vendetta, they've done demos, but they're not really a heavy demo team, and I think if Wyffoffs can win on demos here, that Mafia Vendetta rotation is going to be put under a lot of pressure because those demos from Wyffoffs, they come often, they come frequently, they come fast, and they are very tough to avoid. So I don't think Vendetta's going to really rely on those demos. They're going to rely on that rotation, on that chemistry to really win out this series.
Well, in this bracket yesterday and today, we've seen some interesting defense that teams have played against demo-heavy teams. I believe it was Silky and Soda. We saw There were one guy was driving into the net and the other guy was going high on the backboard to make it so that whoever rushed for the demo in those twos games would have to take himself completely out of the play, almost to the point where success didn't matter because it would have been negligible. And so we'll see if the Wyffoffs come out trying to get a lot of demos, if Mafia has a game plan, like a setup they like to do. Um, Obviously, that all goes out the window on transition goals, but if they have a setup to try to avoid that, because what makes Wyffoffs, again, this is just a credit to Waffle, is playing the anchor. She sees the whole field, so she's either able to go for one or see if one of her players pushed up has a chance to go for one because she could see the field better. So I'm sure she'll definitely be trying to direct traffic, so to speak, this one.
You also mentioned about the Wyffoffs team. You also mentioned a lot about Zink yesterday. Had a not bad performance, but he's the young 15-year-old. I think for Zink, one thing I'm definitely going to question, is he nervous? He's new, he's young, and generally speaking, when you're new and you're young, you're nervous. So for Zink, I mean, he's in the top 4. He knows his team is right there on the cusp of the championship matchup. He's going to be nervous. Waffle's a veteran. She's been here before. She's won tournaments before in ATS. She's been in the playoff bracket quite frequently on various different teams, although this is a new roster for her. I think if Zink's going to be nervous, you rely on players like Waffle, who are veterans, to really calm you down, to get you into the series, to get you going, to make sure that you're not too nervous. And I think really, for Waffle, her concern is not only just allowing this team to be successful, but also allowing Zink to, get involved, to not be nervous, to play the way he wants to, and of course to allow this team to do well. Because for Wyffoffs, I'm sure they're focusing on this first 3v3 game to get themselves going, to get that strong start that they did against Wyffindor QC, and to hopefully, again for them at least, really do well in the 3v3 mode so they put less pressure on the 2s and 1s mode that they know they are weaker at.
Yeah, they'll definitely want to try to at least be competitive in the other modes. They definitely could win all 4, but it will definitely be a stressful match if they have to rely on just being able to win the 3s, the Wyffoffs. So we'll see what they're able to come up with here. Again, really looking forward to this one. It's going to be very interesting, and the winner of this one's in the money. So
yeah, of course, a big performance here as we'll keep things going. We're into game 1 now. Wyffoffs on the blue, Mafia Vendetta on the orange.
yeah, and so immediately here off kickoff, Waffle going to try to track this down. Goes up, tries to get a touch out, can't quite. Oh, this is dangerous already. Zink able to get a little touch away, but Inertia takes control. Zenith wisely waits, watches as the little flick comes over. He gets a touch over too. Inertia lasts back, able to send it the other way, but it's cut off. So now, Mafia started off with the pressure. Now they're watching Wyffoffs get their first crack at it. There's one of the demos we talked about coming out from Waffle, finding the opportunity to set her team up for a 3v2. There's another demo from Zenith. Very physical here in the opening minute, Sporty.
It is very physical, and expect a lot of that from the Wyffoffs. I mean, they love demos. I mean, one of the ways that they really made things awkward for QC was through those demo plays, and they're strong, they're competitive, and Mafia Vendetta, they've shown they can work with demos, but they haven't exactly had a lot of them. I wouldn't expect a lot of demos from Mafia Vendetta in this series, just considering that they have to worry about those rotations, as now it's out of rotation! Zenith with goal 1, Mafia Vendetta! They weren't even demoed here, just ran into each other. Inertia and Fox couldn't get control there, and Mafia Vendetta, that is a bad start for them here, as not even, as we haven't even mentioned the fact that they have Fox playing, that's their sub, but they're used to Fox, and for Mafia Vendetta, playing with the sub and Fox running into him as well, clearly the rotations from Vendetta might need a bit of work here with the player who has not exactly played with this roster for the majority of their matches.
Yeah, not catching that until you just pointed it out, Sporty. It's really going to put Mafia at a disadvantage. I feel like Jupiter has been their best player in the tournament thus far. Hope it's all the best. Reason he couldn't be here for this, it's not anything big, but then Zink gonna own goal there and get him right back in it. That's just an unfortunate touch there for the young phenom. But this that's a nice dunk there by Inertia. But again, we didn't know about that in the pre-match. Having the sub in Fox for Jupiter definitely adds another layer of intrigue to this matchup.
Yeah, but I think for Inertia, they're not going to be too concerned. They're one of those teams where actually playing with the sub is not exactly a disadvantage for them. They're used to Fox. He's been their sub for a very long time, and they're not going to be too concerned, even when they're playing with Fox. Because, sure, you might mention about how good Jupiter is, but Fox is a solid player in his own right. And again, this is a team that's got a lot of talent, can play a lot of different game modes. I don't think this is going to be too much of a concern for them here, as Vendetta will clear it back, tied at 1 each now. Zink wins the play. Waffle will try to take down Fox. It's Zenith up with it. Zenith still going. Snake bumped out of the way. It's a play in front. Zinc won't be there. And Mafia Vendetta will keep it out. Inertia back the other way. Gets by Waffle. Zinc cuts out that play in front as Zenith was initially looking to go for it here, but Wyffoffs letting Zinc run around as Zenith on almost no boost. Zinc's gotta go. And they'll clear this one out. Waffle right behind as Zinc takes the ball. Gets by one. Now over the other. Snake, no boost left in the tank, but Inertia will clear this ball away and give Vendetta time to recover.
Yeah, we saw that on that one defensive possession there for Wyffoffs. Looks like Zinc, don't know if he's being calm that way or if he just got a little ahead of himself, but he definitely seems to be speeding around the field. As I say that, Inertia able to find another one here. Is both goals for Vendetta here, and of course the first one was an own goal, but nonetheless a goal is a goal, and they find themselves up one here halfway through game one.
It doesn't help for the Wyffoffs that double commit in front of nets was one where it's just a simple miscommunication. Yeah, it's probably one of those plays where both players probably called it late and neither of them called each other off there. That's a bit of a play that you don't want to give if you're the Wyffoffs, especially in a game mode like 3v3, when you know that this Mafia Vendetta team is good at 1s and 2s. As be Zenith back for Waffle. Zinc clear it down the field as Fox next to it. Zinc waiting around Fox. Wyffoffs will stay on this play as Waffle the flick over. It's Zenith, but Snake will be there for it. Mafia Vendetta will clear this one away. Not a lot of chances so far this game for Wyffoffs, as another one for Mafia Vendetta. It's Fox again. And Mafia Vendetta, we asked the question of could they manage the 3v3 mode against the Wyffoffs? The answer, at least for so far, is a resounding yes.
Yeah, and as you said, Sporty Fox filling in admirably. Doesn't look like they've really missed a step here. Have Vendetta. Definitely wasn't expecting them to have, to dominate the threes as they have here. As we see Waffle go for the double, she can't get a piece of. So Wyffoffs, unless they're able to find an answer here in the next 90 seconds, going to be trying to figure out what happened here as we roll into the next game mode and as they prepare to try to get some wins in the other threes matches going forward.
Inertia. Snake. Fox. Zinc will win the play. Wyffoffs needs something and they'll need it soon. That's a heavy touch from Zinc, but Zenith can't go for it here as the Wyffoffs keep the ball. Zenith. Waffle will leave the play as it's Zinc up next. That gun on target! Zinc finds the angle. It goes right between the defenders, and Mafia Vendetta caught looking at each other.
Yeah, not sure what happened here. Fox just keeps pushing all the way across the net. He has the boost. He drives himself out of the play, and just an unfortunate turn of events there. They'll cut the lead to 1, so minute 9 left. We got a match here. Right off the kickoff, Waffle wins the kickoff. Zenith fakes, leaves it for Waffle. Waffle's going to let it come down. Zinc now trying to send it. Zinc with an opportune shot while ago between the defense. See if they can find another gap in it here, or if they're going to have to force this in with a demo and a shady little chip in. Waffle doubles it. What a brilliant shot from Waffle to tie this up.
Waffle does not leave these games unanswered, that's for certain. What a huge shot. And inside the final minute too, a huge goal. A huge moment. The Wyffoffs tie this game at 3 goals each. And you know how desperately these teams want to win the 3v3 mode. You know how much these teams want to win this mode. They know how important this mode is. 4 of the 7 games here are played in 3s, and for the Wyffoffs especially. They know 1s is not going to be in their favor. They know 2s is going to be quite a tough battle. It really does come down to 3s, where they were so strong against Wyffindor QC. They'll need to be strong again as Snake. Inertia, stopped by Zinc. 30 seconds to go. As it will be Zenith. It's a touch right back to Fox. With time and space, with room to work, that's going to be cleared back. Inertia holds on to this one. As it will be Zinc jumping in. Still not much choice. That's going to bounce off the post. It's Zinc to the net. He's hit the post. Zenith goes again. He'll get this one, but it's stopped by Inertia. A big chance that will go asking. Another one. Fox on the way. And Mafia Vendetta hold on. Now it's Snake to win the game. An open net. He's hit the bar. Chances in the final seconds. It's overtime in game 1.
No one wants to win this one. So many shots in the last 10 seconds off of the edge of the net on both ends. Zenith and Zinc both missing wide open nets, and Snake gets a soft touch off the wall 12 seconds into overtime and wins this for Vendetta. And Vendetta with the surprise win here in game 1. find themselves in the lead in the series and momentum as we go in to the alternate modes.
Yeah, that's a backflip from Zinc right on the goal line. He had that block, but just didn't get up in the air for it. And unfortunately for Zinc, that one little mistake will cost them the game. Wyffoffs now got to choose what they play for game 2 here, but the answer right now is Mafia Vendetta, still a scary 3v team. Both these teams are scary in threes. What I find so impressive is just look at how many shots these players had. As well, it was 10 for the Wyffoffs, 7 for Mafia Vendetta. Quite simply put, there's going to be a lot of shots in these 3v3 games and a lot of goals, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, and a good job of Vendetta of trying to give Wyffoffs a taste of their own medicine. They only got out-demoed by 1. I think going forward, Wyffoffs definitely going to be trying to be more physical in these games. Lean on those demos since they're known for that play style.
Well, they choose 1v1 for game 2. I would be expecting that we're likely going to be seeing Zinc, and we'll see who he plays against. Likely it's Inertia at this point, considering that Inertia's been playing all their 1v1 games anyways, but for the Wyffoffs, man, they're putting themselves in a bad position here. I don't think the 1v1 mode is exactly the mode they're going to win. I think this is the mode that they have the worst chance at, and I think Mafia Vendetta knows that. I think Mafia Vendetta knows that a 2-0 lead in the series would be absolutely monumental against a team like the Wyffoffs, knowing this match is expected to go close. A lot of us are expecting a long series here. We'll see what happens from this one, but so far, for the Wyffoffs, this is a bad start, and it feels like it's only going to snowball, as Zenith's going to take the 1v1 against Inertia, so Zinc's going for the 2v2 instead. And I wonder, playing Zenith now for 1v1 against Inertia, I mean, for Wyffoffs, what do you think about this call for 1v1 here, Tesla? I'm not the biggest fan of it, because they're down by 1 game, but obviously there's a reason why they chose 1s rather than 2s.
I'm not sure why they picked 1s over 2s, but I do see some logic as Zenith gets control of this one and put it in for the first goal of the game. There were a couple of instances there where it seemed like Zinc may have unnecessarily cut on defense, like he was playing a little fast, feeling a little chasey, just maybe nerves, maybe because it's the first competitive match of the night, not sure what happened. And I feel like Wyffoffs were able to read that, and so they decided to go to 1s, get this, and put Zenith in. This gives Zinc a minute to catch his breath, realize where he's at, settle into the match while he watches a teammate try to carry the day here, and then they get ready for the next 3v3, and then he and Waffle, I mean, will still probably be a pretty competitive duo in the 2v2 section. Inertia here taking advantage of an overcommit, and Zenith will find, Inertia will tie it here, Zenith. Not really sure what he was thinking about there, but he'll give up the lead. It's tied 30 seconds in.
I think Zenith went for the bump play there, but that was about as obvious as it could get there. Inertia could see him running right behind him there, so Mafia Vendetta will happily take this goal here, keep this game, you know, at least give himself a goal here early in this game. As the Wyffoffs, again, you said it, I think they have a disadvantage in the 1v1 mode, but Zenith really going out, bringing his all, but he doesn't have boost. Inertia, he'll see this first shot saved. It still has a chance for another. He'll wait, as Zenith choosing not to push out. Now he will, as he'll get that block. Zenith holding his own so far against Inertia, but again on low boost, just racing down the field. That is a great use of his zap dash though, and he's got the boost because of it. Amazing ground control from Zenith, and he's gonna score from this too. From defense to offense, Zenith maintains his speed, and he takes the lead. Clearly, we underestimated just how good this guy is at 1v1.
Yeah, that was textbook defense on the goal line with 0 boost. Then he's able to finally get a 50 that, like, hangs up Inertia for just a moment. He's able to beat Inertia to the corner using some dash mechanics, gets the boost, and that allows him to transition to offense. Then he immediately goes at Inertia, gets the ball over him, catches it, and taps it in. So Zenith is showing a 1v1 prowess here. And for those of you watching at home, that is textbook 0 boost defense by Zenith on that last exchange.
Inertia. The air dribble. The bump! Tie game!
Strongest play in 1s, the air dribble bump. Inertia executes it perfectly here. That's a great first initial touch. He's able to stay right with the ball, then use his boost to get in to Zenith as he tries to go up for defense, and he'll tie it up here with 3:30 remaining.
A lot of time still to go. The 1v1 mode can often take a long time just by the fact of what this mode always brings, and that is a lot of goals, a lot of drama, and a lot of options. As Zenith up high, he'll go for his own individual play. He might get a bump on this too. He's just going for net. The dunk, that's off the post, and it gets another. I thought for a second he might go for the air dribble bomb. It was going directly to the goal, but he defeats Inertia on the dunk, and a little fortunate bounce off the post will kick back to Zenith, and it's a lead for Wyffoffs again.
Yeah, this time the post betrays the defense. That's a nice job by Inertia forcing a 50, and if the post isn't there, that ball just goes into the corner and starts rolling back upfield. Inertia going to tie it again quickly as he has all night. The post deflects it back, and Zenith's able to shoot it. Inertia here with another quick answer. Has answered quickly following most of Zenith's goals. Gets this one on a kickoff. And so another, with just under 2 minutes into this one, we have a tie game.
It's been close, it's been competitive, and I think for Zenith he'll be... I think for Inertia though, the thing is he can come back quickly. Can he actually take a lead in this game? He's had so many great chances to show what he can do against Zenith, and he's really works well from behind, but he needs a lead to really put the pressure on the Wyffoffs as Zenith will win the ball on possession as Zenith. We've really underestimated just how good he is at 1v1s in this game mode here. We saw Zink earlier, he didn't have a great performance, but Zenith proving he's a pretty solid 1v1 player as he competes with Inertia, but he doesn't win that challenge. Inertia, low boost, will pick up the corner in the back, in the offensive side. Now he wins the play. Second touch will go to the other side of the field and take the other corner. He's still got boost. Zenith doesn't challenge, he'll go up the back wall. Now he's run out of boost here as Inertia will take the other corner. Boost running out for Zenith. He'll win that challenge though. Give himself some time to maybe get something here as Inertia did so well to suffocate him out. He won't score there, but Zenith is out of position, and Inertia will take the lead. Boost control for Inertia forces Zenith to play out of position, and from there on out, it was all Inertia really pulling the strings.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake there on that challenge, though, coming out from Zenith. He's played defense so well with little to no boost in this one. I think maybe he saw the ball get away from his net, thought that was his time to get off defense. I didn't feel like Inertia really that the first touch was dangerous until Zenith dove completely out of the way. Then as long as Inertia doesn't push it so far out of the way he can't get back to it, it's an easy open net. He does so and capitalizes and takes his first lead of the game. But Zenith, right off kickoff, seeing if he can't go ahead and get this back quickly as well, puts Inertia on skates. Inertia's able to get the first touch, but now he's the one playing defense with no boost.
Yeah, but that's a great save from him as well, and he gets back to the ball. Zenith can't score from here. Inertia will take control again. Time running into the final 90 seconds. Soon enough, it'll be the final minute here, and Zenith facing a deficit for the first time in this game is Inertia. Back with the ball. Zenith faces after it. Sidewall play will go for Zenith here as he'll win that challenge. Zenith has boost, has the ball, has the net. He's missed his shot, but it won't matter. It was bouncing in anyways, and Inertia was not able to get back in time.
And for a hot second there, I thought Vendetta was going to go with the Phantom game strategy of just trying to kill some time. The way Inertia was just trying to hit the ball around. Maybe Zenith feeling the same way, able to rush up, make a challenge on the sidewall, and then just straight up dust Inertia to the next touch and is able to hit it deep into the orange corner, get there first. Even though he misses his touch, the angle when it bounced out of the corner is perfect and it goes in. Oh, that is a brilliant save from Zenith getting back to that, but he finds himself again with no boost and no ball control. Trying to stay close. This is a dangerous choice. Going to be relying on pennies for this save.
I love this recovery though from Zenith. He is proving he can really maintain his speed well on the floor, and that's making things a lot more awkward for Inertia. 30 seconds to go. Inertia still with it. Zenith takes the challenge. Now Inertia, he's on low boost, forcing Zenith to play at him here as Zenith will take the boost, get out of the way. Inertia on nothing. It's Zenith with the game on his car. Gets that bump. The lead goes to Wyffindor.
And this is a really good effort, too, to try to avoid the bump by Inertia. I really feel like if he has full boost so he can go up a little bit earlier to get above that, he makes the save. But he tries to do what he can with what he has, and it's not enough. And with 15 seconds left, Zenith with the goal that gives him the lead back, and hopefully here you can hold on to it. In ones, 10 seconds is not too long to score a goal.
Oh, but Inertia, he doesn't have boost, and Zenith knows that. Game 2 is over. The Wyffoffs win the 1v1, and I thought it was unlikely they would even win this mode, but we haven't seen Zenith in the 1v1 mode at all in this final bracket. Clearly, He's got some 1v1 skill, and he's given the Wyffoffs the tie series the chance to take the lead now, going back to the 3v3 mode.
Well, Zenith showed some brilliant on-the-ground control of his car to keep and maintain speed. We saw all manner of dashes and using his flip for recoveries. He just proved that even though we haven't seen him yet in the 1v1, that he is more than capable. Some of the best just on-the-ground movement mechanics I've seen out of a player in this tournament thus far.
3v3 up next. You know the Wyffoffs, they kept it close last time around. These 1v1 game modes can shift these series so often, although this bracket hasn't been that way too much. These 1v1 modes can shift matches around. We'll see if that can happen here, considering just how impressive this mode is, and considering how just disappointed I'm sure Inertia is, because he's been so good in the 1v1 so far. He has seldom lost in the 1v1 mode. Unfortunately, this game will prove that there are players out here that can beat Inertia. And as we go back to the 3v3 mode, the Wyffoffs proved in Game 1 it's going to be close. They proved in Game 2 it's going to be close. It's going to be close all series. Your prediction of a 7-game series is now looking even more likely.
Oh, I'm excited to see what answers Wyffoffs will have in the 3v3 here. I feel like that was an uncharacteristic performance in Game 1, and I'm looking for them to bounce back here, use the momentum that Zenith just gave them with that last-second goal to take the win in ones, ride that momentum, and take it here, take a series lead at 2-1.
Game 3, the lead up for grabs. The Wyffoffs couldn't get it done in overtime in Game 1. It was a mistake from Zinc that ended that one, but he's back, and he's looking to redeem himself. Infield pass, kept away. Inertia just lost that 1v1 game. It's a rare loss for Inertia, but that's a great pass! And it's right up for Fox to his front bumper. This team is on the same page. A reminder, Fox is their sub. And yet, even then, he's proving why, even with their sub, Mafia Vendetta should still be feared, because he knows this team very well. They know him very well. It doesn't make a difference.
Inertia using some of that wave dash that he just went against to speed up and catch to that ball with no boost. Gets a great touch towards the net. Fox heads up. Not sure if it was initially meant to be a pass or a shot, but there is a defender in the way. But with Fox going up for that, rather than it drifting across the net, he's able to poke it straight into the top right corner. Zenith here will tie it up. And that's a great play coming out. Zinc and Zenith hooking up now.
Yeah, look at this from Zinc. Doesn't even go for the ball. He knows Fox is jumping at that. He knows that Fox is the only player that's in the way of a shot and a save there. And he goes right after him for the bump. He can't shoot there. That's the thing about Zinc. That's why he chooses that. He can't shoot in that position. So he knows that the next best option, get rid of Fox, let your teammates come through and do the rest. And that Wyffoffs aggression still showing up here in 3v3. It's never going to go away, that's for certain. And Zinc's getting involved in his. Now he'll go for a Doomsday Dish. Snake gets the save. Waffle. He'll jump in to keep the offense going. Wins the challenge against Fox. It's up in the air. Snake not going. It's Zinc! Bang! The lead will go to Wyffindor.
Now, this is a brilliant shot, too, coming out from Zinc. He gets up for this thing in a hurry and hits it straight down between the two defenders to the bottom right. He had a defender in the bottom left, and he had a defender in the top right, so he finds the slot in the little elbow there on the right. Banger shot, and Wyffoffs now, I believe, their first lead of the 3v3 mode.
Yeah, and they'll look to keep it this way for the rest of this game, but Zinc unable to win that challenge. It's Fox up next. That goes high, but it's Inertia. Slow play. Oh, it's across the goal line. Zenith gets just enough on it, and it won't go in the net. As Snake on the end of this one, it's left the mid again. A free shot for Waffle. Everybody went for Midwest Mafia. Waffle again. Snake's waiting. Mafia waiting back as here goes Zinc. Reset to the back wall. Great job from Snake to get it away, because Zinc, he was looking for that shot, and from that distance, I don't think he was missing.
Well, that was a heads-up combination coming out for Vendetta. They get the save, and then someone gets a demo on the next person coming up to get a shot after Waffle gets her hard shot turned away. And so they're able to keep that ball out, but they've been on defense for a little bit here. Wyffoffs maintaining some pressure, but somehow they're always getting a bumper on it. That was a brilliant shot by Zinc. Fox able to keep that out.
Play continues here. The Wyffoffs still lead, but man, they have been asking for that third goal for a couple plays now, but Mafia Vendetta, that defense continuing to stand stout here as that's an open net. It's Snake who will walk it in. And Mafia Vendetta, even without Jupiter, you said he's their best player. You were worried about him for a second, but I don't think there's anything to be worried about. This team is still getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Fox is filling in admirably. And he's helping them stay right in this. This looks like an even match. Neither team looks like they have a decided advantage over the other one, and we're seeing that play out time and time again. The first threes match may have been a little one-sided, but the ones match was very close. And halfway through this second threes matchup, it has been anybody's ball game, as the score indicates. It's tied currently. They've both played their tails off. No one wanting to give an inch, realizing that this is a chance to get in on the prize money if you can win the series. And so both teams acting like it, not playing scared, but not playing too jittery where there's antsiness and overconfidence. And they're both going to have to continue this if either wants to get the win here.
Yeah, that grand final is an elusive spot to get to, and these teams are doing everything in their power to get themselves a place in that championship later tonight. Waffle with boost. Waffle will take the challenge on Fox. The Wyffoffs go again for solo efforts as it's Zenith. Waffle, the bump, not connected on Snake in time. As Zinc goes next. Zenith on the end of this, so he'll get the play against Fox. Waffle jumps in, keeping the offense going as she'll recover off that sidewall. Not able to follow up on this play. That's where Zinc comes in. As he'll leave it. The fake for Zenith. There's open room. Open space. Zenith off the post. It will stay wide. Well, talking about that fake from Zinc in front of the play. It doesn't go in, but that might as well have been as close as it could have to going in.
Yeah, that was a really heads-up play on that fake. I don't think anyone but the players commented knew that was coming. Certainly looked like they caught Mafia by surprise. Nonetheless, Mafia keeps the goal out. Well, rather, Zenith flicked it off the post. But they're able to get back on defense quickly. Someone demoed Zenith while he was down there, so he can't try to double it. And they transition quickly into a midfield game. And now they find themselves with possibly a little sustained pressure here on offense, which they haven't had for a while in this match.
And it's Inertia who will just jump right over. Zinc didn't have the boost. And that is bad timing here as that's just a great jump from Inertia. Really does push his way through.
Yeah, and so just like that, Vendetta stay persistent, and they go back in the lead. And so with just a minute left, once again, Wyffoffs find themselves down in the 3v3, looking for answers here. About 50 seconds remaining. They're going to be at least try to force overtime, if not win this in regulation.
Inside the final minutes, Wyffoffs, not a team to give up easily. We saw Waffle really fight for this team, but she won't be needed in this play at all. Zinc will be given credit on the goal, but let's be real honest, this is all Zenith.
Yeah, the bump by Zenith is clutch, and you have two orange players tied up on that post, and neither of them has control of the ball, and as it's trickling across the net, there's a huge bump coming out by Zenith as he goes across, and they're able to capitalize on it and tie. 40 seconds left. We got a tied game here.
There's a pinch away. Off the corner. Awkward for Vendetta, I'm certain, but you know for the Wyffoffs just how much these games mean for both these teams. Dunk in front. It's an open play. Waffle didn't have the read on it. Zinc now loses that challenge. It's a play from Mafia. Oh, what a play, though, from Zinc. Uses his boost, gets back in time. The play will flip to the one side of the field. Not right now, though. Fox is going to shoot this. But Zenith is there. Wyffoffs. Maybe one last chance in regulation. 0 seconds on the board. Waffle, the dribble. Waffle, beat by Fox. And it's overtime again. Another 3v3 game, another overtime. And Zinc has been here before. He lost the first one on a backflip on the goal line. Wyffoffs now looking to turn their tides.
Oh, Zinc tried to double that touch there. Can't quite find it. He and Zenith both go for that. There's a nice leave middle, but there's not any Wyffoffs players there to capitalize. And so Zenith finds himself at the back post now trying to clear it. Zinc gets bumped, so he won't be able to play that ball. Going to use a little bit of boost he has and try to get back around it in the corner. Now Zenith comes to take it from him. Zinc able to wait for that corner to spawn. Zenith hits it middle. Waffle hits it into the corner. That's always dangerous. You don't want to hit that into your net for the own goal. This is a touch that could be dangerous, but it's out. Zinc gets it over. Waffle just got a taste of her own medicine getting demoed there. Now Waffle goes and returns the favor to Inertia. A lot of demos coming out here in the overtime. Zinc and Zenith working the two-man game trying to get it out. Not sure who's going to end up breaking here to decide a winner in overtime of Game 3.
Oh, might be Waffle. No way. It's in. How on earth Waffle wins it in overtime? Flew right up for it. Beats out Fox. And the Wyffoffs take the lead.
And who else but Waffle to step up big at overtime with a banger shot, top left slaughter, well, top left bouncer. Nonetheless, no one's there to get it. And Wyffoffs, 2 in a row. They'll take game 3. They'll have the momentum going into the 2v2.
And then what a 2v2 this will be. Waffle and Zinc, Fox and Snake. Mafia Vendetta, man, they have kept every game intense. Both these teams have kept every game intense. Yeah, I feel like you can cut this tension with a knife here. And yet, it is Wyffoffs who now give themselves the advantage. But really, I think there is no advantage anymore. We keep talking about advantages and disadvantages. There are no advantages. This series is about as even as they get.
And Fox, almost 600 points, showing that he may be the sub. He is definitely not regression in skill, filling in admirably for Jupiter here. Even though Mafia find themselves down 2-1, they've played admirably in all 3 games. This has been very close, and it still has all the makings of a 7-game series.
And I would not disagree with that. The 2v2 mode, though, it's going to be interesting because they usually have Jupiter in the 2v2 mode, and he usually leads in that 2v2 mode. Now they don't have him. You think Snake's going to be is going to be the one that has to lead for this roster in 2s, and what an important 2v2 game it is, because after game 1, we said the 1v1 mode was going to be important. Now the 2v2 mode is here. Wyffoffs are pretty good at 2s. Waffle and Zinc, pretty solid at 2s. Zinc's shown he's definitely a solid player in anything but 1s. And in 2v2, I can't deny it. And with Waffle right behind him, who's already proven she is even scarier, I think, in 2s and in 3s with her demos. It's going to be a tough battle for Mafia Vendetta, but you can never really doubt this Mafia team, can you?
No, they've definitely shown so far in the first 3 matches that they are up to the task of giving Wyffoffs all they want in this competition. Both teams hungry to be in that grand final. You can tell by the way they've played. But Waffle here, nice pass by Zinc coming down off the wall, and heads up play by Waffle to stay close instead of rotating out. Low boost. A lot of players go all the way back for back corner. Waffle sees that Zinc may have something there, stays close. He gets a pass across, and she's able to slam it in. And so 19 seconds into game 4 here in the 2v2, Vendetta find themselves down 1 as Snake grabs a corner boost, gets ready to play this forward.
Think will chase down Snake. Oh, that's going to force him in the air. Fox right behind, but it's Snake! 1-on-1! Oh, it's going to be saved away by Zinc, who raced down from behind. Now he'll get another play. Tripped off the crossbar, though. Fox will have the ball. Mafia. Little waits as Waffle's going to drag them into this one. That's a great play from Waffle, forcing Snake to have to play aggressive, forcing him to not being able to play patient. Now it's a play in front, but it will be Waffle anyways, as the Wyffoffs leave it. Waffle to Zinc, the shots won't be a threat, and Mafia Vendetta can now go back as Fox gonna look for those bumps, and every single time we see these teams going up so far, they have had everybody committed. One goes up for demos, the other right behind with the dribble.
Yeah, and I just saw right there, too, where Waffle got up and misplayed that at the top of the wall. Extreme discipline. Realized that there was a misplay. She didn't get the touch she wanted off the wall, and instead of wasting boost to flail around and try to get back to it, she just boosted to the ground to go back on defense. That allowed her and Zeke to keep at least that last possession out of the net as they transition on the offense here. There's a big clear coming out from Fox. This could be dangerous. Going to be high. Zink's able to get to it first. Now, oh, that's a nice touch by Zink. We may get a chance to double this here. Fox able to find a touch. Snake, though, leaves it for Waffle. Waffle with a great 50 over to Zink, and that's in, and it's 2-0 now for Wyffoffs. Zink and Waffle working great together here in the 2-man game.
Yeah, and it looks like shades of goal 1 here. It's a 50-50 that finds its way to the middle of the field, and it's the Wyffindor side who will be first to it. So another big goal for Wyffoffs, as you said it, 2 goals in the lead at this point. I'm looking only for more as Zink from the ceiling will throw one on net. Snake's gotta be careful, and oh, Waffle's gonna be even more careful. She's pushed up too high. We'll get back just in time to save it. Wyffoffs side, if they can hold this lead, can take match point earlier in the series. I don't think anybody was expecting either of these teams to get it, but 3-1 would be a great scoreline for them here as Fox shoots this one high. Mafia Vendetta waiting back as the Wyffoffs halfway through this game lead by 2. And for Mafia Vendetta, they gotta get offense. They haven't had too many great chances on offense, haven't had many chances to begin with. And in that rotation, which is usually so strong with Snake and Jupiter together, clearly has suffered a little bit now that Fox is playing in his stead.
Yeah, you definitely can tell that Vendetta's missing Jupiter here. Not that necessarily skill-wise Fox is a downgrade. It just seems like every player has a mode that they really play better in than the other two, and it seems like 2s really is that for Jupiter. So you get that little like extra 10% skill buff when you're in your home mode, so to speak. And so it looks like they may be missing him here. But also can't say enough about the work Waffle and Zink are doing. Was curious how this would look, considering we thought Zink would play the ones. But apparently Wyffoffs knew something that we didn't in making the call to change the rosters here, and it's working out splendidly as they take a 3-goal lead with 2 minutes remaining in Game 4.
The only mistake the Wyffoffs made was not having Zink play the 2v2 mode earlier tonight. That's earlier yesterday. Instead of having him play the 1v1. So clearly Zink is adept at this mode. He almost got a double tap on that play. Waffle. But wait, Mafia Vendetta still no goals yet in game number 4. But the grand finals ahead for one of these two teams. Whoever can win this one. Wyffoffs looking to book a ticket to match points as Fox clears it. Waffle will keep this one away. Fox still on possession, and even when Mafia and Vendetta do get the ball, they have not kept possession for long. They do get a goal here after 3.5 minutes of goallessness. They finally take one, but I mean, you're worried about how slow the offenses work for Vendetta. They've got to pick up the pace if they have any hopes of tying the series up here.
Well, 2s like 1s is a game mode where you can get a few goals quickly. Not as quickly as 1s, but you definitely can. It's funny how much Rocket League changes when you add that third car to either team. Because you find in 2s, like we saw it earlier in some games where, well, we've seen it in the whole bracket, where teams are a little too aggressive on those passes, because in 3s you can do those passes. There's usually a man back if you get beat to the ball or just totally dunked. But in 2s, it's like calling for a card in blackjack, as Zink shows brilliant control, fakes the reset, goes to the ground, and takes a 50 that forces this into the bottom right corner. This is just great play out from him. But it's like a gamble. You have to decide, like in 21, whether you want a card or not. And, man, they're definitely figuring it out, making all the right calls when they get a chance, are Wyffoffs here in this one.
Oh, and a demo from Waffle, just making things even tougher. Snake can't score from here. And you have to feel for Mafia Vendetta. They've had an amazing run in this bracket, and it may be nearing its end unless they can say something about it. Waffle. Unable to get that 50-50. It will be Zink who will run back here. Wyffoffs stay on the play. Zink. Reset. Fox is there. Waffle. Zink. This is an open net. 5-1. The Wyffoffs. At this point, I can't think they're going to lose this game anymore. They're going to go into Game 5, a 3-1 series lead. Going into 3v3 again. And for Mafia Vendetta, now they got to play perfectly after this game. And that is not an easy thing to do, especially considering now that, because they are down 3-1, in winning Game 5, it would be Wyffoffs who would almost certainly get to choose Game 6. And, I mean, they could choose 1s or they could choose 2s. And either way, they're in a good position.
Yeah, they definitely are holding all the cards in the series right now. I just want to say that was a brilliant call on that last goal. Whether Zink saw it and just went for it, or it was called by Waffle. He didn't have a whole lot of boost, but when that ball died at the midfield between Waffle and the orange defender, having low boost, he just realized he had more momentum than any other player on the field. He was the fastest moving car. He cuts immediately and is able to get a really good angle on that shot, coming from almost perpendicular to the ball's position and still being able to get it on target. So that was a great call from them, and Waffle and Zink proved their mettle in the 2s and able to take this one by a score of 5-1. They're on match point the rest of the way.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, we've been talking so much about Waffle and Zink in this bracket, and boy, have they shown up when needed to here. It's been a Wyffoffs team where everybody can pop off, and when everybody is popping off, as they are tonight, it just does not look like they can lose. We go to 3v3 again. Wyffoffs has proven that, and Mafia Vendetta have proven that this can be pretty close. So, even though Wyffoffs are only one game away and they have a huge, huge lead, I mean, this is still going to be up in the air, I think, for who can win this one. Because, I mean, the 3v2 games have been close. And if Mafia Vendetta can get a little bit of momentum and get inertia in, maybe for the 2v2 game, I mean, they're going to be doing just fine for themselves. It really is still close, and it really is still anyone's game.
Yeah, I see here on the screen, it looks like Zink is having some connection issues. He's got red 60 ping at the end of that one. So let's hope his internet isn't dying on him. Because he definitely has a few more matches he'll be asked to participate in this one going forward. So we'll see how this goes.
Game 5. Wyffoffs can book a ticket to the Grand Finals with one more victory here. Semifinals. We saw a sweep earlier. Phantom Gaming waiting on their next opponents, and the Wyffoffs just need one more win. Zinc on the early save though. Mafia Vendetta won't go down without a fight as Inertia just missed the net. Now a bump for Waffle, and as a sacrifice play for Waffle, getting rid of that player. Now it's Zinc who will score on the net. Zinc goes 1v3, and the 15-year-old Phenom does it again.
Yeah, well, with age comes growth, and as you see right there, Zinc, his second touch was brilliant. If he leaves that for Zenith, it's also an easy goal, but he chooses to follow it, and from the angle the camera gave us, it almost looked like Zenith pull shot him through that ball. But nonetheless, Zinc, brilliant play, beats the whole team by himself, and able to put Wyffoffs on the board first here. 4:30, and they already lead 1-0.
As Fox, high flick, Zinc puts this one away, and I think one thing to mention here, you want to know just how much Waffle cares about working for her team? She is willing to throw herself at the orange players on defense, put herself out of position without boost, just so that they can get that ball cleared away and give her teammates time to recover and get that ball down the field. If you want to talk about a selfless player, that is selfless from Waffle there. Sacrificing her car and her own positioning to make sure her teammates are in a better position.
Yeah, and that comes with being that rock-solid anchor that I was talking about in the pre-match. You don't see a lot of players that can do that. Atomic and Monkey Moon are two that come to mind immediately that are really good anchors that just make the players around them better. If you want to go back a little further, Sipical was a player like that when he was on FaZe Clan. And you see, it's just, again, I think that that is a harder role to play than just like Nush or Zen or Nupo, like just ungodly mechanics. And so putting on a clinic for how to be a selfless anchor in this whole tournament has been Waffle. And as you see here, as we approach 2 minutes down in this one, her squad holding on to a 1-goal lead, and their defense looks solid so far. Mafia got no answers for them here.
Yeah, but I think with time, I would expect Mafia Vendetta to find something to go in. This is not a team that's going to go scoreless in the 3v3 mode anytime soon. And the Wyffoffs, no, they don't want to be on defense too much longer, as it's Fox on the play, front post, it's Waffle in front, and no one there to shoot for Mafia. Now it's Zinc, one-on-one again. We'll leave the play for Zenith, as Inertia won't have boost. Reset, Zenith veered back towards Waffle, and now she's got time. Doesn't actually have this one. Fox will win the challenge, and Zinc will hold on to this one. Light touch for Zinc, who looked nervous in that first game of the series, made some mistakes, again, cost his team that first game. Since then, though, man, Zinc has looked calm, and I was worried about Zinc if he was going to be nervous coming to this match, and he was, but clearly somebody told him some words of encouragement, and since the end of game one, Zinc has not looked like he was under too much pressure.
No, and then just right there on defense, we saw an uncharacteristic bump by Waffle onto Zenith, but no punish comes out for Mafia. Now we see him going the other way. Waffle doing more dirt. Gets one demo, looking for another. Snake able to turn off and get to the ball. Oh, no. Oh, Waffle somehow gets back for this. I thought for sure that was an open net. Waffle, just a magician, just disappears and reappears wherever she needs to be on the pitch.
Might as well be here, as that's another play for Waffle. Left up for Zinc. Only 1 goal scored this game, and the Wyffoffs, they are not playing as if they're trying to hold this lead. They're playing because they know they want another. They know a second goal can almost certainly guarantee them a spot into the championship matchup, the grand finals, as Fox clears it away. Wyffoffs face back as Mafia stays on this. Zinc, bump, it's Fox, rolling in, it's gonna bounce in the net! Shot off of Waffle! The Wyffoffs fall apart for the first time in this game, and Mafia Vendetta will not hesitate to attack.
And the domino rally in the net is crazy. Snake bumps a player back, Zenith, and Zenith is in the way of Waffle as she approaches to get a touch on the ball, and she ends up crashing into Zenith from the other side. So a cascading series of failures led to from the bump by Snake, and they'll be able to tie it up here with about 70 seconds remaining in Game 5.
The last two 3v3 games went to overtime. This looks like it may follow suit unless Mafia Vendetta can find one more, and they're on route to do just that with a minute to go. Inertia leaves it. It's Fox. Maybe trying to find Snake there, but Snake is nowhere to be found. Waffle's going to take the play out. It goes back. Wyffoffs have been playing defense for almost the entirety of this game. They've kept things close, but you know they've got to feel that fatigue. Zenith from the corner will keep this one out. Wyffoffs hold control, won the play. Snake up his Fox, won't win the ball, does get a piece of this one. And the Wyffoffs still without control. Waffle will win the challenge, but it will only go back to the back corner of the Wyffoffs. Fox, low boost, so is Snake, but Mafia Vendetta don't mind. They'll commit. They know time is running out, and if they can get that next goal, Wyffoffs have not shown that they can bring the offense back. It's Zenith. 10 seconds to go. Mafia Vendetta, a bit of a miscommunication on the rotation. Snake still has it. Zinc will take the challenge. Wyffoffs jumping in the play. The ball will be lofted in the air. Fox, midfield. Waffle to clear. Snake trying to keep things alive, but it will be a chance for the Wyffoffs. Zenith to the net. Is it in? Oh, it's hit the floor. That was going in the net, but time will expire. And for a third 3v3 game, it's overtime once again.
Yeah, well, the story of offense versus defense in this one has been totally different. At this point in the match, Mafia outshooting Wyffoffs 8-3. So, as you said, Wyffoffs been on defense almost this whole match. Zenith almost winning it at the end of regulation. This could be dangerous. Not a great clear by Snake. Zink elects to take a soft touch rather than try to bang it home immediately, and that may have bought the little bit of time that Vendetta needs to get off of defense here in this transition. Oh, now inertia Zenith with no boost. Little trouble. Zink, luckily following the play, able to grab the big boost and go the other way with it. Whom I might add, it looks like it's still having ping issues. But never mind.
Zink, the Phenom, unstoppable in the air, and the Wyffoffs are into the grand finals.
Oh, that was just a brilliant display of mechanics there. Zink struggling with the ping on again, off again. And none of the graphics will load up. So I'm assuming that the server, like there was just so much tension from the Rocket League match that the server dies as the clock expires on this series.
What a performance, though. It's 5 games, and the Wyffoffs, they're into the grand finals. What a incredible run it's been, and I mean, we've been right on our predictions for the most part here, but let's be honest, I don't think any of us were expecting this series to be this one-sided, to be, not this one-sided, to be this close, to be this competitive for this long, and these teams proved it. 3 overtimes in that series, and every single 3v3 game they had it. Zink may have gotten the winner, he had an outstanding performance, but that took everyone to get the job done.
I think this is a textbook class in keeping all your players together. We had seen Zink in the 1v1s, and then he looks a little shaky in game 1. So I got to assume, because she looks like even though she's not listed as the captain, it looks like she's kind of the leader of the team. Waffle makes the call to put Zenith in. That allows Zink to take another 5 minutes, get himself physically into the game. I'm in the playoffs. It's just Rocket League. I've done this before. And the breathers seem to work. Zenith takes the 1v1, and then Zink was a demon in the rest of the matches. He was great in the 2s when he played with Waffle. He was great in the other 3s matches. And so I think this is just a textbook play in psychology, Rocket League psychology 101 here. They're able to get him into form, and he looked great. And the Wyffoffs are going to love that momentum going into the championship.
They absolutely will. It's one more match up to go. The grand finals. It's Phantom Gaming and the Wyffoffs. Could you have asked for anything better from our last match? A Paradise Cup 3v3 action here with WaTesla. We're gonna go to a break, everybody. When we come back, one more series. Phantom Gaming, House Wyffindor, Wyffoffs. We'll see you then. Once again on Championship Sunday, we arrive to the grand finals here. And what a grand final it is. Phantom Gaming versus Wyffoffs. I mean, all of us predicted a lot of these us predicted these teams to do quite well. And a lot of us are going to be rewarded with quite an amazing series to end things out. We'll take a look at our bracket here to see how these teams got to this point. But the Wyffoffs just took down Mafia Vendetta in a 5-game series. And although it was 4-1, WaTesla, you and I both saw it. It was anything but a one-sided matchup.
Yeah, we had overtime in all the threes matches. We had a 15-second goal in the ones match. And the twos match started off one-sided, but it ended up being very close at the very end of it. We talked about this yesterday on the opening disc about how you can have a series that's a sweep, but if all the games are one goal, then it's still an extremely close and entertaining series, and that's kind of what we got in the last one. Wyffoffs, though, coming right off of that, hoping to ride that high of a big win, going against the offensive juggernaut of the tournament thus far in Phantom Gaming.
Well, it's a big match. It's a big showing here between both these teams, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me on this, but I feel like this is the battle of really the MVP caliber players in this bracket, in Waffle and in Shadow Ball. We've already seen Waffle. We saw what she can do, and we've already seen Shadow Ball. We know what they can do. But coming into this matchup, Lepid, do you have one player you think who's been playing better than tonight? What do you think is going to be the difference in this series between both these teams?
Honestly, now it comes down to the full roster showing up. Like, yes, there's been star players throughout each series for both teams throughout today. And like I said, it just has to be a full team effort at this point. There's no like individual player at this point. Like every single player on the pitch has to be playing at their best for the grand finals.
I mean, this is the last match of the season. Both these teams already guaranteed a little bit of that $100 prize pool, but you know they want to be champions here, and I mean, one of these players has won before. Waffle, again, last time she won was the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2, another off-season tournament, so I'm sure she would love to do this. For everybody else, they have not won a championship yet, so we're going to get some new champions, and we're guaranteed to get 3 new champions in Paradise Cup matches in total here, so alright, Phantom Gaming Wyffoffs, a lot of players here, some veterans. Do you think that veteran experience of Waffle will be a difference maker here, or do you think it's not going to matter too much, considering that Phantom Gaming have been so confident today and have just not looked nervous in any of their matches?
Honestly, going into this, I think the interesting thing about these two teams is they're the two teams that were in this bracket that kind of have a central like figurehead leader of the team player that the other two kind of take cues from and play off of. So I think this is really going to be a chess match between Waffle and Shadow to see who can make the right calls and put their teammates in the best position to capitalize on mistakes so that they can carry the day here. It's going to be a great matchup.
It is going to be great, and what's going to be even more fun is that we all get to experience this match together. One more match, the grand finals. I mean, two of us predicted that we would see these exact two teams in the grand finals. Now the question is, who will win the whole thing? You've gotten to see these teams all day long, play as well as they have. Tesla, who do you have winning this matchup?
I'm going to take Wyffoffs in 7.
7-game series predicted. Lepid, what do you have to say? Who do you think's winning this one?
Why don't you go first?
Alright, cool. Well, I got Wyffoffs in 7 as well. So, I've got the Wyffoffs, Tesla's got the Wyffoffs. We both agree on this. We've not been wrong so far today. I mean, I'd happily be proven wrong here at how Phantom Gaming has played.
I'll prove you wrong. I'll prove you wrong. Phantom Gaming 4-2 in 6 games.
Alright, Lepid's got Phantom here, you know. He's trying to catch up on those predictions. He got the last one wrong. Tesla and I are both perfect today. Lepid's only one behind, so, hey Lepid, if you're right, you'll be tying us on predictions today, but I think either way, we're in for a treat here. The grand finals coming up very soon. And Tesla, here we are. The grand finals. One more best of 7. The championship on the line. These teams have so many great players here in the Paradise Cup 3 again, sponsored by Team Wyffoffs, FC, and Kyle G. I mean, this is it. If they weren't nervous before, they have to be somewhat nervous now. Can't you think they would be?
I wonder if Wyffoffs will be coming into this. They were one of the top seeds. They haven't lost yet. It's interesting that both of the teams we have here have pretty much not really. I mean, the last match was close, but they haven't really been pushed to the brink yet. Phantom also haven't been one of the two sweeps in this thing. So it'll be interesting to see what they look like as this series extends, because you definitely, if it goes to 7, there will be mistakes and huge plays coming out from both sides, and it'll be interesting to see how those highs and lows affect them through the duration of the series.
This is it, the grand finals. One more match, one more champion, one more series. Wyffoffs represent House Wyffindor. Phantom Gaming on the other side. Best of 7 series. Welcome to the Paradise Cup Championship. And into the Excellence Division, one team will win. Phantom Gaming. They've been confident all night long, and they'll start with goal 1 off the kickoff. Lost right back to Silky, and he just goes for it. Waffle can't catch up, and Phantom Gaming start off on top.
Yeah, that's the perfect lost kickoff there. It's not one of those ones that's hard enough to roll all the way to the ceiling. It's not one of the ones that 50s out and bounces off the wall and is already in the air. It's just a nice trickle. You have boost and plenty of time to get a chip, do what you want with it, because everyone's trying to get sorted out off the kickoff. And Silky sees that and just hammers it home, puts it right in the net, and that'll immediately put Phantom up 1, but it's still early. So we'll have to see how this plays out. Soda going to be looking to pick up where he left off in the first 2 games. He has really been a standout for the Phantom side, especially on this second day of the bracket.
He really has been a standout player. I mean, he's fighting as well, but Shadow Ball will take another for Phantom Gaming. And coming into this match, there is a bit of a mismatch here for the Wyffoffs and Phantom. In that the way the Wyffoffs play, they play best against teams that rely heavily on rotation. Phantom Gaming have 3 really incredible players who can really do everything on their own. For the Wyffoffs, those bumps and those demos, they're going to be effective, but I mean, that rotation is not going to fall apart for Phantom because they don't really rely on that rotation as much as other teams do. And the Wyffoffs want to win this one. They're going to find a way to just shut them down individually, one-on-one. And so far, Phantom Gaming not letting them have it as Shadow finds Soda, and that is a perfect shot, top left corner.
Yeah, they are. Phantom playing with the confidence we've seen in the first 2 series tonight. So they have not missed a beat, taking the hour off to watch the other game. Of course, they did just get to scout their opponent while taking a breather. That may be playing a factor here, but nonetheless, as Zenith gets the first one there, Wyffoffs has definitely had it taken to them in the first minute. Wow, only 52 seconds into the first game, and we already have 4 goals. This one definitely could have some fireworks, Morty.
I mean, it's the last match of the night. We're here all night. These players are here all evening. We're ready to see the fireworks. I want to see fireworks. We've had too many short series this tournament, and our semifinals themselves, while exciting, were short. I want to see a little bit more from everyone here as the Wyffoffs. Demoed away here. It will be Soda up next. Demoed out by Waffle. Shadow Ball will be first to it, and Phantom Gaming just playing the ball because they know they can, using that speed to try to outplay the Wyffoffs. Won't actually have an easy play here. It's Zenith once again off that sidewall. Soda will be next to it. Waffle, though, leave things midfield, but Zink can't go, and Wyffoffs will wait as here goes Waffle, stopped by Silky. As a couple bumps really raining out here. Wyffoffs still relying on those demo plays to open things up, and while it hasn't really broken through Phantom Gaming, it's definitely going to make things tougher for them. It's going to allow them to maybe win up more of the boost here of the Wyffoffs, and if they can win off boost again, that's something that Phantom Gaming really likes winning, likes having control of. It's something that the Wyffoffs should definitely consider really playing towards in this series.
Yeah, boost management, especially if you're not going to be able to get the demos, is going to be important. If you're going to go for the demos, there's a big one there. If you go for the demos and don't hit them, you're definitely going to have to use extra boost to try to get back into the play quickly. Soda here taking that away. Zink going to meet him in the corner. Soda still getting it around middle. Waffle tries to get it out, but can't. There's another goal. Shadow this time to clean it up. It's the second one of the game. And as we approach the halfway mark here, Wyffoffs just looking for answers on defense. This swarming offense that we've seen in the first 2 games from Phantom tonight has continued. Once they get a little pressure, they are relentless on that end of the field.
And that's a big thing for Phantom Gaming, that they are just so confident, so relentless here. Individually, they're so talented, and they're really utilizing that against the Wyffoffs. But Zenith, trying to find that answer, will not get very far as Waffle waits under this one. Still Waffle. Past one. Soda and Silky both on that play. Zink will turn on it, but it's a great block anyways for Phantom, and get a little bit of awkwardness on defense. Won't really prove to be all that dangerous as it's Zenith again in the air. Zenith leaves the play as it's Zink. 50-50 will be let out for Shadow Ball as Phantom Gaming to the back wall. Oh, it's a bit of a misplay there. They're not on the same page. That could have been a goal for Phantom Gaming. Wyffoffs not on the same rotation, then, you know, this is the first time we've really seen them lose that rotation tonight, and boy, they did look weird that Phantom Gaming had such an open backfield to work with.
Yeah. Of course, they have a pretty comfortable lead at the moment, but if Wyffoffs are somehow able to get back into this thing and tie it, definitely going to regret not being able to get that easy one in. Waffle with the change up. Oh, but it's saved out. What a brilliant play coming out from Phantom Gaming here, and they're going to hold on to the 3-goal lead. I'm not even sure what happened there. The ball looked like it only had a tiny little piece that wasn't glowing from being a goal.
Well, whatever it was, they got it out. And the Wyffoffs, I'm sure they are beside themselves right now. They can't believe that doesn't go in. I don't think any of us can believe that that hasn't gone in as the demos continue to go. Phantom Gaming haven't scored in a while, but they don't need to as they keep offensive play going. I think we'll get the bump on Soda, leave some space for his teammates, but they need goals. Waffle looking for one. Another block from Silken. I mean, so far tonight, it's all been about Phantom Gaming's offense, not defense. Needed to play well in this grand finals. So far, it has stood on its head. It has looked incredible. And the Wyffoffs, rarely do we see them struggle this much to score, but Phantom Gaming making them really fight for every inch of space on the blue half of the field.
Yeah, and by my calculation, but there's another one. Wyffoffs have missed 3 easy, shots like that seem like they're in, but they just get out at the last second. So it's, while they have created fewer opportunities, it says they've taken more shots, but it definitely hasn't appeared that way just from the positioning on the field. But man, so it's not that they're not making opportunities, they just are getting super unlucky. These balls are just finding a way to get out of the net rather than finding a way to get in. And they're probably a little frustrated here, but in the closing seconds of game 1, surely they got the mental to just shake this off and come back going forward here. Impressive performance from Phantom.
It has been, and even though you mentioned it, Wyffoffs probably could have had a couple more goals in this game. Phantom Gaming held on, and will keep that lead as it is. Game 1 is over, and we'll see what they call for the next game. I would not be surprised if it's 1v1 again for the Wyffoffs. They called in the semifinals, and it worked out well with Zenith versus Inertia. You know Shadow Ball's going to play that 1v1 mode. If they call us, I would expect that we're going to see Zenith and Shadow Ball, and man, these guys have been unstoppable in 1v1s. You know, we haven't seen much from Zenith, but we've seen Shadow Ball. He's been tough to beat in 1v1. He has made it his mission to beat everyone here in that mode, and I mean, he's going to be tough to beat anyways, but Zenith might be the player that can counter him.
Yeah, stat of the match, Sporty. Phantom, by my calculation, only the second game tonight was actually outshot 10-7 on that one. So Wyffoffs, like I said, definitely making their own, making opportunities. They didn't have possession as much, but when they got it, they were doing things with it. They just couldn't find the back of the net. Several really close ones that just found their way out. So if they keep their head together, perform well here in the ones, and give that same effort in the next 3 games, you got to assume at least half of those 50-50 balls will find the back of the net.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever count them out in 3v3. I really, these teams out in 3v3, but it is 1v1 the call here, and I would expect Zenith and Shadow Ball will take the field. And I would be right on that. It is the 2 1v1 players for these rosters. So, I mean, this is a match I was excited for when I knew that this was the series that we were going to see. This was the matchup I was really looking forward to in Game 2. Zenith battling for the side of Wyffoffs to come back in this series. They lost Game 1 in their semifinals, mind you, and were able to come back quickly, so you can't count them out at this point. It was Zenith's 1v1 that got the ball rolling for them here, as Shadow Ball on the other side, he's been basically unstoppable so far. You think for Zenith, he's got a tough order ahead of him, but again, if there's anyone to beat Shadow Ball, it would be Zenith of the Wyffoffs.
Yeah, Zenith actually showed, really strong mental in the last ones. He went up 3-2, then got tied, then gave up the lead, then was able in the last 30 seconds to come back and hits the game winner with 15 seconds remaining as Shadow gets the first one on the board here 30 seconds into this one.
Yes.
But I'm expecting this one to be pretty good. We got a matchup of the 2 captains. Didn't realize that not only are they the ones players, but these are both listed as the captains for these teams.
Lead their rosters back, for Phantom Gaming, a 2-0 lead would be the best they could ask for at this point, especially considering that 2v2 mode, again, has been somewhat rough for them. When it's been Soda and Silky. I don't know if they've ever won. I think they've only won the 2v2 mode once this bracket together, so, and that was in the semifinals that we just saw, so Phantom Gaming, they know 2v2 has not exactly been their best mode for them. This 1v1 mode can really be successful, and Shadow Ball, with 2 goals already, again proving he is just unbeatable right now, and even Zenith can't seem to put a finger on him.
Yeah, Shadow Ball putting on a clinic. That's brilliant control there. It's important when you get that much space and time to not try to do too much with the ball. And textbook example of that right there. Shadow just gets it. Zenith never really threatens, so he doesn't really try to give up the dribble or go for the bump or anything. Just keeps carrying it in.
A minute gone. It is 2 goals in favor of Shadow Ball as Zenith will really win that play. Will have to go back. He doesn't have boost here, and Shadow Ball knows that. It's a smart play from Shadow Ball. 3 goals in the lead now, and Zenith just looks completely out of control at this point. Shadow Ball picking him apart, playing perfect in the 1v1 mode, and I mean Zenith, he just looks completely out of position, and it's not even through any fault of his own. We saw how he played against Inertia. Shadow Ball might just be too good for anyone to play against him.
Yeah, Shadow Ball definitely showing that he is a better ones player than Inertia here. And also, we get to see now what Zenith looks like playing from behind, because the most he trailed in the previous ones game was by 1 goal, and he was able to get back into that late. But here he finds himself down 3 and hasn't actually put the first one in the net yet. Getting that first one is a challenge unto itself before he starts trying to rack up the rest of them. As Shadow Ball goes for the fake flick there, tries to force it through. He won't, but that 50 will allow him to grab the corner and flick this over Zenith, and he's going to go up 4-0 now.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute mopping of the floor here for Wyffoffs. They've been confident in the win-win mode so far. They've had mixed success on this mode, and clearly they either underestimated Shadow Ball, or they just didn't think that this would be this one-sided. And I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided either, but I mean, Shadow Ball is proving that I don't think anybody can really seem to beat him at this point. What's weird about this Final Gaming team is they only usually play the 1v1 mode once. They are more confident in the 2v2 mode when Shadow Ball is playing it with Soda, so I think this really should be making Wyffoffs worry, because if Shadow Ball's just good in ones, you know the 2v2 mode for Shadow Ball and Soda is even scarier. If it comes down to that, Wyffoffs might be in real big trouble.
Yeah, Zenith finally able to get one on the board here. Let's see. This has been a trademark plan for Phantom all series, or all bracket rather, yesterday and today. Shadow gets the demo there, and see, he's not pressing the issue. I love this time management keep away strategy from Phantom. They have used it time and time again. He's not even trying to be threatening. He's just letting the clock bleed off so we can get to the next one. He feels like he's done what he has to prove his dominance. Zenith gets another one to cut the lead in half, but he hasn't shown anything that says if Shadow turns it on and wants to get a few, he can't at will. So I'm not sure who decided this was a good idea, but I'm here for it. Phantom, one of the teams that I've seen, I said this earlier, use that time management strategy, and we see Shadow with a big lead about halfway through this ones game going to it here.
Yeah, but he's going to need a few more goals. I mean, up by 2, that's not a big lead, and that's a great save from Zenith. But an even better recovery. Look at that from Shadow Ball. From inside the orange goal. It actually gets that recovery. Now he'll shoot. Zenith making that block, but doesn't have the boost. Will have to chase down Shadow Ball, but he's got to be careful. Shadow Ball can absolutely shoot on this one on him, and he will do just that. Going to take even more boost, essentially, but actually doesn't get there in time, and now it is Zenith who will win this play. Shadow Ball, you said it, he went to that time waste play style, but Zenith has taken 2 goals back. Now Shadow Ball's got to go back to 1v1 mode, and Zenith giving his team a chance to come back from this deficit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like Shadow may have panicked right there when he realized he had no boost, and Zenith kind of got that around him. And he may have been able to peel off before it went through the corner, grab some pennies, and mounted defense on the other end. He chooses with no boost to stay in, and Zenith's able to get it over him and punish. So he cuts the lead to 1. We got 2 minutes left here. Zenith has made it a match and has shown that he's definitely not going to give up. Shadow may need to turn it on here to get a few more, and may try to get a healthier lead than 3 goals before he goes back to the waste time strategy as he takes a 2-goal lead here with a nice shot.
It's a good challenge from Shadow Ball. He just went right at it. He knew that that's going to be a tough ball to control because it's bouncing up from so high. Backflip flicks, half flips into the play. Gets that touch right over Zenith. And again, you said the worry for Zenith is even though he's got a couple goals, what's stopping Shadow Ball from going right back to what he did earlier this game? As Zenith has got to find some control. He hasn't had much of it. He hasn't had any of it. As he'll go up in the air again. Great play from Shadow Ball, recognizing the air dribble play, but he's gonna go back again. Wyffoffs with only 3 goals in the 1v1 game so far. It is Phantom Gaming Just wasting out that time. Shadow Ball all the way back to defense again. Waiting, asking, beckoning Zenith, telling him, go for the ball, go for the play, give up your nets. Zenith's not giving him this play, but Shadow Ball's continuing just to waste time. He's gonna waste even more as he waits. Now he's got the play, the fake underneath, and Shadow Ball. Again, what's stopping him from playing like this? Nothing is. And Zenith, once again realizing that, again, Shadow Ball, your chances are next to none.
I think Shadow used visual cues to kind of deke Zenith out there. He saw Zenith getting set up to challenge that, so he taps boost as he approaches the ball, but then he lets off, and it looked like he hit L2 to kind of totally kill his momentum. That makes Zenith go ahead and jump up, and as soon as he does that, he reapplies boost so that he's low on that 50 and pushes it under him. It was a heads-up play, but Zenith comes right back at him here with a nice little 45 flick, and that's going to cut the lead to 2.
Rare mistake we see from Shadow Ball, way too far away from the play. Can't challenge here. He has given Zenith a lot of room right in front of the net as well. And with less than a minute, Zenith is going to need to make quick work of Shadow Ball's defense again. Can't win the kickoff though. Shadow Ball will win this ball away. Now he takes it to the sidewall. Shadow Ball. The corner. Wyffoffs waiting, but Zenith wait too long here. He's got to make the most of his time. As Shadow Ball. Sidewall. Still just wasting time. He's just playing for it here, but Zenith, a shot won't be too threatening. He'll take the boost from Shadow Ball, but he won't be able to easily shoot from here. He's gone off the ceiling, though! Oh my goodness, Zenith! The visions and know he can go for that. And the Wyffoffs, with half a minute to go, have Zenith giving himself the ultimate opportunity to do what no one else has been able to do so far.
Yeah, that is a heads-up play. The two teams that have provided the most clips in this tournament thus far, we get another one here, this time from Zenith, and that's a heads-up play and a brilliant shot. And I bet as he was coming down off the ceiling, Shadow was like, there's no way he turns this into offense. And he put it in perfect. Zenith just ties it with 18 seconds left. He has scratched and clawed and gotten back into this thing.
He's been down in both the 1-1 games he's played, and he has come back in both of those. This one, from a 4-0 deficit. Zenith now ties it 6-6. 18 seconds. You feel like another goal is soon to come here as Zenith will win this play. Takes it away. Shadow Ball right behind him. Zenith just staying right on it. He's not giving up anything, and he will get the chance. The flick! Zenith in the back of the net. Wyffoffs are 7 seconds away.
Now Zenith out here doing his best Tyrese Halliburton impression for the Pacers. Late in the game, doesn't matter. Give the man the ball. That is 2 brilliant plays. The nasty shot off the ceiling. The flick right in Shadow's face with 7 seconds left. Shadow gonna regret the decision to waste so much time between 2.5 and 1.5 minutes in which he just hit the ball around, allowed Zenith to get a couple of cheeky goals on pokeaways, and Zenith, in a completely unexpected turn of events, comes back to win against Shadow and get Wyffoffs back in this, tie the series at 1.
You can't, I mean, Zenith, he's probably been the player we talked about. We have not talked about him a lot, but, I mean, these have been 2 incredibly clutch 1v1s, and again, both of them from behind. Usually in these 1v1 games, whoever scores first wins the game, because it's so tough to come back when you're down by 1 or even more than 1 goal, as Zenith was here. But again, my goodness, what a play from Zenith, from 4 goals down as well. That is an incredible comeback, and the Wyffoffs, they better be very, very thankful of Zenith, because if they win this series, it will be in no part without this win from Zenith.
At one point in this match, it was 4-1, and Zenith
It was
decides
4-0,
to flip
I
the
believe.
script.
It was 4-0, I believe, at one.
Yeah,
I believe it was 4-0 as well.
But Zenith comes in and goes on a set, like goes to 7-2 in the second half of the match. They've used it. This is the first time we've seen it backfire, that time management strat. I just wonder, it just seemed like Shadow never wanted to turn it back on. Like once he had that lead, even when Zenith was eating into it, he just kept, okay, I'll tap one in and then I'll waste time again. Not sure what the call was there, but shout out to Zenith for staying with it. Nerves of steel. He has ice in his veins.
Yeah, you say that, and now we go to game 3. So from one incredibly intense game to likely another in this grand finals. And Wyffoffs now look to win another here as Phantom Gaming. I mean, they have relied on that 1v1 game to win them a lot of their matches. Now though, with the Wyffoffs having won that one, You feel like things are turning around now in the Wyffoffs' favor. 3v3 is a close game, buddy. And you know the 2v2. You know that Waffle and Zinc have been such a solid 2v2 team, and you know that Soda and Silky, while they've been great players, they have not exactly been a 2v2 team that's won a lot. As that net was wide open. Shadowball will get goal 1. Where was the defense?
Yeah, not sure here. Zenith and Soda both fake, and then Shadow gets a touch around Zinc. Waffle unable to get back. Just looked like two players are trying to rotate out for the same follow, and the ball gets poked between them by Shadow, and he'll find the back of the net, and they'll take a 1-0 lead here. But just in retrospect here, I low-key feel like Soda may have been the best player, in my opinion, for Phantom, even though he hasn't played in the ones. Just overall between the, really on the threes matches, I think he's shown up the most. And so if he can just keep what he's had going in the twos, I know they haven't won a bunch of twos, but they did in the last series. I don't think they got to worry just because they didn't take the ones. I think Soda and Silky are more than able of getting their get back when we get to the 2v2 after this.
Yeah, there's definitely a big question on how these teams can perform, but gonna be a lot of pressure here as Zenith, Wyffoffs, as you said, down by 1 early again like they were in that first game, and they never really came back from being down by 1. As a play off the back wall, Silky gets through. Oh, bumps going through as it's Waffle again. That bounces off of Soda. Shadow Ball. The Silky. The back wall. Phantom Gaming. Oh, that's a very fortuitous bounce. It's gonna be in front of the net. Zenith is there. Now Waffle's gonna break it away. It's up in front. It's Zinc to the empty goal. The Wyffoffs are back in it.
Yeah, this is a great play. Waffle just beats Soda to this, forces it over him. Zinc following, it falls right on him. And instead of trying to shoot it or anything, he just lets the ball land on his car and rolls it in. And so a much earlier response and keeping the score a lot closer here in game 3. Wyffoffs tie it at 1.
Wyffoffs fighting for every play they can get as that's going to bounce off the back wall. Silky to Shadow Ball. Saved away. The Wyffoffs keep the play going. On defense is Zenith. He's going to leave this one. There's no one challenging from Phantom here. And Waffle can go down the field. Across the net, you know she's going to look for that bump. Won't need it. It's Zinc under the fence. The lead is now for Zinc and for the Wyffoffs.
Yeah, and so I believe this is the first lead in the 3v3 portion that the Wyffoffs have had in this final series. That's a great shot coming out from Zinc. And unfortunate, someone was coming down from up top trying to get in front of that ball, takes it away from the defender that's in net and pinches it away, but it still rolls inside the post. Wyffoffs will find themselves with a lead now. Let's see what they do with this rather than playing from behind.
Wyffoffs continue to look for plays. A 1-goal lead will not be enough for them. It won't be enough for any of these teams. In a game that has been so intense, so close, so competitive, as Shadow Ball will go again. It's Zinc who's there. Wyffoffs, offside wall. Waffle will chase down Soda. Can't get the bump, but does get the boost. Wyffoffs have room. As now maybe an infield option. Waffle will exit the corner. Another bump attempt surely coming from Waffle, but in fact, actually, it's going to be a pull-away play here as Zinc and Zenith now go on the offense. Silky to Soda. Right back to the Wyffoffs half, and a lot of heavy clears for Phantom Gaming. Usually a team that relies on solo efforts from the midfield. Now they're just trying to clear the ball down the field and get some more controlled offense. A turn from what we saw earlier from Phantom Gaming. I think they've realized they've got to win offense if they're going to get chances. And they'll do just that. The net was left open, and Phantom Gaming pounces.
Yeah, someone got demoed on the back as that play is getting ready, so it leaves the orange team in a disadvantage, and they're able to capitalize on that. Nice poke through there. And so Phantom going to tie it up here at 2. Final 2 minutes of game 3 here. We got a tie ball game. These threes have been entertaining thus far.
Have been, and that's the fun thing about 3v3. These teams are so good at it. And they're so confident as well. That's what I think has been one of the reasons why they've been so successful. Both of these teams have entered today not expecting themselves to lose. I mean, Tesla, you know you've seen so many different teams play confidently. What's the difference that it makes when a player is feeling it? Not only are they just feeling good, but they're playing as if they cannot lose.
Well, the main thing that confidence gives you, as Zinc puts them back in the lead here with a brilliant shot, is it makes you play without hesitation. You feel so good about every touch you get that when you decide to go for a ball, you just go. You don't even look to see if the opponent is going to beat you, because you have 100% confidence that you're going to dust him to begin with. And that's what Phantom has played with to this point. But man, it seems like Shadow kind of fumbling the bag in that ones game has taken the wind out of their sails a little bit, but they're still fighting. They just seem to be way more disjointed in this one than they were in the previous ones match.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the way the Wyffoffs play will force you to have to play that way. They get so many demos that you have to play as if your rotation isn't going to be there, because so often it isn't. I think for Phantom Gaming and for... they have kind of accepted the fact that the Wyffoffs are going to get a lot of demos. You can't really stop them, in a sense, because they are just so good at it. So you just have to, play as if that rotation isn't going to be there. And to be fair, they're a team that I think can do it, but Wyffoffs have proven it's still a very tough thing to do, to play when you keep losing teammates, as Waffle gets checked by Zinkwil. This one rolls into the middle of the field as Zenith and Zink not on the same page here. Will be a play off the back wall that the Wyffoffs will need to work with. Zenith, that's in front of the nets, but good job on Waffle recognizing she has to go for that play. No real other option. Now she goes in front. Can't get the bump on Silky. Soda to the back corner will bounce across the wall. Zenith won't get bumped. Waffle still is Waffle. And that's a great play for Waffle. In front of the nets! Oh, it's gone in! An own goal will give the Wyffoffs the lead with minimal time to go. Phantom Gaming, it was Silky who's had an MVP level performance, but that will be one he will not want to think about. A huge error, and it may decide this game.
Yeah, he's probably going to beat himself up over that. It looked like he may have tried to dip his nose at the last moment and let the ball pass, realizing when he jumped up he wasn't going to be able to get the touch he wanted. But I'm not so certain that if he doesn't touch that at all, it doesn't bounce up and inside the top post. It would have been close regardless. It's just unfortunate that it happened so late. They have less than 20 seconds now trying to get one more in and force overtime. Of course, we saw in the last series, Wyffoffs can definitely play overtime in 3v3.
Yeah, this is a team that likes to play aggressive, but Phantom Gaming, they've got to play aggressive here. Everyone upfield, everyone looking for something. Shadow Ball, cleared back by Zink. Waiting is Zenith as Soda can't get the ball. Silky keeps this one alive. Off the back wall it is. In front of the net, Soda keeps it out. Shadow Ball. Silky with room, beats out Zink, but it won't go towards the net. Soda again, off that sidewall. Second touch not made. And the Wyffoffs end this game. A win for them and an own goal that will decide that the Wyffoffs will take the lead in the series.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events for Silky, who's had an outstanding tournament. But if you're the Wyffoffs, it's the same recipe as the last series. Like, the first game didn't go your way in threes. You come out, Zenith does a masterful job of getting a last-second win in the ones, and you ride that momentum into the second threes and take a win. Now we're going into twos, and Waffle and Zink look really good in twos in the semifinals. So let's see if they're able to have that same level of performance here. And if they are, Wyffoffs will go to match point with 3 games remaining.
Oh, they're so close to it. Let's take it for the raid there next to New Esports. Hope you're all doing well. I know you guys are... Well, we're watching a lot of the Rocket League Splashers action. Welcome to the Sun Tournament Series, Paradise Cup 3, Excellence Division. This is the Grand Finals. It is Wyffoffs versus Phantom Gaming. This is a crew battles type tournament, and the Wyffoffs having just won Game 3. Now only need to win 2 more to take this series, but we go to 2v2 next. It's going to be Waffle and Zink versus Silky and Soda, and this is a bit of a weird matchup because the Wyffoffs, Waffle and Zink, I don't think they've lost yet. Silky and Soda have only won once, and that was in their semifinals matchup. They've lost every other time. I can't think this is going to be a great position for Phantom Gaming to be in. That Game 3 was so important because they really can't put stress on the game mode that they have had the worst time with so far in this final bracket.
Yeah, it's not even that they've looked particularly terrible in the twos. They've just been on the losing end of all of them, which is what counts, regardless of what happens from first to last.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. We're getting a little bit of a technical issue. We'll get the players back in the lobby here, so hopefully this will make things... hopefully these players can get back in soon enough, but again, with it being this 2v2 matchup, I mean, you cannot let this Wyffoffs team take a 3-1 lead. If you're Phantom Gaming, you cannot let the Wyffoffs take a 3-1 lead.
Not at all. And I personally feel like yesterday it was Silky stepping up to help out Shadow. Today, in both of their matches thus far, especially in the 3v3 round, Soda has shown out. And so Phantom needs Soda to step up right here and carry his team to victory and tie this series up. Or Silky to pop off like he was yesterday.
Well, we're back in for game number 4, 2v2 action now. Wyffoffs have been so good in this game mode, and I think they want to avoid any future 2v2 games because they know because Shadowball's not here, Phantom Gaming is not playing their top 2v2 roster. This is a huge opportunity because I mean, you think if they continue in this series, Shadowball is likely playing the next 2v2 game in Game 6, and if that's what Phantom Gaming calls. And if you're Wyffoffs, you want to take this chance because I don't think you're going to see this Silky Soda lineup ever again.
Yeah, but as you were saying before we had the little technical issue, going down 3-1 here, the way both of these teams have played, I wouldn't expect either of them to be able to come back from a 3-1 deficit, even if they forced Game 7. I'd feel the same way about Wyffoffs if we were talking about Phantom going for the 3-1 lead here. So I believe it's going to be very imperative for Soda and Silky to both step up like they have individually to help Shadow together here, pick up the slack he left with an underwhelming performance in the ones portion, and tie the series here for Phantom.
Off the sidewall, Zinc, ooh, he doesn't get a great second touch on that. Waffle will opt to stay back on defense. Now she goes for this play, and the Wyffoffs will keep the momentum. Waffle, the veteran again, who last won in the ASN Tournament Series in the ATS RLSS Champions Cup 2 back on 10X. Oh, she's going to want another championship behind her belt, as that's going to be right off the post. Zinc didn't have the read there, almost bounced right in the nets, but Phantom Gaming do go wide as Soda up in the air. Will be Waffle to clear things back. Zinc to clear it away. Wyffoffs now back on offense again as Silky will leave the ball in front as Zinc jumps in. Waffle can't go. The ball goes right by her here, and Phantom Gaming in the air. This is where they're the strongest, but a bit of a miscommunication there. Silky was looking for a pass, and Soda never thought he would ever be called up into that play. So two players not on the same page, and the Wyffoffs here will get away with that.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate turn of events, too, because if Soda comes up to take that shot, Silky actually goomba'd Waffle on the way down, landed right on top of her. So if Soda comes up for a shot, it's very likely she won't even be able to jump to get in the way because she had Silky's car on top of hers. But Soda, either they didn't communicate it or didn't get the read right to feel like he had a chance to beat to that ball. He lets it fall away harmlessly, and now they find themselves on defense. Soda trying to collect here. Waffle doing what she can to keep the pressure up, as Zinc had to go all the way back to get boost.
Yeah, and that means he's not going to be able to get the shot on this play either. The Wyffoffs a bit awkward on the rotations, as now they pushed up a bit high here. Waffle, it just has felt like she has not left the play at all this game, and Zinc has at times, but Waffle hasn't, and she is continuing to really make things tough here as Soda. Flip reset. Gets by one. Zinc off that back wall. Still Zinc. Flickers it away. Silky, the last one back. It's Zinc trying to find Waffle. She jumped in on this play. It's an open backfield as Silky, oh, he missed it. That was an open net and he knows it. A big chance that will go to the wayside, and Phantom Gaming, I'm sure that Silky, more than anyone else, will want that chance back because it doesn't get much more open than that in a matchup like this.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate turn of events there. You get a wide open net and you can't even get a shot to go close to add it. It's an unfortunate touch there trying to set it up. Waffle now going to find that gap again with the side-to-side play like we saw in the last series between them. We get a little action side-to-side here. When the ball gets middle, Waffle's just there to put it in. Her and Zinc worked that for 2 goals in the semifinals in the 2v2, working it again here, and they'll finally, first goal of the game with only 1:52 remaining.
It took a long time for anything to go in the back of the net here, and now Phantom Gaming have to push in a lot more as this is a wide open net for them. Nobody had boost on the Wyffoffs. A kickoff that went absolutely horribly for them. That is the worst place for the kickoff to go. They just don't have boost, and even worse, they don't communicate. Neither of them go for the ball off the back wall. Somebody had to jump for that one because nobody does. That is an easy play for Phantom Gaming, and this game is already tied.
Yeah, so that's a heads-up play from Phantom there. Come out and immediately tie the thing back up right off kickoff, making sure that they don't have to feel the pressure of needing one to force overtime. Now they got 90 seconds left to either wait for overtime where they can get the golden goal or get one here in regulation that can't be matched and tie the series here. So they put themselves in a great spot with less than 90 seconds to go here in this 2v2 portion.
And Zinc's out of position. It's going to be one for Soda. Zinc hesitated. We mentioned before he's, a player that hasn't been too nervous, but look at that. He wanted to challenge that. You can tell. He hesitated. And that was the difference there. Soda saw it, and he did not let Zinc get away with it.
Yeah, I think we just saw a little bit of what it is to be an up-and-coming Rocket League player there, just letting his ball chasing us get the best of him there for a brief moment. It was only a brief moment that he flattened out instead of going straight back to the net, but that brief moment is all he wanted, and just like that, minute 52, they're winning, Wyffoffs winning 1-0. Next 45 seconds, Soda and Silky, who we said has only won 1-2's game thus far, come out and put 3 goals up in 50 seconds. Like, that is impressive. Shout out to them. And so we have a 3-1 game here going into the final minute.
Can't count out the Wyffoffs here, but man, a 2-goal comeback this late in the game in a 2v2 game mode when they have to play so aggressively. This is going to be tough, and it's going to be made even tougher here with this one from Silky. 4-1 now, and we're inside the final minute, and the Phantom Gaming side, man, they have turned on the Jets, and Wyffoffs have looked completely stagnated in this one, so the likely chance this series is all even. Man, the Wyffoffs, it feels like they just missed a great opportunity to really take over this series against Phantom Gaming. They could not do it in the 2v2 mode, much like how we saw Shadowball not able to do it in the 1v1 mode. The dominant game modes for both these teams falling in this grand finals, and this series is going to be so competitive just because of that. But again, huge missed opportunities for both these teams to really take quite important games that they've been comfortable in all night. So just the kind of parity that these teams have had, that even in the modes they're most comfortable in this grand finals, it does not matter.
Yeah, this really leads me to believe that Game 6 is going to be so pivotal in this. Both of them have taken the threes game. They've split the extra modes. Shout out to Silky and Soda for trying to pick up the slack with the unexpected loss taken by Shadow in the 1v1 portion. But as I say that, we got 20 seconds left here. Waffle with a nice shot coming down from the high touch on the wall. And so it's not a lot of time, and they'll need a little bit of help, a little bit of magic. But at 4-2, they could force overtime here.
Well, that's not going to help them at all. That kickoff bouncing straight up for Phantom Gaming. Waffle will get the save. This is about where you got to get down that field as Waffle pushing out Soda. Silky jumps in anyways, though. Zinc, he's been very quiet here this game, and unfortunately for the Wyffoffs, that offense has been quiet so far. That'll end this one. The series is all even again at 2 games each, and unfortunately for this Wyffoffs side, they can't win in the game mode that they've been strongest in so far this tournament. We go back to 3v3, knowing that this is going to determine match points.
I mean, that was such a crazy game. We had 3 minutes of no score. Minute 52 left in the game. Wyffoffs finally get a goal to go in on what they were working in the last series, the little side-to-side play, and someone's there as it comes off the wall to hit it straight in. But then in the next 50 seconds, Phantom Gaming comes out and pours it on, and then it makes the score look like it was never close to begin with. Such a rapid change of events, or rather a chain of events, not change. And so Phantom here ties it up. We got a best of 3 going forward. It's going to be anybody's game because they've split the threes as well. Be interesting to see what we get in the next 2v2.
Of course it is. It is if we get 2v2. Who knows? If Wyffoffs lose in Game 5, we might see the 1v1 called again, because they did win that one with Zenith, and I'm sure for both these teams, though, they might go for 2s, they might go for 1s. We can't say what game mode we're going to see. Who knows? It might be 1s.
Wouldn't it be crazy to get the Jared aura?
Yeah, wouldn't it? We would get the 1v1 again.
Go back and get the 1v1 in the Game 6 to decide it.
Well, we'll see if that's the case. For now, though, we go to Game 5. Match point on the line. Somebody's going to lead this series. Someone's going to give themselves a chance to be Paradise Cup champions after this game. And for both these teams, they've split those 3v3 games, 1 game each at this point. So this is, I mean, if we're talking about stress and about importance, this has been the most important game so far this series, and we're not even close to being done yet.
Big bump from Zenith there, opened the net. Unfortunately, Zinc's shot didn't find the back of it, but we see Wyffoffs here in the early going trying to press the issue with the physicality, going down using a bump to try to open the net on their very first possession. Silky now going for a shot, can't find the back of the net. Zenith, no boost, going to try to take control, can't get it. Soda, not the best touch. Zinc going to be the first of this. Waffle pulling up his third man, trailing the play. Going to push up now to second man to get a touch. Zinc going to stay close, looks for the bump, can't get it. I think Soda may have just backed up on him just a little bit into the net to avoid that. Zinc now full boost going to follow. Wyffoffs seem like they have definitely raised the speed here, trying to force the issue in Game 5. Want to maybe go on match point for the last 2.
First goal in this series has been so important for these teams in the 3v3 mode, and so too is getting that control. The Wyffoffs doing anything they can to make this easier on themselves, but the reality here is this isn't going to be an easy game. It never will be an easy game. Phantom Gaming, with how they have looked, aren't going to make things easy as demos rain out. Shadow Ball will block, and Silky will be up in the air. He was the player to watch in day 1. Now on day 2, he has had his moments, but it's really been more of the teamwork from Phantom Gaming that has surprised me here, as we got a little headlock in the back corner. We'll see if these players will done this, as this game now momentarily goes to 2v2, as Waffle and Zenith gonna work their magic here, as it will be Waffle. There's a boom. Gets by 1. Can't get the bump on Shadow Ball, but it's Zenith. He's bumped out of the way. Waffle has options. Will leave it, but it's a great recognition from Shadow Ball. Keeps that ball away, and now Wyffoffs back with no boost, as Zink's gonna break that headlock there. He's gonna go back to 3v3. Wyffoffs not taking a chance, but unfortunately, it won't make a difference. The bumps rain, Shadow Ball scores, and Phantom Gaming lead.
Yeah, that's a heads up as soon as someone breaks the rule v1. Silky giving them a taste of their own medicine. Big bump in the net, and that shot will find the back of it. So with 2:59 remaining now, Phantom get the first goal on the board. See if they can hold on to this lead here. Waffle's able to force that in on the kickoff. And so we got a tie game at about the halfway point here. This one's getting spicy.
It is, and I don't know what that was from Shadow Ball. I think I was trying to lose that kickoff, but he actually missed it entirely there. So a gimme goal to the Wyffoffs, and at this point, if you're a fan of Gimme, you do not want to give Wyffoffs some handouts here. You don't want to give them free goals and free plays, because, I mean, this seems already tough enough to beat here. You do not want to give them anything for free, as Phantom on offense again will be Zenku. Doesn't really do much with that ball. Zenith will save it away. Waffle. Past 1. Over the other. Soda. He'll clear it back, as it's a multiple touch play. Zenith on the ball. Shadow Ball will clear it back. Here goes Zink. Silky. Sidewall. Waffle back in. It's Soda who will watch this one go wide, as a bit of a bump in front. Zenith takes out 1. Zink jumps in. Awkward for Shadow Ball. Waffle can't shoot there. She was moving in too fast, and the Wyffoffs, who tried to make something happen, just could not connect on their shot. And we'll watch as this ball is cleared to the other side of the field, knowing that opportunities are going to be hard to come by. Chances like that are going to be hard to come by. They're going to have to start all the way from square one all over again.
Yeah, it looks like we see both teams looking for the bumps on either end. They're both trying to press the issue here. We got a tie game. Not really sure who's going to be able to find the edge here as we get the big clear. Both teams, like, their rotations are sound enough to be back on defense, but they're definitely stretching them pretty thin. You see some gaps every now and then. There's just not been a whole lot of capitalization on those gaps in rotation. Of course, most players, when they're getting a turn to touch the ball, have been touching it really strong. Have seen a lot more booms and a lot less control in this one, as if both teams are pressing a little bit, wanting to force the issue and make sure they're on game point for the last two. We get a little control here. Zenith now just trying to keep the pressure close. We had two blue players, all three blue players on the front post. Golden opportunity for Orange here while the defense is discombobulated. There's a demo, and Waffle going to capitalize there. And so another bump in net for the Wyffoffs leads to a goal. This is a heads-up demo by Zenith, leaving it for Waffle.
It is. Soda had the play there, but he was rushing to just get to the ball. He didn't know when the shot was. He couldn't see, and he assumed it was going to be an immediate shot, because the Wyffoffs have shown that they can jump pretty early for some of these plays off the back wall. It won't be the case, and you said it now. 1 goal up for House Wyffindor in Game 5 with match point for whoever can win this game. Infield. Ooh, no one there. It's Zink with room. 1-on-1. He goes right under Soda. Right 5, but not through Silky. And the Wyffoffs will backtrack to the midfield. Zenith. Waffle. Ooh, awkward here. It's open. Oh, and Soda. I don't know if he knew it was open, but that was a wide open net and a chance that will go asking.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Soda has been the do-everything man for his team in the threes matches tonight. Getting assists, saves, demos, goals. In a game earlier, he had 2, 3, 4 score line coming out of it in a threes game. But right there, in probably the most important shot he's had of the whole tournament to tie this thing up, he's unable to find the back of the net or even get close. Like you said, may not have even realized the net was open. And so, this is dangerous with no time left. Oh, wow. And Soda's going to take that and put it in. What a play coming out from Phantom Gaming in the closing seconds of Game 5.
Redemption is here for Soda. He may have missed it earlier, but he won't miss it again. Top left corner. You can't miss it.
I mean, that is an RLCS quality pass and play right there, ladies and gentlemen. We're all better for having seen it. And that's going to send us to overtime. What a play to send us to overtime, too. Such a banger shot coming out from Soda.
And if I'm not wrong, have we not seen overtime so far this grand finals?
Especially for the Wyffoffs in threes.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't seen it yet, but boy, does this game deserve it here as Zinc racing back will keep things away. Wyffoffs on defense. Shadow Ball. Zenith, one shot could be the difference here as Soda won't be able to make it, but he will force the whip out. Waffle's gonna be there. That's a huge play on an almost no boost. It's in for the net. Zenith can't get there. It is! Soda wins! Phantom Gaming on match point!
And I called him out for a lackluster performance thus far compared to the rest of the tournament. And Soda steps up in a big way here at the end of this threes game with the OT winner, with the banger off the pass to end regulation. Soda carrying the 107 cars bump for Soda in this one. Getting the bumps, doing as much as he can for his team to drag him across the finish line. And Phantom Gaming, after being down 2-1, will win 2 in a row and find themselves on match point going into the last 2 of this one. Man, this is a crazy series.
Phantom Gaming, one more win needed, but the Wyffoffs will choose next, and what a terrible decision this is going to be for them. Either game mode, you know it's going to be competitive, and you know that this Phantom Gaming team can take it, and I mean, I guess we shouldn't be too surprised. We mentioned that it was likely going to be called earlier. It's 2v2 again. They want redemption from that loss earlier in this series, and for Phantom Gaming, I think they don't mind whatever game mode it is. They're ready to play it, knowing that this championship all comes down to them winning one of these next 2 games, if needed. Game 7, a real possibility at this point, but for the Wyffoffs, they've got to win a 2v2 game, and that is a game that, obviously, last time around, they could not get the victory, and they could not get the offense started. And against Shadow Ball and company, they're going to need to play the best they've looked all night.
Yeah, this is a rough choice. You either go 2v2 and get Soda, who just went Super Saiyan, or you go 1v1 and you feel like Shadow is not going to do any time waste strategy, even if he scores 30 goals just to make up for what was perceived lack of care in the last one. So this is a really tough choice. And also, if you're these twos players, you got to find some answers here because you got 1 goal and then watched the whole match crumble in the next 50 seconds.
Both teams making changes. Shadow Ball and Zenith on the field now for their respective teammates here as the Wyffoffs and Phantom Gaming, the whole tournament on the line here as Phantom Gaming get on that early start. They're really playing with speed now. And the Wyffoffs, you can only tell, looking a bit out of place here in Game 6. I think 2v2 makes sense as the mode to call. They were confident in this mode, but still, I don't think there's any confident mode you can have here. This Phantom Gaming team has shown that they're good, and has shown that they know what they can do here. Wyffoffs have a lot of work to do. They've got to make this count as Waffle trying to start things there right. Soda gets that play through. Zenith will win the play. Off that sidewall, it's Soda again. Waffle will take the ball away. Wyffoffs, if they're going to let anyone have the ball, it's going to be nobody from Phantom Gaming as a demo on 1. Shadow Ball with a full tank of boost. 1-on-1 with Zenith, and that's a huge flick. It goes towards the nets. Waffle gets the block. That bounce off the back post, but the Wyffoffs stay alive.
Yeah, that's a brilliant save by Waffle. Find themselves up against match point here. This time they're going to rotate Silky out, bring in Shadow, which should make this duo more formidable, which Zenith in for Zinc. Maybe that makes the side for Wyffoffs a little better. But regardless, again, we have another, just like in the last 2's game. A lot of offensive opportunities, but both defenses being able to keep every shot on the wrong side of the goal line here. And Shadow, as I say, that big clear downfield, Zenith rushing to get back to it. But if you're the Wyffoffs, hopefully not feeling too much pressure. And if you're Phantom Gaming here, you got to feel really good about your shot. You got Soda, who just peaked to get you out of that last one, and probably your most individually gifted player in Shadow. And thus far, you haven't gotten caught with a bunch of overcommits or team bumps or anything to give up an easy one nearly halfway through this one.
Oh, 2 demos here. It's a lot of room. Shadow Ball all alone over Zenith. Shadow Ball on 1. The bomb, the play. Shadow Ball is him.
Yes, so Shadow, just as I just talked about how he's probably the most mechanically gifted player on his team, decides to air dribble over 1 and then bump the second one and let the ball fall in. That is a heads-up play a heads-up play in ones, bringing it to twos and defeating 2 players with it. And so with 2:58 remaining, if they can maintain this lead, they can end this thing here. Definitely got to be feeling the pressure if you're the Wyffoffs.
I mean, they didn't win the 2v2 mode earlier, and now they gotta win it here as it's Soda. You said he's been popping off all night, but he won't get the shot to go in. Zenith and Waffle, 2-on-1. He's got a passing option. Zenith went for his own there. I would have liked to see the pass on that play. Instead, it goes back. Soda on the dribble. The 50! Oh my goodness, Soda! Unstoppable!
Soda doing what he did in the first 2's game and doing what he did at the end of the last 3's game. Low key has tried to just play the quietest, be there where he's got to be for his teams. It lets you get a sneak peek of those wicked mechanics he has every now and then. Does a great job of controlling that down, then taking a perfect 50 that he can control. Just textbook car maneuvering there, and they find themselves up 2 halfway through this one. It's like sharks. They can smell blood in the water. They don't want to let their foot off the gas. And I can guarantee you, even if they score 3 in the next 5 seconds, Shadow is not going to be interested in any time wasting this go around.
But he couldn't win the 1v1 game that started the deficit for Phantom Gaming that they had to recover from. Now they look for more. They're not interested in giving any chance for the Wyffoffs, but it's Waffle, kept away by Shadow Ball. Zenith will steal the boost, but at this point for Wyffoffs, they've got to find goals. They're hard to come by, and with so little time to go, they're going to need every play they can get. Waffle leaves it. Zenith, oh, that's gone wide. It's a opportunity wasted. He'll get the demo anyways. But low boost with the Wyffoffs, they really can't make anything happen here. And you know for Zenith, he'll want that play back. It was an infield play given to him by Waffle. Play will go wide, and Wyffoffs will need to try again from their defensive half.
That's an unfortunate bump on Zenith there as he takes control, because it slowed him down so he couldn't keep following the ball. Now we have less than 90 seconds remaining, and no matter what Wyffoffs have tried in this 2v2, Phantom has just shown that 2v2 is going to be their game mode to win it. I know they haven't been successful with the Soda Silky setup, but Shadow and Soda doing everything they can here to carry this. And I doubt that you'll see much change in their play from that goal going in. That's really, I doubt the high they're riding on, they'll just chalk that up to an unfortunate 50 and try to smother Wyffoffs the rest of the way here. Got 69 seconds left to eternity in a championship.
You may be talking about all the stat lines here. The only stat line Phantom Gaming care about is that they're leading right now, and the Wyffoffs need to score again in regulation. Zenith, high shot. Soda will see it. Zenith's gonna force him to go. Soda on the play. It's Waffle to the back wall. Will look for that bump. Zenith kind of flipped and tripped on the play up to the ball. Now he takes the boost. He'll beat out Soda. Shadow Ball waits as Waffle with nothing. Oh, he missed it! Shadow Ball missed! Shadow Ball missed! And the game is tied!
This is a brilliant play by Waffle. They're down, it's late, you think something's gonna happen, just does nothing, fakes Shadow out of his hubcaps, and they're gonna tie it up here with 40 seconds left. Didn't think this series was over when they took the 2-goal lead, and they're proving it here. Man, this is gonna go right down to the wire.
Were you ever in doubt of the Wyffoffs? Because if you were, you better be sorely mistaken. They are not done. They've not been done all tonight. They've had plenty of comebacks tonight. They've had plenty of comebacks in this series. And you know that if any team wants it more than the Wyffoffs, they're going to need to earn every bit of it here. Zenith, with room. Overtime looming for both these rosters. Game 7 on the cards, but it's Waffle who will look for their chance. It's Shadow Ball again. Up is Soda. Down is Soda. Owing is Soda. Waffle gets it away. Zenith will clear it out. We have overtime.
Yep, Waffle and Zenith here take it to overtime after being down 2. Gonna need to find the overtime goal here to force game 7. Soda and Shadow looking great. Here's a play.
Oh my goodness!
What a save from Waffle.
And it still stays out. How on earth does Waffle get that one? Saving her team from what was certain death in Game 6. Phantom Gaming are only 1 goal away from being Excellence Division champs. But Waffle goes again. Waffle. Oh, that was a great idea, but Zenith wasn't on the same page. Waffle's gonna have to go back as Soda chasing down Wyffoffs. It's gonna go up. 2 players go. Nobody has. Shadow Ball to win it. It's over. The captain has scored, and Phantom Gaming go the distance.
Wow, wow, wow. Didn't mean to feel like I was speechless. Didn't want to yell into the microphone. Had to take a deep breath. What a series. What a series. What a series. Shout out to Phantom coming from the lower, just from the same spot with the same results in the end as 100X Knight. Go all the way to the grand finals. They take the dub here. Brilliant Rocket League, the whole bracket, and that is a heads up play coming out from them winning another two when that had probably been their weakest mode throughout the bracket.
And you know what's crazy again? There's something about fifth seeds in this tournament where they just somehow find ways to do it through the lower bracket. I don't get how they do it, but they find ways. You mentioned it, Knight, the fifth seed in our Ultimate Division. We had a lot of hopes for them, but Phantom Gaming, this one, you have to agree, really came out of total left field. This was a complete surprise to everyone. Everyone but Phantom Gaming themselves, I have to think, because, I mean, they had a tough run to begin with as well. You talk about Hausen, you talk about the Wyffoffs, Crazy Cats, all these scary teams. But Phantom Gaming, they get the job done. And my goodness, I mean, this was out of left field here. This was completely unexpected.
Yeah, I think every one of us, if we go back looking at the predictions, actually had Wyffoffs pick to win it at the beginning of day one. They did make everybody honest by going all the way to the end. But Phantom, much like 100X Night last weekend, they were just playing with a swagger that they didn't feel like they could lose a series, even if they lost a match. And just like in their previous series here, they lost a few. They unexpectedly lost that one's game, but then they're able to just ride a wave back. And congratulations to them.
What a huge performance here. Lepid's going to join us back again. Lepid, you got to see that whole series. Boy, what a grand finals this has been. I thought we were sure to see another 7-game series, but simply put, that overtime was worth the price of admission for Game 7. What a night it has been. Congratulations to Phantom Gaming. They looked incredible, but man, they had to fight for that one in the grand finals.
Indeed, they did. It was very fun to watch. It was very unexpected for Shadow Ball to lose that once game against Zenith. After that, I thought they were going to go up 3-1 in the series, but Phantom Gaming showed up in that threes game, won that, and then won the twos game right after, which is pretty impressive.
What an impressive is definitely the way to describe their performance so far, as Phantom Gaming, not only have they won, they get to join us here for a short interview. Welcome in, Shutterball and Silky. Wow, the fifth seeds have definitely proved us so far. What a performance for you guys, all the way down to the grand finals. I don't think, I mean, you guys must have believed in yourselves here, but I didn't think you guys were gonna make it. We're gonna make it to the grand finals, but you don't just make it to the grand finals. You win the whole thing. Shutterball, through all these matches, through these long couple of days, you guys have played incredible Rocket League. You're out on top. How are you guys feeling through all these games and all these performances? Because that was a very impressive performance, and I'm sure for you guys, a very rewarding championship.
Yeah, I think this is the first tournament that Soda's won, so he was really excited. We're obviously all really excited. I mean, we're a little tired because we've been playing for 6 hours, but I mean, it's worth it.
Yeah, I got a shower, bro.
All right. Well, the way it's gonna work is we're gonna go down the line here. So it's gonna start with me. We're gonna go to Lepid and Tesla. They got some questions for you, I'm sure. So Lepid, you might as well get things started.
So, how did y'all transition the momentum to yourselves after two games losses from the threes and the ones?
Do you want to answer, Silky?
No, you got it, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the ones was mostly just me, and then I feel like I was just really nervous in the threes because of it. But I had the best teammates, so we kind of, I don't know. I think both teams were nervous, so it wasn't like the mental was gonna be way in one team's favor. Like there was always room for error on both sides, and I think we kind of just found the gaps that we're able to capitalize on and get the momentum back.
You guys definitely found your way back into this one. Soda's here as well. Soda, you were quiet on day one. We mentioned how you need to show up, how it had to be a full team effort. Game 1 was a bit quiet, but man, today everybody showed up. Talk to me about this Phantom Gaming roster. You guys have been around for a while. You guys are definitely not an unknown team. You've been here, you've done that, you've been in a lot of different tournaments. To know these players for as long as you have, talk to me about how that momentum has worked and how that has allowed you, as a player, maybe didn't play the best in day one, but to really find your footing in day two, and for the whole team to find their footing in day two and get this win.
I don't remember what happened in day one, but yeah, I do remember playing pretty bad. But it's only because I don't think I had a pressure on me, and I usually play better with pressure. And with no pressure, it's like there was no fun. So, because I knew my team was gonna win that game, that series. I didn't have to do much. I just had to demo them because that's what they were doing to us. And then yeah.
Of course. Here as we'll go. I think we'll go through one more loop. So Lepid and Tesla, you'll get one more each. Here, Lepid, you get to go next again.
So from that last twos game, Silky, sorry, my bad, Soda, how did you transition from all those open whiffs from that threes game into that twos game?
I just forget about what happened last game. Focus on the game I'm playing right now. Yeah, I don't know who wouldn't do that.
Fair enough. You know what? Simple
Fair enough.
and short and softly spoken here. Tesla, you have anything you want to ask any of these players?
Well, I got a question that's like a 1.5-parter for Shadow. One, whose idea was it to use the time waste strategy when you got the lead? Because I saw it several times, especially in twos and threes, where your team would get a 3 or 4 goal lead and then just play possession, not even attempt to make any modicum of offense, just get boost and drive the ball in a circle around the net. So my first question is, whose idea was that? And second, what happened in that last one series where it looked like you went to that strategy and it just came unraveled?
Well, for the threes in games, I think we didn't really like specifically plan it, but I think we just kind of got comfortable when we were up 4 goals and we just like knew like instinctively we just didn't need to take risks. So it's kind of just second nature to us. And for the ones, yeah, I got too comfortable with that 4 goal lead. I was like saying to myself like all series, like I just gotta play like the ground game and just play slow, and just play like 50s, and then I kind of try to be like too much in control of the game, kind of. And I feel like Zenith or Zenith, I forget, I don't know how you pronounce it, but they like dribbled the ball kind of in a straight line and just flicked it over me every single time. But because I was playing too fast, like I would have to like go back for boost, and then I wouldn't be able to shadow defend. So that's basically just how I got scored on, and that's how I kind of choked the game, unfortunately. But yeah, it's okay, we won.
I mean, hey, you got the winner in Game 6. I think, if anything, made up for it was that Game 6 victory in overtime, getting the goal that ended out this tournament, and also getting the goal that now cemented you as the MVP for the Paradise Cup Excellence Division. So congratulations, Shadow Ball. Another accolade for you, along with being champions, you're also the Paradise Cup 3 Excellence Division MVP. So to continue as well, an accolade here for Phantom Gaming. I think this is the first time we've seen Phantom Gaming in one of these tournaments, but it's not the first time I've seen you guys. But my goodness, what a performance. How are you guys feeling? Because you guys have been around for a while. You've continued to fight for championships. You mentioned as well that Soda's had some unfortunate history with championships, but hey, you guys got the job done. Talk to me not only, what it's like to win this whole thing, but to be MVP of it as well.
Well, personally, I think Soda should be MVP just because like he always clutched it up, especially today. Like, I don't think I would really put too much stock into like the group stage and yesterday, just because like this is such much higher stakes. But I mean, I'm happy to have it, and of course, like we feel like super accomplished because honestly, me, Soda, Silky, we disbanded like 8 months ago because we had like a terrible tournament run, so we kind of just stopped playing together. But then when this tournament came up, we were like all right under the rank cap, so we're like, okay, let's run it back, and I'm glad we did.
Well, if it helps you in any way here, Shadow Ball and Soda, it literally the whole desk was split. We were all split on who should get MVPs. So, and unfortunately, I wish we could name 2 MVPs. We can't. If we could, it would have been both of you, but we can't. That isn't how we run.
Poor Silky.
So, yeah, I know. I feel bad. No, Silky had a great day
Nah.
one. Silky looked good in day one. Silky,
Yeah.
don't be sad about it. It's
Yeah, don't worry. We won.
if it makes you feel better,
this.
if it makes you feel better, you guys won $70. So, you can
Go
let
up.
the money
Yeah.
speak for itself. Money speaks a lot more than MVP awards, at least.
Yep.
I would say it does. Congratulations on your win, though, Shadow Ball, Soda, and Silky. Let's get some. So let's get you guys to have some interviews, some shout outs. Sorry, not interviews. You already hear some shout outs here. You guys have won the whole thing. You played a long day. You said it's 6 hours. You guys are tired. You guys deserve to have at least a little bit of the floor to yourselves and shout out whoever has helped you out. So let's start with Silky. Do you have any shout outs? Anything you want to say? Anybody out there that has helped you guys along the way to what is a Paradise Cup 3 championship?
First and foremost, my teammates, the goats, especially Soda. I like to also say my coach, Hot Stuff. He like, I don't know, makes me like not suck at the game. So shout out to Hot. And Drew. Can't forget my boy Drew, yo. He's a Lions fan. I mean, I wish he was a Ravens fan, but he's a mental health legend for real. That's all I gotta say.
Versus now we'll go to Soda here. Do you have anything you want to say? Anybody out there that you want to shout out that has helped you along the way?
Oh yeah, my teammates. Love my boy Shadow and Silky. Thanks for them. Damien too. Damien really helped me get better at this game. And yeah, my professional coach, Drew. Drew's the goat. In my ear talking about some. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, thanks to him.
Hey, you did. Again, as I said, the discussion was split on who would get the MVP award at the end of this thing. It was that close. Shadow Ball, though, you get to end things out here. Phantom Gaming, champions of the Paradise Cup 3. Do you have anything you want to say to kind of close out what has been an incredible tournament run for you guys through the lower bracket? You got the job done. Who out there do you want to thank for helping you achieve this incredible victory?
Well, I got a lot of people to thank. Obviously, Drew was in our VC for the grand finals. He was gassing us up whenever momentum wasn't going our way, and that definitely helped us, get the momentum back. Thank Octane, our sub, because she was always available to play and then was never needed. So unlucky, but still grateful that she was able to be there in case she was needed. And obviously thanks to my team and thanks to everyone that watched the stream and rooted for us as part of Phantom Gaming. I saw everyone in the chat that was really supportive and made us motivated to win it even more.
Of course, and win it you will. Thank you so much for joining us. Shutterball, Soda, and Silky. The Paradise Cup 3 Excellence Division Championship is yours. Congratulations to Phantom Gaming. What a long night it has been, but it will be well worth it when you guys get to go to sleep happy. Thank you so much here, Soda, Shutterball, and Silky, not only for joining, but congratulations on your victory and for your incredible competition. Take care. Have a great night. Enjoy that victory and enjoy everything that comes with it. You guys wholeheartedly deserved it.
Appreciate you, big dog.
Thanks for hosting the tournament.
Yeah. For sure. You love Big Low for sure.
Of course, we love you all as well. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great night. Go and celebrate. We've got the best of Phantom Gaming. You guys deserve to. Well, Silky's out. That was Silky, by the way. he's having fun. He knows there's a lot of people out there supporting Phantom Gaming. They're not a very big org. I'm sure that's what he's laughing about here, but they'll be feeling like they're gigantic today, because what a victory they had through the entire this bracket. And as I said before, there is something with 5th seeds in these tournaments. So both of our tournaments have ended with 5th seeds winning from the lower bracket. This doesn't happen often, Lepid. You know it doesn't happen often. I mean, seriously, that was incredible. You guys looked incredible, and I mean, there's something with these 5th seeds, because I don't know how these 5th seeds get it done, but they find a way to do it, and 2 tournaments in a row, it's the 5th seed who does it through the lower bracket. What a performance from Phantom Gaming overall here. Tesla, Lepid, shoutouts to both of you who've been here. Shoutouts to Maxine, who couldn't be here for the Excellence Division Championship, but was here for the Ultimate Division. And to all of you out there who are watching, before we leave, I gotta let you guys have something to say, because I didn't let you guys have it in Ultimate Division. We ended quickly, because to be fair, that thing was like 6 hours long, so today, we end a little bit shorter, we end a little bit earlier, and the whole thing's over. Let's start with Tesla. Any final words here for Paradise Cup 3 before we go to ATS Season 5, literally tomorrow? Or actually today, because it's midnight right now.
So shout out to Phantom for winning. They really looked like a different animal today when we got started. I had so much fun. These crew battles are a totally different beast than just your standard BO5, BO7, 3v3. And it's a lot of fun. You can really see how the way the series plays out affects the mental of the players, and you get a lot more rushed or a lot less rushed, as we saw in that 1v1 that Shadow let get away from him. I picked Soda, by the way, just to be salty. I called that today. I called that today before the match started, because I had watched a few of the VODs from yesterday when I was doing some 3v3 like coach look back because I thought he played really well yesterday. Silky was just a dog. So I called Soda for his 3v3 prowess earlier. Again, thank you, Sporty and Let, for letting me come on and join you for sure.
Yeah, of course. I feel bad for WaTesla because, yeah, you said you wanted Soda to be at MVP. And, I mean, Soda played like it. It's just unfortunately a Shadow Ball on his team, who apparently can also find that gear. Rarely do I think we were ever this conflicted about who would be an MVP. Rarely have I ever been this conflicted. Usually it's obvious who's MVP. Usually, like there's one clear, obvious person who deserves it. But, I mean, today we had two. Again, I wish we could have two MVPs. We can't. That's not something we can do here. Unfortunately, there's always one MVP for every tournament, so I feel bad for Soda because I think Soda deserves it, but when you have Shadow Ball on your team, it's so tough here. But Lepid, you're the one who started this Paradise Cup events in ATS. Now you get to watch them from a bit, from a bit more of a backseat here as you step down from your role in the Ascent Tournament Series. But getting to watch Paradise Cup 3, a tournament that you started and that now continues under ATS, how does it feel to get to see these tournaments just continue to be popular, to continue to draw in teams, viewers, and players, and to continue to draw in amazing action?
Honestly, it's very exciting. Thank you to all 32 teams who signed up throughout either Ultimate Division or Excellence Division. It was a blast watching all of you play throughout any of your matches. I had a blast casting, I had a blast watching, and shout out to ATS for continuing to host.
Of course, and shoutouts to you as well, Lepid, and to all the people out there. Shoutouts to all the teams that competed tonight. That ends it for the ATS Paradise Cup 3 again tomorrow, or again, really, today, because it's midnight. Starts ATS Season 5. So if you thought ATS was over, no, we're not. We don't even have a break here. We're going right back in to Rocket League action. 5 divisions, $800 up for prize pool, and a lot more streaming on this channel. I'm Sporty FC, and from the rest of the ATS staff, to all of you out there, thank you so much for joining and watching. Have an amazing rest of your night. Take care. And we'll see you guys next with ATS Ascent Tournament Series Season 5. Have a good evening.